The villain is reborn, and the heroine is bound to the system. Master, wake up! Mr. Gu has come out! In front of the Tingyuan building, a sleek black luxury car was parked by the roadside. The car doors swung open. Lin Yuan stepped out, his gaze blank as he stared ahead. After a long moment, he snapped back to reality and muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it! What kind of ridiculous plot is this? Master? The driver called out cautiously, his tone betraying his worry. He seemed to fear Lin Yuan's frustration would spill over onto him. By now, Lin Yuan had pieced everything together. He had somehow transmigrated into a popular, cool novel he once read. Time travel, in theory, sounded thrilling, especially if you got to be the protagonist. But Lin Yuan's situation was anything but fortunate. Instead of being the hero, he'd taken on the role of the novel's rich, arrogant villain, a caricature of injustice and cruelty, existing solely to highlight the protagonist's greatness. God, are you messing with me? Lin Yuan cursed again, oblivious to how the driver beside him was starting to sweat nervously. Master? The driver repeated cautiously. What now? Mr. Gu has already come out. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's annoyance turned to apprehension. Mr. Gu? Gu Qingyi? In the original story, Lin Yuan was a stereotypical villain, a heartless scumbag to everyone except Gu Qingyi, for whom he harbored a blind infatuation. He confessed his love to her a total of 1,095 times over 3 years, each attempt ending in rejection. Today's scene mirrored the novel exactly. Lin Yuan had parked outside, preparing for another humiliating confession. But he now remembered what came next. Gu Qingyi's newly appointed bodyguard would show up. That bodyguard wasn't just anyone, it was Long Haochen, the novel's protagonist. Crap! Why am I still here? Driver, take me home. Right now! Lin Yuan barked suddenly. In the story, Long Haochen was an extraordinary individual, a master of ancient martial arts, a medical genius, and an all-around unstoppable force. In contrast, Lin Yuan was just a spoiled second-generation heir. What chance did he have in a confrontation? Lin Yuan had no intention of sticking to the original script. If he couldn't win, he'd retreat. Ah, master? You're going back? But didn't you come here to confess to Mr. Gu? Confess? Confess to what? Drive now! Master, it's too late. The driver's words made Lin Yuan freeze. Slowly, the driver shifted aside, revealing Gu Qingyi standing behind him with her arms crossed. Gu Qingyi was stunning, as always. Dressed in a sleek black business suit and a hip-hugging skirt, her long legs exuded elegance. Her delicate features carried a cold expression, and her sharp, dark eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan with barely concealed disdain. System binding to the host. Binding complete. Host name, Gu Qingyi. The host must complete assigned tasks to receive system rewards. First task, accept Lin Yuan's confession. Task reward, a list of company insiders involved in espionage. Gu Qingyi's brow furrowed. The sudden voice in her mind unsettled her, and the task made her downright furious. Agreeing to this man's confession? The thought alone was disgusting. But the reward, the company insider list. The Tingyuan group had recently faced numerous challenges. Projects delayed, confidential information leaked. Gu Qingyi had been trying desperately to root out the traitors within the company, but she lacked evidence. If the system was real, the reward could be invaluable. Maybe, just this once, she thought begrudgingly. What's one more rejection from this annoying pest? He's been harassing me for 3 years already. I can endure it a little longer. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, had no idea what was going on in Gu Qingyi's mind. He only saw her frown, and it made him nervous. After all, in the novel, Gu Qingyi detested him. Good afternoon, Mr. Gu. Lin Yuan greeted awkwardly, trying to salvage the situation. I was just passing by. Really? Driver, why aren't you driving? You're blocking Mr. Gu's way. How inconsiderate. Passing by? Gu Qingyi raised an elegant brow. Then who are those roses for? Her voice was calm yet carried a distant coldness, like an unattainable mountain peak. Lin Yuan cursed internally. This woman is impossible. Out loud he snapped. Boss Gu, aren't you being a bit nosy? Why does it matter who I'm giving roses to? I wonder. Who could have sent me 1,095 bouquets over the last 3 years? Lin Yuan stiffened, feeling the weight of her gaze, and the faint hostility behind her words. He followed her eyes and saw a young man standing behind her. The man was unassuming, dressed in cheap clothes that likely cost less than 100 yuan in total. Yet Lin Yuan recognized him instantly. Long Haochen, the child of destiny. He. Mr. Gu, I apologize for bothering you in the past. Clearly, the roses weren't appreciated. I'll take my leave now. Who said I don't like them? Gu Qingyi's response stopped Lin Yuan in his tracks. What? Lin Yuan blinked, stunned. This didn't make sense. In the novel, Gu Qingyi always threw his roses in the trash right in front of him. Was she mocking him? Fine. If humiliation was what she wanted, he'd give her the satisfaction, then he'd leave and never look back. Lin Yuan stepped out of the car, grabbed the bouquet, and handed it to her. Since Mr. Gu likes them, here you go. Is this a confession? Lin Yuan clenched his fists. Enough is enough. Let's get this over with. Yes, I like you, Mr. Gu. Will you date me? He said flatly. All right. I agree. Lin Yuan froze. What? Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The insider list has been uploaded to the host's office computer. Lin Yuan stared at Gu Qingyi dumbfounded. He even reached out to touch her forehead, then checked his own. You're not sick. What's wrong with you? Why would you agree? Why? Are you unhappy about it? Unhappy? I'm thrilled. Lin Yuan snapped sarcastically, though internally he was panicking. Great. Now Long Haochen's going to target me even sooner. Thanks a lot, Gu Qingyi. Qingyi, how can you agree to his confession? Someone was more anxious than Lin Yuan. Long Haochen stood up directly and got stuck between Lin Yuan and Gu Qingyi, staring at Lin Yuan with a very unkind look. Being stared at by him like this, Lin Yuan felt a chill running down his spine, as if he would be grabbed by the throat in the next second. Yes, Mr. Gu, how can you agree to my confession? Lin Yuan immediately followed and said, wishing to hear Gu Qingyi say that it was just a joke, just for fun, then put on an arrogant posture, threw the rose away, and then insulted himself. The toad also wants to eat the swan. Meat. Wouldn't it be better to just let yourself go and get out of here? Gu Qingyi glanced at Long Haochen, frowned slightly, and said, Long Haochen, what decision do I want to make? Do I still need your consent? She does not like Lin Yuan, but that doesn't mean she likes you, Long Haochen. This man who was forced to be placed by his grandfather spoke to him very familiarly, as if the relationship between them was so close. On the other hand, this guy Lin Yuan, every time he saw him before, he was Qingyi Qian, Qingyi Ho. Why did he change his name to Mr. Gu today? Do you want to play hard to get? I was invited by your grandfather to protect your personal safety. How could I ignore it? I have heard about this man. His name is Lin Yuan. He is the eldest son of the Lin family in Beijing. He does evil and does all kinds of evil. This is not the case at all. What a good man. If you agree to his confession, isn't it just a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? Long Haochen spoke and protected Gu Qingyi behind him. He thought that after hearing what he said, Lin Yuan in front of him would become angry and want to take action. Then he would be able to teach him a lesson directly. After all, people like Lin Yuan are used to being like me and cannot bear to hear someone say something bad about them. However, things far exceeded Long Haochen's expectations. Lin Yuan smiled, then gave Long Haochen a thumbs up and said, My dear friend, you are really good at judging people. Mr. Gu, you see, even an outsider knows my bad reputation. If you agree to my confession, isn't it the same as sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth? I think you should withdraw what you just said. He. Hearing Lin Yuan say the same thing, Gu Qingyi felt very interesting. When had this guy ever admitted his notoriety? Mr. Lin is really interesting. You have been pestering me for 3 years and confessing to me for 3 years. Now that I have agreed, you want me to take back my words? What do you think of me, Gu Qingyi? Finally, there was a cold question. I have other things to deal with. We will discuss the matters between us later. Gu Qingyi said, holding the rose in her hand. She returned directly to Tingyuan building. Now she needed to confirm whether the list of insiders in the company had appeared on her office computer. After Gu Qingyi left, only Lin Yuan and Long Haochen were left here. Lin Yuan, you are really good at it. Although I don't know how you deceived Qingyi, you'd better stay away from her, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Long Haochen directly threatened. The driver on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Their master Lin was the king in this northern city. How could he be threatened by such a little Karami? If you dare to threaten our young master Lin, you are simply seeking death. The driver said that he was going to take action directly. He was also a trainee. Being Lin Yuan's driver was a position, and it also had the responsibility of protecting Lin Yuan. Otherwise, why would he receive a salary that is 10 times higher than the industry standard for a driver? Stop it! Lin Yuan saw this and hurriedly stopped his driver. Are you kidding? Your 3-legged cat's kung fu is not enough for someone to pick it up with one finger. It doesn't matter if you were beaten. What if Long Haochen uses this excuse to beat himself later? His body had long been depleted by the years of drinking and sex, and it was estimated that Long Haochen could kill him with one punch. He didn't want to receive a box lunch when he first arrived in this world. What do you call this, brother? Lin Yuan asked knowingly. Long Haochen. When Long Haochen said his name, he was arrogant, as if he was the king looking down on the world. Brother Long, don't worry. From today on, I promise not to appear in front of Gu Qingyi again. Oh? Are you serious about this? Seriously. Humph, you are a smart kid. I will let you go today. Don't blame me for being rude to you before I see you in front of Qingyi. A scum like you is not worthy of appearing in front of her. Yes, Brother Long is right, Lin Yuan said very humbly. He just wanted to leave this ghost place as soon as possible. Okay, if I tell you to let you go, I will never break my promise. Just go. Okay, goodbye, Brother Long. Lin Yuan felt like he was being pardoned, and immediately pulled his driver into the car and drove away. On the way, the driver still didn't understand. He asked Lin Yuan while driving, Master Lin, why didn't you let me teach that boy named Long a lesson just now? Does he really think that his surname is Dragon? If he dares to threaten you, Master, I will let him kowtow to the King of Hell. You know how to play Go Ba. With your little skills, you are not strong enough to hit me with one punch. Remember this from now on. When you see this Long Haochen, take a detour and hide as far away as possible. I am thinking about your life, Lin Yuan said angrily. Master, do you care so much about my personal safety? I was suddenly touched. The driver's voice was a little trembling. He thought he was a dog under the young master's control, and he was willing to sacrifice his life for the young master. But he didn't expect that the young master cared so much about his life and safety. He was really touched. Get out of here, mad, it's disgusting. Master, where should we go next? Go home first. Lin Yuan leaned on his seat and looked at the traffic outside the window. In just a short period of time, he already felt exhausted physically and mentally. Now he just wanted to go home and have a good rest, and sort out his mind. Information. Gu Qingyi's behavior today was really abnormal. Okay, Master, but... Master, which home should we go to? As the eldest son of the Lin family in Beijing, Lin Yuan has family assets of more than 100 billion. There are many properties purchased in Beijing for his convenience. On weekdays he does not go back to his parents' home. They stay in houses outside and some Ying and Yan spend their days. Go back to my parents' home? Yes. As a qualified driver, the young master goes wherever he says he wants to go, without asking any more questions. The car soon drove to the house where Lin Yuan's parents lived. It was a retro-style house. As the car drove in, Lin Yuan got out of the car and walked a few steps forward. He saw a 2 or 3-year-old boy. The baby is playing in the yard. There is a servant next to him who takes good care of him. In Tingyuan building, Gu Qingyi went straight back to her president's office. The secretary, who was just about to leave work, saw her boss coming back with a bouquet of roses in his hand, so she hurried over. She took the rose from Gu Qingyi and asked, "Boss Gu, this is another gift from Lin Yuan. Do you want to throw it away?" "I won't throw away these roses today. Go find a vase and put them in there for me." "Ah?" The secretary looked at Mr. Gu in surprise. In the past, Mr. Gu was very disgusted with the things sent by Lin Yuan, to the extent of washing his hands after touching them. "What's going on today?" "I accepted his confession, so we are now boyfriend and girlfriend. You can keep the flower for now." "Ah?" The young secretary felt that she had heard something extraordinary, and she stared at Gu Qingyi in a daze. "Mr. Gu, you are confused. Don't you know what kind of person Lin Yuan is in our North City? He is arrogant and domineering, and does all kinds of evil. How can you agree to his confession?" The young secretary really felt sorry for Gu Qingyi. Her boss, Gu, was excellent and beautiful, and she deserved someone better. "This is not something you should worry about. Just do what I ask you to do. Oh, and keep an eye on the door of the office. No one is allowed in. Listen carefully. No one is allowed in." After giving the instructions, Gu Qingyi immediately walked into the office. For safety reasons, she even locked the door. Then she couldn't wait to go to the desk and turn on her computer. When I turned on the computer, I saw a newly created folder named List of Traders in Tingyuan Group. When I opened the file, a long list of names came into view. Not only names, but also detailed records of what each person had done to betray the company. "It's actually true!" Gu Qingyi was very excited. With this list and the records on it, she could purge the company. But on the list, she saw an extremely unexpected name. Qinji Bao. I didn't expect that he, a company veteran, would actually be selling out the company. Gu Qingyi clenched her fists. Tingyuan Group was founded by his grandfather and his friends, and Qinji Bao was one of them. Now, his grandfather has retired and the position of president has been handed over to him, while Qinji Bao still sits on the position of director and receives dividends from the company every year. It's really despicable, this traitor. Gu Qingyi clenched her fist and pounded the desk. Release system task, please go to Wanjia Plaza, meet Lin Yuan by chance, and go shopping together for 2 hours. The task reward is all the shares held by Qinji Bao. The strange voice sounded in Gu Qingyi's mind again. This system, why are all the tasks released related to Lin Yuan? Gu Qingyi frowned, but the reward after completing the task was indeed tempting. If he could get all of Qinji Bao's shares, he could kick this parasite out of Tingyuan Group and at the same time consolidate his position in the company. For the sake of the company, I'll put up with it. Gu Qingyi clenched her fist, then turned off the office computer and walked out of the office. Boss Gu, you asked me to find a vase to put roses in, and I've already done it. The little secretary held the arranged roses in front of Gu Qingyi. Well, just put it on my desk, and then you can get off work. Okay, Mr. Gu. The little secretary responded. Gu Qingyi went directly to the parking lot and prepared to drive to Wanjia Plaza. As soon as she opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, Long Haochen over there followed her and sat in the passenger seat. When did you show up? Gu Qingyi was startled by the sudden appearance of Long Haochen and asked in an unhappy tone. Qingyi, I am always by your side. Hearing this, Gu Qingyi felt goosebumps all over her body and felt very uncomfortable. She rubbed her smooth arms a few times and said, Go down, and you are not allowed to get into my car without my permission. But don't you want to go home? Just take me with you. If there is danger on the road or something, I can protect you at any time. Long Haochen preached very naturally. Long Haochen, do you really want me to be in danger? Do you think that if I am in danger then you can stage a heroic rescue of the beauty? Then I will change your attitude? Let me tell you, now is a society ruled by law. The probability of me encountering danger is lower than the probability of you being hit by a car when you go out. Also, Although Grandpa allows you to live in my house temporarily, don't really regard this place as your own home. Yes, get down here. Gu Qingyi was a little angry. Ever since Long Haochen came to the Gu family, his grandfather seemed to be obsessed with him. He had a soft spot for Long Haochen, admired him greatly, and even treated Long Haochen better than his own granddaughter. Sometimes she really doubted that Long Haochen was her grandfather's illegitimate son. Let him live in the Gu family, and arrange for him to be his personal bodyguard, saying that it is to protect his own safety. Please, he is a man and he is a woman. Even if he needs a personal bodyguard, he should find a girl, right? Gu Qingyi really couldn't figure out her grandfather's brain circuit. Qingyi, don't be angry, I'll go down right now. Long Haochen smiled and was not angry at all because of Gu Qingyi's words. After Long Haochen got out of the car, Gu Qingyi stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Looking at the car driving away, Long Haochen was helpless. Now he couldn't take out $1. As for mobile payment, he hadn't learned yet, so he could only walk back home. I have practiced with my master in the deep mountains and forests for 20 years. Regardless of worldly affairs, he learned many things after coming down from the mountain. This has resulted in the current predicament. It's better to learn mobile payment quickly, otherwise it will be really inconvenient for you to do anything. Long Haochen stretched his body and decided to run back. Tingyuan building is dozens of kilometers away from the Gu family. For Long Haochen, this is nothing at all, not even a warm-up. After Gu Qingyi left Tingyuan building, she went directly to Wanjia Plaza without turning around and stopped at a more conspicuous location. The system asked me to meet Lin Yuan by chance and go shopping together for 2 hours, but how can we meet by chance? What if Lin Yuan doesn't come? Isn't there no way to complete the task? Sitting in the driver's seat, Gu Qingyi began to think about it. After all, what is this so-called system? Everything is like a huge ball of yarn that cannot be sorted out, and is even more messy. At this moment, Lin Yuan looked at the little baby playing alone in the courtyard, and memories began to emerge in his mind. In the original work, the villain himself has a lovely daughter. It was the product of his forced rape on a schoolgirl when he was in college. Later, he refused to admit it, and the schoolgirl was disliked by her family because of this daughter. Finally, she had no choice but to leave her newborn child at the door of Lin's house, and finally chose to commit suicide by jumping off a cliff. After Lin's father and Lin's mother learned about this, they gave him a good beating with a leather whip. They recognized the little granddaughter and named her Lin Yu, which meant that she could be as pure and flawless as the moon in the sky. The subsequent plot was outrageous. In the process of constant competition with Long Haochen, he, the villain, was finally crushed to death by Long Haochen, and the Lin family's property was also taken away by Long Haochen. But this daughter, whom he had despised since childhood, took on the important task of avenging himself. But how could she be the opponent of Long Haochen, the son of destiny? With one wrong move, she was defeated by Long Haochen. Thinking of this plot, Lin Yuan wanted to tear up the book, follow the internet cable to find the author, and give him a hard time. And that's not all. Most urban novels will evolve into cultivating immortals later on, and the one Lin Yuan read is no exception. He clearly remembered the plot of the original work. 18 years later, the heavenly gate opened wide, and people from this world could go to the little heaven realm. However, the schoolgirl who was forced to have no way out did not die after jumping off the cliff, but accidentally traveled through the world. When he arrived at Shaotian realm, he worshipped under a sect and practiced. Of course, he couldn't escape the scene where he was defeated by Long Haochen, the son of destiny. Thinking of these original plots, Lin Yuan couldn't help clenching his fists. He doesn't care about the heroines who have nothing to do with him, but he must protect the ones around him no matter what, because they are his family. He cannot tolerate his family being bullied, not even the protagonist of Destiny Child. He calmed down and walked towards his daughter. Xiao Bao! Lin Yuan called softly. Lin Yu is her first name, and Xiao Bao is her nickname. Her parents often call her Xiao Bao. Huh! It's Dad! Dad! Xiao Bao was very happy when he saw Lin Yuan, and ran to Lin Yuan with his short legs. Master Lin! The servant responsible for taking care of Xiao Bao wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Lin Yuan with a look, and he was too frightened to speak anymore. Lin Yuan picked up Xiao Bao and pinched her cheek. I was extremely careless about this lovely daughter, and even beat her. As for this daughter, no matter how he treated her, she always liked him. Later, after she failed in the fight with Long Haochen and died, she had to avenge herself, which cost countless hardships and difficulties. In the end, he lost to that bastard Long Haochen. Just thinking about it makes me angry. No father can accept that his lovely daughter ran away with a yellow guy, right? Xiao Bao, do you miss Daddy? Lin Yuan's heart melted when he saw Xiao Bao. Although he was not married in his previous life, he loved children very much and took care of many children from his relatives. Think, Xiao Bao replied sweetly. Xiao Bao is so good. It was his fault in the past, and he neglected Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao forgives his father, okay? Okay. Xiao Bao likes Daddy the most. Hearing his daughter, who was only 3 years old, say these words, Lin Yuan couldn't control his tears and flowed down. How about Daddy taking Xiao Bao shopping? Buy a lot of little dresses, a lot of little toys, a lot of snacks. Okay, let's go shopping. Whatever Lin Yuan said, Xiao Bao said yes, which made Lin Yuan very moved. He gently pressed his forehead against Xiao Bao's forehead and rubbed it back and forth. Why are you still standing there? Go drive! Oh, yes, master, I'm going to drive right now. The driver was stunned. Today's young master has really changed his gender. In the past, when this young ant climbed up to the young master, she would be kicked away by the young master. Today, she is so pampered, which is really strange. The driver quickly drove the car in front of Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan got in with his daughter in his arms. Master, where are we going? Well, let's go to Wenjia Plaza. Wenjia Plaza is the largest shopping mall in Beijing. It has everything, including food, entertainment, and luxury goods, all covered. When you don't know where to go, it's always right to go to Wenjia Plaza. As soon as Lin Yuan left with Xiao Bao, the servant dialed the number of Lin's father and mother. The call was connected and the servant hurriedly spoke. Master, it's not good, the young master took Xiao Bao away. What did you say? That bastard took Xiao Bao away. Why didn't you stop him? After hearing this report, Father Lin jumped up from his office chair. Master, you know the young master's nature, how can I dare to stop him? I know, I'll go back right away. Father Lin hung up the phone, picked up his coat and left the company. Mr. Lin, we have a meeting later. You can't leave now. Gun, what kind of meeting is this? My little treasure is now in the hands of bad people. No meeting is more important than Xiao Bao's safety. The meeting is on hold. Lin's father, Lin Tianqing, was rude to his secretary, putting on his coat and walking away while talking. Mother Lin was in the same situation. After receiving the call from the servant, she put down all the work at hand and drove home without saying a word. Lin Yuan didn't know it yet, but because of one of his actions, his parents' side exploded. At this time, he had arrived at Wenjia Plaza and got out of the car with Xiao Bao in his arms. Looking at the extremely lively Wenjia Plaza, Xiao Bao smiled very happily. The child rarely had the opportunity to play outside. Most of the time he could only be watched by the servants and play in the yard at home. Xiao Bao, how about we just have enough fun today? Okay, have enough fun. Lin Yuan held Xiao Bao in his arms and walked towards the entrance of Wenjia Plaza. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in his sight, Gu Qingyi. She was still wearing a professional suit she only wore at work, and she walked straight towards him. Gu Qingyi was still thinking about how to meet Lin Yuan by chance, or what to do if Lin Yuan didn't come. As a result, when he raised his head, he saw a girl in Lin Yuan's arms appearing in front of him. She would never let go of such an opportunity, and hurriedly got out of the car and came to Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, what a coincidence, we meet again, Gu Qingyi said with a smile. Skillful? Lin Yuan looked at Gu Qingyi in front of him. He didn't think it was a coincidence. He had promised Long Haochen earlier that he would draw a clear line with Gu Qingyi and never appear in front of her. Was it broken so quickly? Thinking of Long Haochen, Lin Yuan immediately looked behind Gu Qingyi and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that she was alone. Mr. Gu alone? Don't worry, Lin Yuan confirmed. Who does Mr. Lin want to find? Long Haochen didn't come with you. Why should I ask him to come with me? Gu Qingyi couldn't help but feel a little funny. She looked at Lin Yuan in front of her, and through his expression, she read a message, that is, Lin Yuan seemed to be very afraid of Long Haochen. Oh, it's okay if you don't come. Then, Mr. Gu, I'll excuse you now. I have to take my daughter to buy toys with me, Lin Yuan said and was about to leave, but Gu Qingyi grabbed his arm. Gu Qingyi looked at Xiaobao in Lin Yuan's arms. He was very cute. The entire upper-class family in Beijing basically knew about the fact that Lin Yuan had a child, and Gu Qingyi was no exception. They knew that this was the result of Lin Yuan forcing a schoolgirl during his college years. It was precisely because of this incident that she hated Lin Yuan so much, because he was really a hopeless scumbag. But for the mission reward, she can endure it. Mr. Lin, you see we met here by chance. I just want to buy something, why don't we go together? Ah? Lin Yuan was surprised. This is not something that Gu Qingyi can say. Is it possible that she is brewing some conspiracy? Lin Yuan really couldn't figure it out, but he just needed to stay away from this bitch. Mr. Gu is really good at joking. I want to buy toys for my daughter. Does it mean that Mr. Gu also wants to buy them? Lin Yuan smiled and said, what this means is that our two goals are different, and we are not on the right path, so there is no need to go together. Mr. Lin, I agreed to your confession and am now your girlfriend, right? We may get married in the future, and the child will even call me mom by then. Now I'll buy some toys for her as a meeting gift. It's not impossible. Gu Qingyi smiled and stretched out her hand and pinched Xiaobao's cheek. Apart from Lin Yuan, a scumbag, this little baby was really cute. Lin Yuan took off Gu Qingyi's hand that was reaching for Xiaobao. He frowned and said, Gu Qingyi, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Can these words come out of your mouth? Lin Yuan was a little angry and called Gu Qingyi's name directly. In his impression, whether it was the original work or the predecessor, Gu Qingyi was a very arrogant young lady, and such frivolous words would never come out of her mouth. Gu Qingyi was surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Yuan would get angry because of his few words. It's not fun to go shopping alone, why not have some company? Lin Yuan ignored what Gu Qingyi said and went straight ahead. Gu Qingyi was not discouraged. She followed Lin Yuan directly in order to complete the system task. At this time, Xiaobao hugged Lin Yuan's neck, glanced at Gu Qingyi next to him, and asked in a sweet voice, Dad, does this sister like you? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately covered Xiaobao's mouth and warned him. Xiaobao, you don't want to say this nonsense. Gu Qingyi on the side smiled. What's there to hide? We are now boyfriend and girlfriend, so what Xiaobao said is not wrong. Xiaobao, come here, let your sister hold you. Gu Qingyi stretched out her arms to Xiaobao. Then, Xiaobao actually struggled to get off Lin Yuan's body and ran into Gu Qingyi's arms. Xiaobao, sister will buy you a toy, okay? Good. Gu Qingyi looked at Lin Yuan with some pride. Now she didn't have to worry. With Xiaobao in her arms, there was nothing Lin Yuan could do even if he didn't want her to go with him. Looking at Gu Qingyi who was walking not far ahead, Lin Yuan was helpless. Xiaobao was still in her arms. What could he do? The two of them went shopping, and it really looked like that. They took Xiaobao to a toy store and bought a lot of toys that Xiaobao liked, and then went to a children's clothing store. Mr. and Madam, are you here to buy clothes for the little princess? The service attitude of the shop assistant is very good and very polite. The two people in front of me are obviously business elites and wealthy people. The children's clothes here are not cheap, they are all big brands. If they can sell one, they can get a considerable commission. Come on, Xiaobao, try this one. Gu Qingyi took out a pink dress, placed it in front of Xiaobao, measured it, and prepared to let her try it on. Xiaobao, try this one. Lin Yuan also took a piece of clothing and came to Xiaobao, but what he took was not a little skirt, but a green dinosaur costume, which was very cute. What kind of clothes did you choose? Can Xiaobao wear it? Gu Qingyi had a look of disdain on her face. How could Xiaobao wear such clothes? Little girls should dress beautifully. What's wrong with this kind of clothes? Xiaobao is still young, so this kind of clothes is just right for him. When he grows up, he won't be able to wear it even if he wants to. I take it you want to satisfy your personal tastes? Gu Qingyi, don't talk nonsense. I'm Xiaobao's father, so of course you have to listen to me when buying clothes. You have terrible taste. You should listen to me when it comes to buying clothes. Lin Yuan and Gu Qingyi stared at each other, either of them willing to give in, like two fierce tigers. Waiter, please choose a similar style of clothing according to this number, and bring me one and pack it up. Waiter, please pack this size of skirt for me in all styles. Lin Yuan and Gu Qingyi refused to give in, nor did they let Xiaobao try on the clothes. They directly asked the waiter to get clothes according to the number, and took out one piece of each style and packed them. Sir, madam, the total is 42,800. Who will pay the next payment? Count them separately. Count them separately. In response to the waiter's question, Lin Yuan and Gu Qingyi said in unison. Faced with these two big customers, the waiter did not complain too much. He was secretly happy in his heart, and quickly separated them. Sir, yours is 18,000, madam, yours is 24,800. Lin Yuan and Gu Qingyi took out the shopping cards they carried with them and paid with the cards without blinking. Thank you for your patronage, sir and madam. There are so many clothes. Do you need us to take them out for you? Well, help us get to the car. The license plate number is 6/8. Okay, sir, we will definitely deliver the little princess's clothes to the car intact. After buying clothes, Gu Qingyi and Lin Yuan left the clothing store. After walking out of the children's clothing store, Gu Qingyi heard the strange voice in her head. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. All the shares awarded to Qinji Bao have been issued, and the equity certificate has been placed in the drawer of the host's desk. With her previous experience, Gu Qingyi already believed in the system rewards and was no longer in a hurry to go back and confirm. Now that the task has been completed, she is ready to leave. After all, shopping with Lin Yuan is not a very happy thing. But just when she was about to leave, she saw Xiaobao still holding her hand. Xiaobao's smile was very happy, pure and flawless. Gu Qingyi couldn't help but have the urge to protect this smile. She squatted down and looked at Xiaobao and asked, Is there anything else Xiaobao wants to buy or play? Hearing this question, Xiaobao pondered for a long time before speaking. Xiaobao wants to eat a lollipop, but Grandpa and Grandma usually don't let him eat it. Okay, let's go buy it now, not only lollipops, but also many other snacks, okay? Okay. Thank you, sister. Although Xiaobao is only 3 years old, he is already very sensible. It is very polite to know how to say thank you to people who have been kind to you. Lin Yuan looked at his cub and was very satisfied. He was so sensible and smart at such a young age. He must be a genius when he grows up. Afterwards, the three of them went to the snack shop and bought a lot of snacks. Lin Yuan didn't say much during the whole process, but just watched Gu Qingyi interact with Xiaobao quietly. Finally, when it was time to say goodbye, Lin Yuan took Xiaobao from Gu Qingyi's arms. Xiaobao, say goodbye to my sister. Goodbye, sister. Goodbye, Xiaobao. After saying goodbye to Gu Qingyi, Lin Yuan took Xiaobao into the car. The car was already filled with various toys, clothes, and snacks. Because the trunk couldn't fit, they were piled on the back seat. Xiaobao sat on Lin Yuan's lap. She raised her little head and looked at Lin Yuan's chin. Dad, don't you like the sister just now? Xiaobao suddenly flashed his big watery eyes and asked. You are a little kid, why do you care so much? Lin Yuan smiled and pinched Xiaobao's plump cheeks. Dad, although I am a child, I am not stupid. It sounds strange to hear this from a 3-year-old child. 3-year-old is a time of ignorance, but Xiaobao's mind is not like that of an ordinary 3-year-old child. She knows a lot. Other children have a father and a mother, but I only have a father. Dad, I also want a mother. Xiaobao spoke with a milky voice. Lin Yuan's hand holding Xiaobao's cheek suddenly stopped, and his expression dimmed. Xiaobao's mother is still alive, but not in this world. If you want to find her, you will have to wait at least 18 years for the heavenly gate to open before you can go to the little heaven realm to search for her. But how was he going to explain this to Xiaobao, a 3-year-old child? After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan explained. Xiaobao has a mother, but Xiaobao's mother is a fairy. Her mother has returned to the fairy world now. As long as Xiaobao studies hard, she will be able to meet her mother when she grows up. Really? Dad didn't lie to me? Of course it's true. Dad can swear that he never lied to Xiaobao. Well, then I believe Dad. Hearing what Lin Yuan said, Xiaobao was very happy. She sat on Lin Yuan's lap and swayed her little feet back and forth. Soon, the car drove to Lin's house. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Yuan saw his father rushing to the side of the car holding a broomstick, and his mother followed behind her father holding a rolling pin. Before the car stopped, the door had been opened, and the father's curses had reached Lin Yuan's ears. You bastard, who asked you to take Xiaobao out? If Xiaobao is harmed in the slightest, I will skin you alive. Dad, please calm down first. Xiaobao is fine. I'm just going to take her out for a spin. Lin Yuan quickly explained. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Tianqing didn't listen at all, and just greeted him with a broomstick, which made Lin Yuan grin. Grandpa, don't hit Daddy. If Xiaobao hadn't stood up and hugged Lin Tianqing's leg at this time, broomstick would have hit Lin Yuan for the second time. The Lin family was born in a mud-legged family. Although Lin Tianqing's hard work made the Lin family one of the 4 major families in Beijing, they still couldn't change their stubbornness in their bones. They firmly believed that a filial son would emerge from a stick, and if he was indecisive, he would beat his son first. Say it again. Xiaobao, this bastard didn't bully you, did he? Lin Tianqing knelt down, looked at Xiaobao, and checked carefully, fearing that if the little granddaughter bumped into something, even if her skin was broken, Lin Yuan would not be able to leave the house today. Dad didn't bully me. He also bought me a lot of clothes, a lot of toys, and a lot of delicious food. Xiaobao told how good Lin Yuan was to her this time, and even showed off a few clothes and toys from the car. These were given to me by my father, and these little skirts were given to me by a beautiful sister. Pretty sister? Hearing Xiaobao say these 4 words, Father Lin and Mother Lin instantly looked at Lin Yuan with unkind eyes. It is common for their own sons to be dissatisfied and misbehave outside. They think that the beautiful sister Xiaobao is talking about is Lin Yuan's unscrupulous women outside. Lin Yuan? Mother Lin held a rolling pin and looked at Lin Yuan, meaning to explain. It's Gu Qingyi. Today I took Xiaobao to Wanjia Plaza to buy things, and I happened to bump into her. Then she didn't know what medicine she took, so she insisted on shopping with us. Lin Yuan quickly explained, fearing that the misunderstanding would become bigger. Gu Qingyi? That girl from the Gu family? Hasn't she been annoying you to death? You've been confessing to her for 3 years and she still hasn't agreed to go shopping with you. Father and Mother Lin obviously didn't believe this explanation. My son pursued Gu Qingyi for 3 years. He went to the door of his company to confess his love every day. Everyone knew about it, and he was completely embarrassed. As a result, Gu Qingyi didn't want to see her good-for-nothing son at all. Now they can go shopping together? How about cheating? It's true. If you don't believe it, you can ask Xiaobao. Lin Yuan was really wrong. How come no one believed him when he told the truth? Xiaobao, is the sister who accompanied us shopping today the person in the photo? Lin Yuan took out his mobile phone, found a photo of Gu Qingyi, and showed it to Xiaobao. Well, it's this sister. Xiaobao nodded and replied. Although Lin's father and Lin's mother still couldn't believe it, Xiaobao said it. Let's just believe it once. Besides, Xiaobao was not hurt at all. This is already the best result. Okay, get out of here! Father Lin carried Xiaobao back to the house, leaving Lin Yuan with his back. Am I your biological child? Lin Yuan was very sad. The pimple on his back from being slapped was still aching. Although he complained, he could not get rid of it. Move everything in the car inside the house. Lin Yuan preached to the servant, and then followed Lin Tianqing into the house. As soon as he arrived in the living room, Lin Tianxing sat on the sofa and kissed Xiao Bao twice on the cheek. When he turned around and saw Lin Yuan also coming in, he couldn't help but frown and curse. "You bastard, why haven't you left yet? Dad, you'd better stop swearing a few words." "Aren't you saying that you are a bastard?" Lin Yuan retorted. "You bastard, you've learned to talk back. Take my broomstick over here. I will beat this bastard to death today." Dad, I was wrong. Calm down first, don't be angry." When Lin Yuan saw this, he stepped forward without hesitation and held down his father, fearing that he would really pick up the broom and beat him, but he couldn't bear it. "I have something to say to you. You should listen to it first. It's not too late to do anything after that." "Okay, I'll just listen to see what shit can come out of your mouth." Lin Yuan also sorted out his thoughts and said to Lin Tianxing, "Dad, after this period of hard thinking, I finally realized that I was really nothing before, so I decided to change my past and be a good person." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he saw Father Lin and Mother Lin's eyes widening in surprise and their mouths wide open. Father Lin and Mother Lin looked at each other. "Is this still my son?" "Old Lin, my son, he actually took the initiative to admit his mistake, and wants to change his ways and be a good person? Am I not dreaming, am I? Please pinch me quickly to see if this is true." Lin's mother's real name is Chenaihua, which is a very tacky name. She comes from a rural background, but she loves to study. After marrying Lin Tianxing, the two went into business together. After learning a lot, she became Lin Tianxing's good wife. The Lin family can have such a big family business, and she has half of the credit. Lin Yuan was the only son in the Lin family, so he was pampered since childhood and developed an arrogant and domineering character, becoming a lawless and evil young man. Chenaihua had always hoped that her son would get better, but they had talked many times, but to no avail. In the end, she gave up on herself and let Lin Yuan grow crooked. If something happened, she would fight with Lin Tianxing. I thought that this might be the case for the rest of my life, but today I never thought that I would actually hear from my own son the words that I wanted to change my ways and be a good person. She shed tears of excitement, and asked Lin Tianxing to pinch herself to see if it was a dream. "Ouch, it hurts." "I asked you to pinch it gently, but I didn't ask you to pinch it so hard." Chenaihua slapped Lin Tianxing. This old man didn't know the severity of his attack. Although Lin Tianxing was surprised, he did not believe in Lin Yuan as easily as Chenaihua, thinking that Lin Yuan really wanted to change his ways. He leaned on the sofa, looked at Lin Yuan, and said, "You brat, don't think that I will believe you if you say these words. If you have any conspiracy, just tell me as soon as possible. Do you want money? Or do you want something else? Dad, you don't trust me so much?" Lin Yuan wasn't angry either. It was because his predecessor had left such a bad impression on his parents. He just said that he wanted to change his past, but Chenaihua burst into tears with excitement, which was enough to show how deeply she had been hurt by him. "I just believe that dogs can't change their eating habits. It doesn't matter, I don't expect to just say a few words. Just change your views. After all, I did too many stupid things in the past. Just watch my future performance. I'll stay at home tonight, remember to ask the kitchen to cook my food." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he got up and returned to his room. Although he has many houses outside, he always keeps his room at home. When he opens the door and goes in, the things in the room are neatly arranged and spotless. Wait for Lin Yuan to close the door. Lin Tianxing and Chenaihua in the living room discussed in a low voice. "This kid has really changed his mind? Is he planning some conspiracy? Can't you hope that your son will be well?" "I think so too, but we all know his virtues. Do you think he caused some trouble outside and couldn't handle it, so that's why he said that? It's just that when his enemies come to visit, we can help him settle it." Chenaihua looked at Lin Tianxing. She was also frightened by this possibility. In fact, this son could indeed do such a thing. "Grandpa, Grandma, I think Dad has really changed for the better. He was gentler to the little baby today and didn't even hit him." Xiao Bao also interjected at this time. Chenaihua hugged this little granddaughter into her arms. This child had suffered a lot before, and it was all caused by Lin Yuan, his unfulfilled son. Good boy, little treasure, you are still young and don't understand this, Lin Tianqing said to Xiao Bao. Look, let's not think about it so much. If our son really wants to change his ways, that's a good thing. As for what you said, when trouble comes, it's not too late to beat him. Well, that makes sense. Hearing what his wife said, Lin Tianqing nodded, indeed not in a hurry. Lin Yuan returned to the room and lay directly on his bed, unaware of the discussion between the two elders outside. God, you really know how to deceive people. Others have systems for time travel. I've been here for so long, why don't I get any reaction at all? Lin Yuan murmured in his heart, thinking that this thief deliberately tricked him and did not give him a system. Now, in addition to knowing the plot of the original work, there is no advantage at all. Facing Long Haochen, the son of destiny, and as the original villain, if he is not careful, he may die. It is imperative to improve one's own strength. Lin Yuan sat up, and avoiding blindly was not a long-term solution, because it was difficult for him to guarantee that he would not face other dangers in the future. Since there is no plug-in assistance, all he can rely on is the knowledge in the original plot. Lin Yuan, come out! Just when Lin Yuan was thinking about his next move, Lin Tianqing's voice sounded outside the door. Dad, is something wrong? Lin Yuan opened the door and asked. Since you said you want to change your past, I will give you this opportunity. Tomorrow the Yi family's old man celebrates his birthday. You can go there on my behalf and send a congratulatory gift to the Yi family's old man. There are 4 major families in Beijing: Lin, Yi, Gu, and Chu. Except for the Lin family, who was born with mud legs and forced his way into the 4 major families, the other 3 families have been passed down in Beijing for decades. The 4 major families have their own competition in the business world, but the relationship on the surface still needs to be maintained. When the old man of the Yi family celebrates his birthday, the other 3 major families will definitely send gifts to congratulate him. Otherwise, they will not give the Yi family face, and it will be difficult to end it at that time. When Lin Yuan heard this, he refused. Because he remembered that in the original work, Long Haochen and Gu Qingyi would also go to celebrate the birthday of the old man of the Yi family. As if not giving Lin Yuan a chance to refuse, Lin Tianqing said directly, You have to go. If you don't go, get out of here now. You won't have to come back in the future. We will just pretend that we don't have you as our son, and Xiao Bao doesn't have you as his father. I didn't say not to go either. Lin Yuan spoke, but he was crying in his heart. It's over. Isn't this forcing himself into a pit of fire? Beijing, Gu family. Gu Qingyi returned home, entered the living room, and saw her grandfather Gu Weijun, sitting in the upper seat with a serious look on his face, while his parents sat beside him, with their heads lowered, not daring to take a breath. Behind Grandpa, Long Haochen stood to one side with his hands behind his back. Grandpa, I'm back! Gu Qingyi immediately spoke softly. She was keenly aware that something seemed wrong. Humph, you still know how to come back? Gu Weijun did not look down upon Gu Qingyi, but said coldly, Why did you come back at this time when you left the company with Haochen and he had already arrived home? Gu Weijun asked. If Gu Qingyi's answer dissatisfied him, then he would definitely have to take care of the family law. This? Gu Qingyi thought for a moment in her mind before giving her answer. Because of some things in the company, Grandpa, you know that there is an insider in our Tingyuan group, and today I contacted an employee, and he provided me with clues about the insider in the company, so I came back at this time. Gu Qingyi lied. After all, if his grandfather knew that he actually went shopping with Lin Yuan for more than 2 hours, his legs would probably be broken and he might be dismissed from his position as president of Tingyuan Group. Crack! As soon as Gu Qingyi finished speaking, the crutch in Gu Weijun's hand hit the ground hard, and cracks appeared on the smooth floor, which was enough to show how hard the old man had used it. Look, this is the good daughter you two taught, and she has learned to lie. You kneel down for me! When Gu Qingyi saw her grandfather angry, she naturally didn't dare to say anything more and knelt down in front of her grandfather obediently. In the entire family, Grandpa is the sternest one. Although he has retired and is taking care of himself at home, he still holds the power of life and death in the family. No one in the Gu family dares to obey his orders. After you left the group today, you went to Wanjia Plaza, and then went shopping with that bastard from the Lin family, right? Grandpa, are you investigating me? When Gu Qingyi heard this, she was not surprised. With the abilities of the Gu family, it was very easy to check someone. What surprised Gu Qingyi was that her grandfather actually used this ability on her. Before this, you agreed to the confession of that bastard boy from the Lin family, right? You betrayed me? Gu Qingyi looked at Long Haochen, knowing that she had accepted Lin Yuan's confession from only a handful of people, and Long Haochen was one of them. This must be the secret that Long Haochen told. I didn't betray you, Qingyi, I did this for your safety. Lin Yuan is not a good person at all. If you stay with him, you will definitely suffer. I have my own sense of whether I should suffer a loss or not. I don't need you to meddle in my own business. Shut up! The crutch in Gu Weijuan's hand hit the floor again, making a crisp sound. He looked at his granddaughter with a look of sorrow, and said with a look of grief, Grandpa arranged for Haochen to be by your side to protect your safety, but you actually made such a dangerous move. You really let Grandpa down. Grandpa, I can explain these. Gu Qingyi said hurriedly, not forgetting to glare at Long Haochen as she spoke. The one thing she hated most in her life was being dominated by others. Long Haochen's informing behavior undoubtedly touched her bottom line. Okay, I'll just listen to your excuse. Gu Weijun snorted softly and looked at his granddaughter kneeling on the ground. Grandpa, actually everything I do is for Tingyuan Group. Tingyuan Group is your hard work. I can't watch it go downhill under any circumstances. The development of Tingyuan Group has not gone smoothly recently. Many core secrets have been leaked. It is imperative to eradicate the insiders. According to my investigation, among these insiders there is Qinji Bao, who has colluded with the Lin family's Tianqing Group. My contact with Lin Yuan, whether I agree to her confession or go shopping with him, is just in order to get close to him, in order to get evidence from him that Qinji Bao colluded with Tianqing Group. What did you say? After Gu Qingyi finished speaking, Gu Weijun asked immediately. He showed an incredible look and confirmed again. You just said, who is the insider in the company? Gu Qingyi pursed her lips imperceptibly. As expected, when Qinji Bao's name was mentioned, her grandfather became anxious. Grandpa values friendship the most. Now that she learned that her friend betrayed her, and the company she founded together, she no longer pursued the previous matters. She achieved the effect of the diversion, and immediately struck while the iron was hot. That's Qinji Bao, Grandpa Qin. Gu Qingyi said. While saying this, she was still observing her grandfather's expression. After confirming his answer, Grandpa leaned on the chair like a deflated rubber ball. After a long time, he looked at Gu Qingyi and said, Are you sure you're not mistaken? Grandpa, this matter is related to the development of the company. How could I make a mistake in this kind of thing? Doesn't Grandpa still trust my ability? Gu Weijun did not answer. He did not doubt his granddaughter's ability. This granddaughter's ability was even better than his own son. Otherwise, he would not have let Gu Qingyi take over the position of president of Tingyuan Group after Gu Qingyi graduated. Do you have the evidence? Although we have not yet obtained absolute evidence, we have already obtained some clues. I believe that following Lin Yuan's relationship, we can more quickly obtain evidence that Qinji Bao colluded with outsiders. Gu Qingyi said confidently. Okay, get up. It was Grandpa who misunderstood you before and blamed you indiscriminately. It was Grandpa who was wrong. Grandpa apologizes to you. It's okay, I like Grandpa the most. Gu Qingyi stood up and said with a smile. Crisis resolved. Haochen, Qingyi is alone in contact with Lin Yuan. I'm afraid she will suffer a loss. You must protect her well. Don't worry, Grandpa Gu, I will definitely protect Qingyi. Long Haochen also said with a smile. Through Gu Qingyi's answer just now, he understood that Gu Qingyi's agreement to Lin Yuan's confession was just an expedient, purposeful and not sincere, which made him feel relieved. Tomorrow is the birthday of that old man from the Yi family. Qingyi, please bring a gift and go there, and ask Haochen to accompany you. Gu Weijun looked at Gu Qingyi and said, with his granddaughter taking action, he can save a lot of worry. With Long Haochen by his side, he can feel relieved. No, Gu Qingyi replied. Although he didn't like Long Haochen following him, he couldn't bring it up at this time. Grandpa didn't like other people's objections to him. On the way to Ye's house, Lin Yuan sat in the car, recalling the plot of the original work in his mind. In the original work, this birthday is a carefully designed event for Long Haochen, the destined son. It is to allow Long Haochen to show off his medical skills, and also to allow him to get involved with the Yi family in this plot. Layer of relationships, paving the way for future power. The old man of the Yi family suffers from a chronic illness. He suffers from pain every night, breaks into cold sweats all over his body, and is tortured. In order to cure her grandfather's chronic illness, Yi Linger, the young lady of the Yi family, began to learn medical skills from an early age, and has now become a master of medical skills. Although my grandfather's stubborn illness has been controlled, it has never been eradicated. And today, on the birthday of Mr. Yi, a boy from the Yi family hired a magic doctor to show off himself. As a result, Mr. Yi suddenly suffered from a serious illness. Yi Linger gave Mr. Yi acupuncture in an attempt to save his grandfather, but nothing happened. Use. It was at this time that Long Haochen came to the rescue. While helping Mr. Yi eradicate his stubborn illness, he also won Yi Linger's favor, making Yi Linger secretly heartwarming. It is indeed a refreshing plot. Not only does the protagonist have to show off, but he also has to win over the beauty. Lin Yuan curled his lips inwardly. On such an important occasion, of course he also appeared in the original work, just to sing the opposite tune to Long Haochen, and show how powerful Long Haochen was. But today is different from the past. He will not be so mean as to stretch his face to slap Long Haochen. He will withdraw as soon as he can after giving the gift. He will be a transparent person today. The car quickly drove to Ye's house, and Lin Yuan got out of the car with a gift prepared for Mr. Yi. As soon as I got off the bus, someone came to greet me. Master Lin is here, please come in quickly. Uncle Yi, please stop laughing at me. You are the elder. How can I dare to call you young master in front of you? Lin Yuan looked at the person in front of him. He was tall, with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, a face with Chinese characters, and a strong body. It was obvious at a glance that it was the result of regular exercise. Based on this appearance, Lin Yuan knew that this was Yi Wenji, the current head of the Yi family, the son of Mr. Yi and the father of Yi Linger. He has a literary name, but he is a martial artist, which is quite a contrast. Hearing Lin Yuan's answer, Yi Wenji glanced at him. Usually, this boy was not so humble. He was always domineering and dared to call him I in front of anyone. This is a gift prepared by my father for Grandpa Yi. I found the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng through many channels and connections. Lin Yuan presented the gift he had prepared with both hands. The head of the Lin family is really interested. Why didn't he come in person today? Uncle Yi also knows that I am incompetent. My father still has to worry about the company's affairs. How can he have time to come here in person? Yi Wenji glanced at Lin Yuan again. Is this kid really different from before, or is he holding back something bad? He smiled, patted Lin Yuan's shoulder, and said, You don't have to belittle yourself. You are still young and have plenty of time. Come in quickly and have a drink with your uncle later. Good. Lin Yuan smiled and entered Ye's house. The old man of the Yi family is now more than 70 years old, so every year his birthday is held very grandly. In addition to the 4 major families in Beijing, there are also other business bosses, business elites, and some small families. Although their background is not as good as that of the 4 major families, they are still considered prominent figures in Beijing. In addition, it includes Beijing government agencies and units. He also sent people to celebrate his birthday and gave the Yi family plenty of food. Lin Yuan entered the Yi family courtyard, and within a few steps, an arm hooked around his neck. He turned around and saw a round face. Lin Yuan, I haven't seen you in the past 2 days, what are you busy with? Do you want to go to Jinbihuing to satisfy your craving for 2 girls in the evening? The fat man spoke. He is Lin Yuan's best friend. He is the young master of the Chu family, one of the 4 major families. His name is Chu Haojie. Together with Lin Yuan, he is known as the 2 hegemons in the North City. He does not follow young master Lin Yuan when it comes to stealing and robbing families. The reputation is a little better than Lin Yuan's, but it's also limited. Fat Chu, why are you here? Where is your sister? Among the 4 major families in Beijing, except for the Chu family, all of them are only children. Chu Haojie also has a sister who is beautiful and fragrant, and is also one of the beautiful heroines in the original work. My sister is busy with work and has no time to come, so my old man sent me here. You don't want to trick my sister, do you? Let me tell you, this won't work. Although Chu Haojie was a promiscuous person, he had nothing to say about his sister. He took her very seriously, obeyed her words, and did not allow anyone to bully his sister. The most fights he had in college were standing up for his sister. Because the mistress of the Chu family passed away not long after Chu Haojie was born, Chu Haojie was brought up by this sister who pooped on her when he was a child. To him, this was more than just his sister. Fat Chu, who do you think I am? Am I the kind of person you think I am? Yes. Roll. The 2 quarreled, looked at each other, and laughed. Lin Yuan, are you still chasing Du Qingyi? If you asked me, you should give up immediately. You have been chasing her for 3 years and there is no result. Why bother? This is not the only flower in the world. No more chasing. You really don't want to pursue me anymore? Real. That's great. Let's go to the Golden Palace together tonight to celebrate. I'll find you 2 top-notch girls. Chu Haojie spoke excitedly. Since he started chasing Du Qingyi, Lin Yuan's life has become much more regular. Although he still goes to entertainment venues, the frequency is much lower. He often goes alone, and the food is tasteless. It is a pity to abandon it. Well now, my best friend is finally back. Forget it, I have to go home to take care of the kids tonight. Child? You mean the little one? Don't you hate her the most? Fat Chu, you don't understand. I am different now than before. Lin Yuan patted Chu Haojie's back and continued. Listen to my advice and avoid going to those messy places in the future. Don't let your sister worry about you all the time. Holy shit! Chu Haojie was shocked. He stretched out his fat hand and touched Lin Yuan's forehead. He didn't have a fever yet. Why did he start talking nonsense? Ganggun, I'm fine. It's normal. Lin Yuan was speechless. It seemed that the impression he had left on others was too stereotyped. It would be very difficult to change this. Okay, as a brother, I respect your choice. In that case, I will enjoy the 2 top girls I am going to find for you tonight. Chu Haojie said very sadly. Damn, this guy can't get enough of it. In this regard, Lin Yuan was helpless. After all, he was not like him, so he didn't say anything more. After waiting in the courtyard for a while, the old man of the Yi family finally came out. He was faltering, and there was a girl supporting him. The girl is delicate and refined, and her well-proportioned figure is perfect. Even if she is several meters away, you seem to be able to smell the faint body fragrance on her body. It is different from the smell of traditional perfume or body fragrance, but mixed with a medicinal scent. Just smelling it is enough to lift a person's spirit. Miss Yi family Yi Linger? Yi Linger supported her grandpa and sat on the main seat, then stood beside her grandpa so that she could take care of her grandpa all the time. At this time, Chu Haojie came close to Lin Yuan's ear and whispered, I really didn't expect that this girl Yi Linger, who I haven't seen for several years, would be so promising. Look at her waist, her legs feel longer than mine, and her breasts, aren't she tired? Listening to Chu Haojie talking about these, Lin Yuan couldn't help rolling his eyes. He felt so embarrassed to be with this fat man. I advise you to stop thinking like this. Yi Linger is not something you can touch. Lin Yuan opened his mouth to warn. In the original work, Yi Linger is one of the harem members of Long Haochen, the son of Destiny. If you want to live longer, the best way is to stay away from Long Houchen and his harem members. Because this guy Long Houchen, in the original work, as long as you touch his woman, you have a way to die, and there is no reason for you at all. I know that the Yi family is on par with our Chu family. It's normal for people to look down on me. But any girl from an ordinary family would have been thrown into bed by me. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. This damn fat man could only use his tongue. Although he liked to play, the prerequisite was that the woman was voluntary and he didn't have the guts to play coercion. Unlike the bastard like him, he has actually done forced things before. Lin Yuan sighed in his heart. It was still a long time to wait for 18 years. When the time comes, will she forgive herself? Lin Yuan thought wildly in his mind until he was brought back to reality by the words of the old man of the Yi family. Today is my 76th birthday. I would like to thank all the young talents and outstanding figures in Beijing for coming to congratulate me on my birthday. I have received your thoughts. Please make sure you eat and drink well today. I don't have anything else in the Yi family. I will definitely have enough good wine and food. Although Mr. Yi has been suffering from chronic diseases for many years, his speech is still full of energy and open-minded. Grandpa, I brought you a distinguished guest today. You must meet him. He can cure your chronic illness. At this moment, a young man stood up. He was about 20 years old and had burgundy hair. The show has begun. When Lin Yuan saw this, he knew something was going on. He looked around and spotted Gu Qingyi and Long Houchen at the next table. The key players have all gathered, and this boy with burgundy hair is the initiator of the incident. He is Yi Xinji, the son of Yi Wenji's younger brother. In order to show his sense of existence, he found a miracle doctor from somewhere and wanted to help Mr. Yi eradicate his stubborn disease. Oh? Where is this distinguished guest? Mr. Yi said coldly that among all the descendants of the Yi family, only Yi Linger won his heart, and the rest were just things that were unacceptable to his eyes. But since the other party said that his stubborn illness could be cured, he still wanted to see him, just because this stubborn illness had been bothering him for too long. That's it, Dr. Kunlun. This master has traveled all over the world all year round and has cured all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. I have relied on a lot of connections. I spent a lot of money to bring this miracle doctor back. Yi Xinji pointed to an old man sitting next to him. He had gray eyebrows and beard, and wore a lotus crown on his head. He really looked like a fairy. Yi Xinji, don't bring these charlatans back. Grandpa's stubborn illness is not something you can mess around with. Yi Linger frowned and said, She has been studying medicine for nearly 20 years and has never heard of Dr. Kunlun. Such a name is deceptive and can deceive people who have no medical knowledge. Haha, Sister Linger, what you said is wrong. Although you are studying medicine, the world is so big. Do you know all the doctors? Yi Linger really had no way to refute these words. The world is so big and there are so many doctors. There might be famous doctors somewhere that she has never heard of. Linger, don't make any noise for now. You might as well let Dr. Kunlun give it a try. Mr. Yi spoke at this time. Grandpa, you can't risk your body. Yi Linger was very worried and refused to say anything. Grandpa knows his own body best. If he can really help Grandpa eradicate his stubborn illness, that would be a good thing. If not, my Yi family cannot be fooled by others. Besides, aren't you still watching this? Grandpa believes in you. You will definitely not let anything happen to Grandpa, right? I see. Yi Linger finally compromised. She has tried for many years, but has not been able to eradicate her grandfather's illness. This is a permanent thorn in her heart, because her grandfather's illness was caused to protect her. If someone could really eradicate Grandpa's stubborn illness, she really shouldn't stop him. What's more, what Grandpa said is right. He is also a famous doctor. With him watching from the side, there shouldn't be any problems. When Lin Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. The old man of the Yi family is such a shrewd person, but he can't see that the person in front of him is a charlatan? Sure enough, it proves the saying that people are stupid before the desire to survive. And Yi Linger too, would he not stick to his point of view if he compromised like this? Lin Yuan shook his head. In the original work, Yi Linger was such an easy-to-compromise character. It seemed that she could not be blamed. Humph, he's just a charlatan, but he really dares to stand up. Long Haochen at the other table, as the son of destiny, is proficient in ancient and modern medical skills, so he can naturally tell whether a doctor has real skills at a glance. Do you still know medical skills? After hearing what Long Haochen said, Gu Qingyi asked. To give you a rough idea, if Qingyi has any illness, you can come to me. I only need to take a few steps to keep you healthy and worry-free. Really? Thanks, but I don't need it. Gu Qingyi snorted. She was just curious and asked such a question. She didn't expect that Long Haochen was really good at chasing ducks. The Kunlun doctor came to the old man of the Yi family, then stretched out his hand to take his pulse, and said softly after a moment, Do you often feel sore all over your body late at night, and you are constantly sweating all over your body, so you can't sleep and it's very painful? Yes, it is indeed like this. Mr. Yi nodded, but he didn't expect that Dr. Kunlun also had 2 brushes, and he actually hit on the characteristics of his stubborn disease. Little did he know that these were actually things Dr. Kunlun had heard Yi Xinji tell before, and he was just retelling them at this time. This is not a serious illness. I only need a little intervention and the disease will be cured. Really? Mr. Yi was extremely excited. But Yi Linger couldn't help but roll her eyes. After so many years of hard work, she could only alleviate the symptoms of her grandfather's chronic illness. This Kunlun doctor actually said that with a little intervention, the disease could be cured. She really wanted to talk nonsense without flashing her tongue. She wanted to see how the medicine could cure the disease. If she didn't, he would look good afterwards. Dr. Kunlun started his own treatment. He took out the silver needle he carried with him and started acupuncture. Wait a minute, let me check it. Yi Linger was worried and asked for an inspection. Random. Dr. Kunlun was not angry about this, and generously handed the silver needle to Yi Linger for examination. He really had a generous and free-spirited fairy style. The people who came to celebrate Mr. Ye's birthday also gathered together, ready to watch the fun. When Lin Yuan saw this, he was about to get up and leave, because he didn't want to get involved in the trouble that would follow. But he never thought that Fatty Chu next to him grabbed his wrist and said, Lin Yuan, let's go and watch the fun. Fatty Chu was stronger than Lin Yuan and couldn't break away at all. In desperation, Lin Yuan had to be led by Fatty Chu and squeezed into the crowd to the front to watch. Yi Linger carefully checked it 2 or 3 times before confirming that there was no problem and returned the silver needle. Subsequently, Dr. Kunlun began to perform acupuncture on Mr. Yi. There was no problem with the first few injections, but just when he was about to get the 4th injection, Yi Linger next to him hurriedly stopped him. Stop. Unfortunately, it was too late. When she spoke, the silver needle had already pierced Mr. Ye's body. In just a moment, Mr. Yi rolled his eyes and his whole body began to twitch. How so? Dr. Kunlun was shocked. Seeing this, Yi Linger pushed him away, hurriedly came to her grandfather, pulled out the silver needles on his body, and then applied the needles again. I shouldn't have believed you, you charlatan, just now, get out of here. Yi Linger stabilized Mr. Ye's convulsions, and then turned to look at the so-called Dr. Kunlun, whose face was already pale with fear. Lin Yuan watched from the side. He knew that this matter was not over yet. Yi Linger had only temporarily suppressed Mr. Ye's symptoms. But it's like a balloon. When it's overinflated, it will definitely burst. Sure enough, just 2 minutes later, Mr. Yi began to twitch again, even more seriously than before. His saliva flowed out uncontrollably, and he was very embarrassed. How could this happen? I should have got Grandpa's condition under control. Yi Linger also couldn't believe why she would do it again when she had clearly got it under control. Yi Linger, if something goes wrong with Grandpa if you mess around like this, it will all be your responsibility. Yi Xinji immediately spoke, wanting to shift the responsibility to Yi Linger. Shut up. Yi Wenhao slapped his son on the head. This incident happened because of him, and others were not fools. If something happened to Mr. Yi, The brother who was the head of the family would definitely not let his son go. Now just pray quietly that Mr. Yi is safe and sound. Ms. Yi, I also know a little bit about medical skills. Why don't you let me try it? At this time, Long Haochen stood up. You. Yilinga looked at Long Haochen. He was similar in age to her, and she couldn't do anything about it. What could he do? Lin Yuan smiled. In the original work, he should have stood up and opposed Long Haochen at this time, but now, he decided to remain silent and continue to wait and see. Who are you? Where did you come from? What can you do that my sister Linga can't do? The most important thing is to send Mr. Yi to the hospital quickly. Lin Yuan's eyes widened and he looked at Chu Haojia beside him. Damn it, I didn't speak out against Long Haochen. What's wrong with Fatty Chu? Are you right, Lin Yuan? After Chu Haojia finished speaking, he still looked at Lin Yuan beside him and asked. At this moment, Lin Yuan wanted to die. You fat man Chu, don't take me with you if you don't want to live long. He coughed a few times and then spoke righteously. Brother Long is a young talent. His medical skills can be said to be the best in the world in ancient times. I know Brother Long and know his abilities well. Miss Yi, you might as well let Brother Long give it a try. Maybe he can really cure Mr. Yi. Lin Yuan's words made everyone who knew him present widen their eyes. Lin Yuan, the evil young man in Beijing. God's boss, his second son, when did he praise others like this? After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Long Haochen was very happy in his heart. He thought that this kid knew the current affairs, so he hurriedly handed over to Yilinger and said humbly, I studied under Long Haochen, the holy doctor with ghost hands. I wonder if Miss Yi has ever heard of it. Are you the disciple of holy Dr. Ghost Hand? Yilinga looked at Long Haochen with a suspicious expression. As a medical student, she had naturally heard of this name. It was rumored that it was the holy doctor who wandered around 20 years ago. Acupuncture could cure all kinds of diseases. And because his techniques were like ghosts, he was known as the holy doctor with ghost hands. But those were rumors for more than 20 years, and she only heard about them, not knowing whether they were true or false. Just when she was considering whether to let Long Haochen take action, a strange voice sounded in her mind. System binding is in progress. Binding is successful. Host name, Yilinger. Complete system release tasks and obtain task rewards. The system issues a task, holds Lin Yuan's hand, and says, You have to be responsible for me. The reward for completing the mission is the medical method to completely eradicate Grandpa's stubborn disease. After hearing the strange voice in his mind, Yilinger looked at Lin Yuan. As a native of Beijing, how could she not know about Lin Yuan's bad deeds? Now she was asked to hold Lin Yuan's hand and ask her to say, You have to be responsible for me. And it was in public. Didn't this misunderstand everyone present? However, she turned back to look at her grandpa. He was still twitching. The servant next to her was already uncontrollable. The elders in the family were also in a hurry and waiting anxiously. Whether it's true or not, I can endure it and try it for my grandfather. Yilinga thought to herself, clenched her fists, and walked straight towards Lin Yuan. Huh! What is she going to do? Why is she walking towards me? Seeing Yilinga walking towards him, Lin Yuan was startled and suddenly had a bad premonition. But before he could react, Yilinga had already arrived in front of him, reached out and grabbed his hand, and then said through gritted teeth, You are responsible for me. The host has completed the system task, and the task reward for the medical method that completely eradicated Grandpa's stubborn disease has been distributed. A stream of knowledge poured into Yilinger's mind, and her eyes suddenly became clear. She shook off Lin Yuan's hand and returned to her grandfather's side. Then, with her hands like lightning, she inserted the silver needle accurately and quickly into Mr. Ye's key acupuncture points, stopping Mr. Ye's convulsions. Then, she took out a pen and paper from the side and wrote down a prescription. Dad, ask someone to get the medicine? Good. Yuanji nodded. Although he really wanted to ask his daughter what he meant by what he said to that bastard Lin Yuan just now, his father's safety was still the most important thing now. Lin Yuan was still confused at this time, and had no idea what Yilinger meant by what he said to him. He thought carefully about it for a long time. He had never provoked Yilinger. How could he be responsible for her? And equally confused was Long Haochen. His medical skills are superb, and he is not bragging. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the best in the world today. And he could see that Yilinger didn't have the ability to treat Mr. Ye's stubborn illness at all, but just now, she seemed to have suddenly cheated and been possessed by the miracle doctor. Mr. Ye's disease was cured in the blink of an eye. Long Haochen could see that this was not suppression and relief, but complete eradication. What exactly happened just now? This was beyond his knowledge. Could it be that Yilinger was hiding his medical skills? Impossible, this cannot be hidden at all. You can't tell, Lin Yuan. No wonder you warned me just now not to let me take advantage of Yilinger. It turns out that you have already taken advantage of her? Chu Haojie looked at Lin Yuan with amusement in his eyes. My brother can do it. Yilinger, the apple of the eye of the Yi family, dares to cause trouble. He is really not afraid of an all-out war between the Yi family and the Lin family. Shut up, I'm wondering, I've never provoked her. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes at Fatty Chu. He was confused about the current situation. The plot had completely deviated from the original work. Just now, Yilinger himself cured Mr. Ye's disease. According to the original plot, Long Haochen had to take action here. There must be some problem somewhere. Lin Yuan, what's going on between you and Yilinger? Just when Lin Yuan was trying to think about what went wrong, Gu Qingyi walked up to him and asked directly. Today, Gu Qingyi is not wearing professional clothes, but a green floral dress. Her fair calves are long and straight, very beautiful. She came to Lin Yuan and directly crossed her arms with the attitude of a superior. You asked me? I still want to ask her. Lin Yuan really wanted to shout that he was wrong. He looked at Yilinger, who was still explaining the precautions to the servants. When she's done, you can ask her yourself and don't bother me. After Lin Yuan said that, he turned around and left. He couldn't stay in this place any longer, it was too dangerous. Seeing this, Chu Haojie hurriedly followed him, put his arm around his good brother's shoulders and said in surprise. Brother, yes, keep it secret. When did you hook up with Gu Qingyi? She wouldn't take the initiative to say a word to you in the past. Something is wrong today. Gun, I'm upset. Lin Yuan slapped Chu Haojie's hand away. It's all so weird. Lin Yuan? As soon as Lin Yuan stepped out of the door of Ye's house, he heard Yilinger's shout. He stopped and turned to look at Yilinger. Yilinger and Gu Qingyi walked towards him together. The two beauties were side by side, which was simply the ultimate visual enjoyment. Yilinger is different from Gu Qingyi. She wears a light yellow skirt, has a small waist, long legs, and abundant fruits are all perfectly outlined. Coupled with that delicate face, she is simply a boy's dream goddess. Behind the two of them, there was also Long Haochen, who still couldn't understand what happened just now. Ms. Yi, what's the matter with you? Let me tell you first, what you said just now is misleading. My answer is that I will not be responsible for you. Lin Yuan spoke immediately. He didn't want to have anything to do with the person in front of him. Yilinger rolled her eyes and thought to herself. Who cares about you being responsible for me? But what happened just now is really difficult to explain. After all, who would believe that a strange voice suddenly appeared in their head and even issued a task to themselves, so that they could get rewards after completing the task? What just happened was just a misunderstanding, don't mind it, Yilinger said to Lin Yuan. She thought it was necessary for her to clarify something, as she was afraid that Lin Yuan would use this matter to pester her in the future. After all, Lin Yuan was notorious in Beijing, and she didn't dare to gamble. Oh, misunderstanding. Hearing Yilinger take the initiative to say this, Lin Yuan was also relieved. It was okay, there was no further development, otherwise he would really have a hard time defending himself. Miss Yi, I hope you will be careful in your words and deeds next time and avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings, Gu Qingyi said from the side. Yilinger looked at Gu Qingyi, and the interaction between her and Lin Yuan just now fell into his eyes. Speaking of Miss Gu, when did you meet Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan has been chasing you for 3 years, but you have never given him a good look or taken the initiative to talk to him. Why did you take the initiative to talk to Lin Yuan just now? Could it be that you too? Yi Linger countered. On the surface, the 4 major families in Beiqing have a good relationship, but secretly the competition is also very fierce. This also leads to the fact that the descendants of the 4 major families may seem to have a harmonious relationship, but in fact, they are secretly dissatisfied with each other, and their relationship is far from as close as it seems. Yi Linger didn't finish her words, but she could already hear the meaning. You don't need to worry about the things between us, Miss Yi. You're right, Lin Yuan. Yes, that's what Mr. Gu said. It's funny. If that's the case, then why do you get in the way when Lin Yuan and I say some misleading things? You're right, Lin Yuan. Yes, that's what Miss Yi said. At this moment, Lin Yuan was extremely frightened. Two ants, if you fight your way, don't involve a little person like me. Chu Haojia on the side was shocked. Oh my God, what is going on? I haven't seen my buddy for a few days. Is he so popular? Isn't he the notorious North City evil Shaolin Yuan who is full of evil deeds? Chu Haojia glanced at Lin Yuan twice. What happened in the past 2 days? Lin Yuan looked at the 2 women who were still sulking in front of him, and he spoke carefully. Mr. Gu, Miss Yi, can I leave? Lin Yuan asked. He couldn't stay in this place for more than a quarter of an hour. Wait a minute, you take my car and follow me. Gu Qingyi suddenly spoke. At this moment, Lin Yuan, Chu Haojia, Yi Linger, and Long Haochen all widened their eyes at the same time. Shall I take your car and follow you? Lin Yuan couldn't believe it. Was this still the same Gu Qingyi who hated him? Let's go. Gu Qingyi couldn't help but grabbed Lin Yuan's arm and walked towards her car. When Long Haochen saw this, he hurriedly stopped him. Qingyi, you can't be alone with him, otherwise you don't know how he will hurt you. Long Haochen, you don't need to take care of my affairs. Do you understand? Gu Qingyi said coldly that she didn't like Long Haochen in the first place. Yesterday, Long Haochen reported to her grandfather, which made her impression of Long Haochen even worse. Gu Qingyi bypassed Long Haochen, pulled Lin Yuan into her car, and then drove away. It's amazing. Looking at the car driving away, Chu Haojia clicked his tongue twice. No wonder Lin Yuan told himself just now that he was different from before. Long Haochen sighed helplessly. He didn't stay any longer and chased after him. Yi Linger glanced at Chu Haojia and said calmly, Aren't you leaving yet? Are you waiting for me to keep you here for dinner? Haha, I'm leaving now. Chu Haojia knew that Yi Linger didn't want to see him, and had always been like this since he was a child, so he left with full self-knowledge. After the other guests left, the Yi family closed the door directly. In the hall, Yi Wenji sat in the position of the head of the family, and Yi Linger stood beside him. Dr. Kunlun was kneeling on the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably. This time I thought it was a big extortion, and if I succeeded, I would be able to have food and clothing for the rest of my life, but I never thought that I would be kicked on the iron plate. Now my life is probably not guaranteed, and I will have food and clothing for the rest of my life. Next to Dr. Kunlun, Yi Xinji was also kneeling there, and his father Yi Wenhao stood beside him, pleading for his son. Brother, Xinji was confused for a moment, and was deceived by this quack doctor, which almost caused a disaster. Seeing that Xinji's original intention was to cure his father's chronic illness, please give him a lighter sentence, Yi Wenhao said. His stupid son, the quack doctor he brought back, almost harmed his father. He was also very angry. He couldn't escape the responsibility, but after all, he was his son and he didn't want him to be punished too seriously. Our overseas business also needs a person in charge, literary man. Let Xinji be in charge of this aspect of business. Yes, brother. Overseas business is all on the sidelines. Arranging Yi Xinji to go abroad means that he is completely kicked out of the core power of the Yi family. I don't want to go abroad, uncle. I know I was wrong. Dad, please beg me again. Dad, I don't want to go abroad. I don't want to leave you. No one responded to Yi Xinji's words. Yu Wenhao really felt that he was not living up to expectations for his son. Now, being able to save one life is already good, but he still wants to bargain. Yu Wenhao was indifferent, and Yi Xinji was dragged down. Yu Wenji looked at the so-called Dr. Kunlun and signaled with his eyes, and someone immediately dragged him away. Master Yi, please let me go. The sound became smaller and smaller until it could no longer be heard. Is everything settled? A slightly weak but sonorous and powerful voice came. Everyone followed the sound and saw Mr. Yi coming to the hall with the help of a servant. Dad, are you okay? Yu Wenji, Yi Xinji and others immediately came to Mr. Yi and helped him sit down. What can happen to me? I feel relaxed now, all thanks to Linger's medical skills, Mr. Yi said with a smile. After he woke up, he listened to the servant tell what happened at the banquet. After learning that it was his precious granddaughter who saved him, he was very happy. I was even happier when I heard that Yi Linger had completely eradicated his stubborn illness. Finally, he no longer had to suffer. Grandpa, this is what I should do, Yi Linger said obediently. Okay, she is indeed Grandpa's precious granddaughter. What happened today is a scandal in my Yi family. Remember not to let it spread widely and minimize the impact. Those guests who come should be beaten appropriately when they need to be beaten. I understand, Dad. Yu Wenji nodded. He had already arranged this matter. Except for the other 3 major families in Beijing who were not afraid of them, the others did not dare to spread the matter. The other 3 major families will not engage in such small tricks, so there will be no problem. Well, Wenji, you handled it very well. I can rest assured that the Yi family is in your hands. Okay, let's leave when it's time to leave. Let's all go and do our own thing. Following Mr. Ye's words, everyone dispersed. After sending her grandfather back to rest, Yi Linger returned to her room. Then she tried to use the acupuncture method that saved her grandfather at the banquet and eradicated his stubborn disease. However, she found that the acupuncture method that could be easily performed at that time could not be used at this time no matter what. What's going on? Yi Linger thought about it and understood the mystery. The system rewards the medical skill for completely eradicating Grandpa's chronic illness, so after he eradicates Grandpa's chronic illness, this medical skill disappears. This is too stingy. It's just a one-time thing. You might as well just pass this medical skill on to me. After figuring this out, Yi Linger felt very disappointed. This system was too stingy. As if sensing Yi Linger's thoughts, the system issued the task again. The system releases a mission. Lin Yuan and Gu Qingyi will appear at Highway Restaurant tonight. If they have a meal alone with Lin Yuan before 12 o'clock, the mission will be completed. The mission reward will be the Tai Divine Acupuncture Technique. The strange voice in my mind sounded again. After hearing the mission reward, Yi Linger immediately stood up. It turns out to be the Lost Tai Divine Acupuncture Technique. This is amazing. But what is the content of this mission? Why does it have anything to do with Lin Yuan? Yi Linger was speechless. Without Lin Yuan, would the world explode? However, this mission reward is too tempting. Although her medical attainments are good, they are still not top-notch, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. If you can get the acupuncture technique of this Tai Divine Needle, then your medical skills will definitely reach a whole new level. I endured it for the sake of the acupuncture technique of Tai Divine Needle. Yi Linger clenched his fist. If you don't enter the tiger's den, you won't get the tiger's cubs. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. Although it is extremely dangerous to eat with Lin Yuan, a bad boy from North City, it is completely acceptable compared to the acupuncture technique of Tai Divine Needle. What's more, the 4 major families in Beijing check and balance each other. Yi Linger believes that Lin Yuan doesn't have the guts to do anything to him. At the same time, Lin Yuan was sitting in the co-pilot of Gu Qingyi, looking a little embarrassed. Gu Qingyi didn't like others riding in her car. Even Long Haochen, the son of destiny, was only allowed to sit in her co-pilot after saving Gu Qingyi from danger time and time again. And now, he was sitting in the passenger seat of Gu Qingyi. What kind of trouble was he going to make? Well, Mr. Gu, can you tell me where we are going? Lin Yuan asked cautiously. This woman can't sell herself. The key is that she is not worth anything. Let's go have dinner, just the two of us. Gu Qingyi said calmly. Her voice always revealed a sense of distance. Ah? Dinner? It's just the two of us. Lin Yuan was stunned on the spot. In the original work, Lin Yuan asked Gu Qingyi to have dinner alone many times, but never succeeded. The only time he succeeded was when he offered huge benefits in exchange. During the meal, he wanted to plot something against Gu Qingyi, but Long Haochen arrived in time and gave him a good meal. So having dinner alone with Gu Qingyi made Lin Yuan worried. If Long Haochen suddenly showed up halfway, how could he deal with it? Wouldn't he be responsible for his own life? I don't dare. Mr. Gu, I'm afraid this is not good. We have nothing to do with each other. Isn't it too transgressive to eat alone? Lin Yuan said he doesn't want to die yet. Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend now? Why do you think we have nothing to do with each other? What? Are you starting to dislike me now? Gu Qingyi asked back and glanced at Lin Yuan with a cold expression. This guy used to be a stalker of me, but starting from yesterday, he was afraid of avoiding him, as if he was some wild beast that might eat him at any time. Gu Qingyi couldn't understand such a sudden change. No, Mr. Gu is so beautiful, how could I dislike Mr. Gu? Lin Yuan hurriedly opened his mouth to defend, but he said it sincerely. No man would despise a beautiful woman. Even if this beauty does not belong to him, he would look at her twice. It's just that I have to go home and take care of Xiao Bao, Lin Yuan said again. Don't worry, it won't take you too long, Gu Qingyi said directly, not giving Lin Yuan a chance to leave at all. The car quickly drove to Haiwa Restaurant, which is the most upscale hotel in Beijing and is the property of the Chu family. The four major families will basically choose here if they have any important cooperation to discuss. Because the environment and service here are indeed at a higher level than other restaurants. After getting out of the car, Lin Yuan saw Long Haochen approaching, who had just arrived. It's over. Long Haochen is here, so isn't he dead? The first time he saw Long Haochen, Lin Yuan had this thought in his heart. Others may not know it, but he knew it. After Long Haochen came to Beijing, the first person he met was Gu Qingyi. It was at that time that he fell in love with Gu Qingyi and secretly made up his mind to marry Gu Qingyi. So for Long Haochen, Gu Qingyi is his forbidden love, an existence that no one else is allowed to touch. In the original work, whoever touches Gu Qingyi will die. Seeing Long Haochen approaching with murderous intent, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel chills running down his spine, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. It was a hot day, but he felt a little cold. Let's go, I've reserved a box. Gu Qingyi parked the car, came to Lin Yuan, and preached to him. How about we change the date? Mr. Gu, I'm a little inconvenient today. What's the inconvenience to you? Gu Qingyi frowned and looked Lin Yuan up and down. Could it be that he still had troubles in that regard? No, this guy was a boy. But soon, Gu Qingyi discovered the clues. She followed Lin Yuan's line of sight and saw Long Haochen walking towards her. Is he afraid of Long Haochen? From Lin Yuan's body, Gu Qingyi could feel a trace of fear. She didn't understand that the evil Xiao Lin Yuan, who was not afraid of heaven or earth in Beijing, would actually feel afraid of his bodyguard at this time. Can't understand. Long Haochen quickly came to the two of them. He glanced at Lin Yuan and then said to Gu Qingyi, Qingyi, why did you bring him to a place like this? Long Haochen asked. Long Haochen, you are just one of my bodyguards. I only agreed to let you take this position for my grandfather's sake. As a bodyguard, you should do your duty as a bodyguard. Do I need to report to you what I have to do? Gu Qingyi was very unhappy. Why did a bodyguard have so many problems? He was too broad and couldn't figure out his position. I'm doing this for your safety. I don't believe you don't know what kind of person he is. You should stay away from him, Qingyi. Shut up. Gu Qingyi looked at Long Haochen and said, Long Haochen, let me say it again, you are just my bodyguard. Don't meddle in other people's business. Also, don't call me by my name. Am I very close to you? Call me Mr. Gu. Qingyi. As soon as Long Haochen opened his mouth, he was greeted by Gu Qingyi's murderous eyes. I understand, Mr. Gu. Long Haochen shouted reluctantly. The reason why it became like this was all because of this guy Lin Yuan. Long Haochen thought to himself. He looked at Lin Yuan with strong dissatisfaction in his eyes. Lin Yuan also felt it, and he cried in his heart. Is it none of your business? He would never dare to say this to Long Haochen, so he could only keep complaining in his heart that Gu Qingyi had caused great harm to him. Gu Qingyi led Lin Yuan into Highway Restaurant. Long Haochen was watching from behind, his eyes locked on Lin Yuan. As long as Lin Yuan behaved abnormally, he would immediately punish him and would never let Gu Qingyi be punished. Harm. The system issues a task, asking the host to book a double luxury suite at Highway Restaurant, and stay alone in the room with Lin Yuan until midnight. The reward for completing the task is land number 1 in the suburbs of Beijing. When Gu Qingyi came to the front desk of the restaurant, the voice of the system rang in her mind. She almost lost her balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and supported the front desk. You actually let Lin Yuan and I stay alone in a room until midnight? Gu Qingyi couldn't believe it. Is there something wrong with the system? Even if all the tasks were related to Lin Yuan, wouldn't such a task content really put her in a trap? But the reward is land number 1 in the suburbs of Beijing. Seeing this reward, Gu Qingyi hesitated. The value of this piece of land was very high, and the 4 major families were all watching. No matter which family wins, it can take the family a step further. The Gu family has been planning for this piece of land. The projects are already prepared and they are just waiting to win this piece of land. The system only said to stay alone in the room until midnight. It didn't say what to do. It was just that the 2 of you could sit and chat together. Gu Qingyi quickly figured it out. If it was just like this, he could get the number 1 land in the suburbs of Beijing for free, which would be a sure profit. After thinking about this clearly, Gu Qingyi said to the front desk clerk, I want a double deluxe suite. When Gu Qingyi said these words, Lin Yuan next to him was stunned, Long Haochen behind him opened his eyes wide, and even the waitress at the front desk of the restaurant looked at Gu Qingyi in disbelief. Highway Restaurant. As the most upscale restaurant in Beijing, the waiters here are all carefully selected. To be able to become a waiter at Highway Restaurant, one must have a lot of experience. At least he knows everyone in Beijing, big and small. Gu Qingyi and Lin Yuan are well-known characters in Beijing. Who doesn't know the relationship between these 2 people in Beijing? The front desk clerk asked Gu Qingyi uncertainly. Mr. Gu, are you sure you want a deluxe double suite? As he said that, he glanced at Lin Yuan next to him. Everyone in Beijing knew that Lin Yuan had been chasing Gu Qingyi for 3 years. Gu Qingyi had not given Lin Yuan a good look in 3 years. What is going on today? The 2 of them came to Highway Restaurant together, and Gu Qingyi wanted to open a luxurious double suite. As for Long Haochen, who was following behind, he was ignored by the hotel front desk. It turned out that he was the follower of these 2 big shots. What? I can't drive? Gu Qingyi has the aura of a superior person. This was not something such a little waiter could bear. The waiter immediately lowered his head and replied, It can be opened, I will make arrangements for you. The front desk clerk acted very quickly and immediately handed the room card to Gu Qingyi. Mr. Gu, this is your room card. Just after Gu Qingyi took the room card, Long Haochen stood up directly. He looked at Gu Qingyi and asked, Qingyi, why did you book a double deluxe suite? Do you really want to be with him? Long Haochen looked at Lin Yuan. His eyes wanting to kill someone could not be hidden. Lin Yuan was stunned. He was still puzzled, but after seeing Long Haochen's eyes that wanted a knife, he immediately made up for Gu Qingyi's explanation. Mr. Gu must be feeling tired, so he wants to rest. I think it's better for me to take the first step, Lin Yuan said, and after finishing speaking, he turned around and left, but was directly stopped by Gu Qingyi. Stop! Lin Yuan stopped angrily and turned around stiffly. Gu Qingyi looked at Long Haochen and said impatiently, Long Haochen, I have warned you many times. My decision does not require your approval. You have no control over what I do when I book this room. From now on, you are no longer my bodyguard. I will make it clear to Grandpa, now you disappear from my sight immediately." When Long Hao-chen heard this, he clenched his fists and stared at Lin Yuan with unkind eyes. Lin Yuan was about to cry but had no tears. "Did he provoke you? Do you have the ability to glare at Gu Qingyi like this?" For the sake of his own safety, he must not make Long Hao-chen angry, so he immediately stood up and helped Long Hao-chen speak. "Why is Mr. Gu so strict? I think Brother Long is just worried about your safety. The whole Beijing knows that I, Lin Yuan, am nothing. Mr. Gu is alone with me, so it is normal for Brother Long to be worried. I think it's better for us to go back to our respective homes today. If we have anything to do, we can talk about it another day. Then I'll take my leave first." Lin Yuan was about to leave again, but unexpectedly, this time, Gu Qingyi reached out and grabbed his arm. "Don't even think about leaving today," Gu Qingyi said directly, with a very tough attitude. She had to complete this task no matter what. The reward for the number 1 land in the suburbs of Beijing was too tempting for her. The 3 people at the front desk were arguing, and the service girl was dumbfounded. What kind of big melon is this? Can someone like her eat it? So you booked this double deluxe suite not just to rest by yourself, but because you really want to live in it with him? Long Hao-chen gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his joints turning white. The woman he, Long Hao-chen, had his eye on, was now dragging another man into a room together. Ever since he was a child, he had never felt such humiliation. "Yes, are you satisfied with this answer?" Gu Qingyi said coldly, and after speaking, she pulled Lin Yuan away, leaving Long Hao-chen standing alone in the messy front of the restaurant. "Lin Yuan, okay, very good, I will kill you!" Long Hao-chen roared in a low voice, like the roar of a wild beast. At this time, Lin Yuan, who was being pulled by Gu Qingyi, suddenly felt that he was locked by a huge aura. He couldn't help but tremble all over, and quietly looked back, seeing that Long Hao-chen's figure had disappeared. It's over. I can't explain it at all now. I can't explain it clearly. Isn't it possible that Long Hao-chen has murderous intentions towards me? He must have murderous intentions. What should I do?" Lin Yuan was thinking wildly in his mind. Apart from being rich, he had nothing left. How could he fight with the protagonist of Destiny Child? If Long Hao-chen wanted to kill him, 1 finger would be enough. "Why are you sweating so much?" After being led into the double luxury suite by Gu Qingyi, Lin Yuan was completely heartbroken. Only when he heard Gu Qingyi's question did he come back to his senses. "Ah? What did you ask just now? I asked you why you are so sweaty? It stinks so much. You should take a shower first." "Ah?" Lin Yuan was stunned. "Oh my god, what kind of plot is going on here? Does Gu Qingyi really want it?" Lin Yuan looked at Gu Qingyi. Gu Qingyi was extraordinarily beautiful today. She was not wearing a professional suit and was less capable. She was sitting on the sofa, with her flawless white legs together, which was simply breathtaking. "If I can have such a beauty once before I die, it seems to be worth it." Lin Yuan thought to himself that this ending seemed acceptable. "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you hurry up and take a shower? You're covered in sweat. Do you feel better? We'll talk about things after you take a shower." Gu Qingyi glanced at Lin Yuan and found that he was still standing at the door, so she couldn't help but urge him. Oh. Lin Yuan immediately responded. It turned out that it was just to talk about things and had no other meaning. He felt a little disappointed in his heart. After Lin Yuan went to take a shower, Gu Qingyi opened the door to the suite and kept it open. After all, she was also worried in her heart, not sure if Lin Yuan would give her a hard-on and open the door so that the outside could know what was going on inside the house, so that she could run away if something unexpected happened. Anyway, the mission only said that she and Lin Yuan should stay alone in the deluxe double suite until midnight, but it didn't say that she couldn't leave the door open. At the same time, Yilinger also drove to Highway Restaurant. "Miss Yi, welcome." The front desk of the restaurant greeted him immediately. "Well, are Gu Qingyi and Lin Yuan here?" "Ah?" Hearing Yilinger's question, The waitress at the front desk of the restaurant had her big eyes full of doubts. Ah, what? Did the two of them come here just now? Tell me where they are now, or believe it or not, I will make you unemployed from here. Yi Ling threatened directly. Although Highway Restaurant is an asset of the Chu family, it is still very easy for Yi Linger to fire the front desk of a restaurant. She can do it with a little use of the family's power. After all, it is impossible for the Chu family to have a dispute with the Yi family over a restaurant front desk, so they can only sacrifice a small restaurant front desk. The waitress at the front desk of the restaurant obviously understood this truth, so she didn't dare to ignore Yi Linger's question. What is going on today? First Gu Qingyi and Lin Yuan came to check out a room, and then Yi Linger came to look for it. Could she be here to catch someone or G? Now, immediately, take me to find Gu Qingyi and Lin Yuan, do you understand? Yi Linger looked at the front desk lady and spoke word by word. I understand, Miss Yi, please come with me. Gu Qingyi, Lin Yuan, and Yi Linger are all big shots in Beijing. As a front desk lady in a restaurant, how can she have the ability to disobey their orders? So a front desk lady obediently took Yi Linger to the room where Gu Qingyi and Lin Yuan were. After coming out of the elevator, Yi Linger discovered something was wrong. It's not like she has never been to Highway Restaurant before. The place to eat is not here at all, this is a place to stay. In Yi Linger's opinion, Gu Qingyi and Lin Yuan came to Highway Restaurant only for dinner. As for booking a room? That was simply impossible. Who in the entire Beijing didn't know the relationship between the two of them? It was simply impossible to get to this point. So she looked at the waitress leading the way and asked, Are you sure you didn't take the wrong route? Are Gu Qingyi and Lin Yuan here? Yes, Miss Yi. Seeing the waiter's vows, Yi Linger couldn't help but have many questions in her heart. Those two people actually came to Highway Restaurant to book a room. When did the two of them reach this stage? Recalling that at her grandfather's birthday party, just because she and Lin Yuan said something that could easily cause misunderstanding, Gu Qingyi directly went to Lin Yuan to question her relationship with her and the relationship between her and Lin Yuan at that time. That attitude. No way, have the two of them really come together? Yi Linger was extremely surprised, feeling that the sun seemed to be rising from the west at this moment. The lady at the front desk stopped, and then spoke to Yi Linger behind her. Ms. Yi, the room with the door open in front is the double luxury suite of Mr. Gu and Lin Xiaoding. Can you go there by yourself? The waitress asked. If Gu Qingyi and Lin Yuan knew that she was the one who led Yi Linger, they would probably remember them. No matter before or after, they would offend others, so at this time, not showing up was the best choice. Yi Linger glanced at the waiter and knew the other person's difficulties and what the other person was afraid of, so she nodded. Okay, I'll go there by myself, you go. Thank you, Miss Yi. At this moment, the waitress felt like she had been granted amnesty. She turned around and left the place without stopping, because she had a feeling that the next scene was not something she could see. At the same time, Lin Yuan finally finished taking a bath, put on the bathrobe of the restaurant, and walked out of the bathroom. Needless to say, after taking this bath, I felt nothing but comfort all over my body. Gu Qingyi sat on the sofa with her legs crossed. When she saw Lin Yuan coming out, she patted the seat next to her and said, Come and sit. Oh. Lin Yuan felt an instinctive sense of obedience to Gu Qingyi's words. He moved his steps and leaned closer little by little. When she was about to move to the sofa, Gu Qingyi looked very impatient and said bluntly, Can't you hurry up? You're procrastinating and you're a man too? Gu Qingyi suddenly made a sound, which startled Lin Yuan. He stepped forward with his left foot and his right foot, and leaned forward heavily. In front of him was Gu Qingyi. In an instant, the air changed its smell. Lin Yuan looked at Gu Qingyi, who was pressed under him, and Gu Qingyi also looked blankly at Lin Yuan, who was pressed against him. Neither of them spoke, and neither of them broke the current atmosphere. Until... Oh, what are you doing? It's broad daylight, the sky is clear, and the door is open. You are shameless and shameless! The sharp voice brought the two people back to reality. After understanding the current situation, Gu Qingyi directly pushed Lin Yuan. Hurry up and drive! Oh, oh, oh. Lin Yuan also quickly got up, and then the two of them looked at the door in unison. At this time, Yilinga was still standing at the door. Her cheeks were turning red quickly, and she looked at the pair of dogs in front of her with shame. Men and women. Yilinga, you're not at home with your grandpa, why did you come here? Gu Qingyi straightened her clothes that were messed up by Lin Yuan just now, and asked calmly without changing her expression. You have the nerve to ask. If I hadn't come over suddenly, I still wouldn't have known that Mr. Gu had such a relationship with Lin Yuan. Could it be that Lin Yuan has been chasing you for 3 years and finally touched Mr. Gu's cold heart? Yilinga quickly adjusted her emotions. She took a deep breath and put the scene she just saw behind her. It was so shameful that she didn't even dare to think about it. When you do this kind of thing, couldn't you close the door? Are you still keeping the door open for fear that others won't see you? You are shameless and shameless. You too be asterisk 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 asterisk. I really looked up to you before. Ahem. Miss Yi must have misunderstood. I just accidentally fell down. The relationship between Mr. Gu and I is innocent. Miss Yi must not talk nonsense or hurt Mr. Gu. It has a bad reputation. Lin Yuan coughed twice and then said, I accidentally fell? In the room? Do you think I will believe this lame excuse? Yilinga was amused by Lin Yuan. Even a child would not believe this excuse. Do you think she would believe it? Miss Yi, what are you doing here? If you have nothing to do, please leave. Lin Yuan and I still have some things to discuss. Gu Qingyi's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened just now, and she still had that stern expression. Yilinga recalled the purpose of coming here. It was all because of the scene just now that the impact it had on her was so great that she forgot the purpose of coming here. She looked at Lin Yuan, then sorted out her thoughts and said, I came here to find Lin Yuan. I want to ask him to have a meal alone to express my gratitude. If Mr. Gu is not in a hurry, why not give Lin Yuan to me first? Did I hear correctly? When she heard Yilinga's purpose, Gu Qingyi showed a surprised look, and then said in a slightly yin-yang tone, Lin Yuan is a bad boy in Beijing who does all kinds of evil. Miss Yi actually wants to ask him to have dinner alone? Mr. Gu can have a room with Lin Yuan alone, but I just have a meal with Lin Yuan alone, so what does it matter? Yilinga has never been one to suffer losses. She looked at Gu Qingyi and fought back with a slightly yin-yang tone. At this moment, Lin Yuan was sandwiched between two girls. Vaguely, he seemed to see a green dragon with angry eyes behind Gu Qingyi, and he seemed to see a white tiger with teeth and claws behind Yilinga. And he was like a little lamb caught in the middle, trembling. What's the problem? Am I not the evil young man in Beijing who does all kinds of evil? Shouldn't the two heroines hate me? Why are they looking for me now? Lin Yuan really couldn't figure it out. When did he, a bad boy, become so popular? Is it possible that he really agrees with the saying that if a man is not bad, a woman will not love him? Sisters, how about I take the initiative to make room for you two today and have a meal alone in this room? Lin Yuan made a suggestion at this time. This hellish place was simply torture, and he didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. Unexpectedly, after he said this, Yilinga and Gu Qingyi spoke almost at the same time. No! Lin Yuan, who was about to leave, immediately stood still where he was. What on earth was going on? Miss Yi wants to have dinner with Lin Yuan, but when can't she do it? How about another day? I can invite you two to have dinner alone on another day, Gu Qingyi said. Only today, Lin Yuan had to stay by her side, so it was absolutely impossible for her to compromise with Yilinga. Yilinga smiled and replied, No, it must be today, and it can only be today. If it were normal times, Yilinga might have compromised, but not today. No matter what, she had to get the system's task reward, which was the Tai Divine Acupuncture technique. Miss Yi, did you do this on purpose? Gu Qingyi frowned. Yilinga obviously did this on purpose. This little girl was the one who usually disliked Lin Yuan the most. Sometimes, when attending a gathering, the four major families would inevitably appear at the same time, and encounters were inevitable. And every time, Yilinga would scold Lin Yuan, without exception. So how could Yilinga suddenly change her views on Lin Yuan? She even had to eat with him alone, which was obviously aimed at her deliberately. Mr. Gu, how could I do this on purpose? I just want to express my gratitude to Lin Yuan. He gave my grandfather 1,000-year-old wild ginseng. It is genuine and has greatly helped my grandfather's condition. Thank you. Isn't it appropriate to take a moment? I just want to have dinner with Lin Yuan alone. It won't take long. Can't Mr. Gu wait? Yilinga made up a reason. The 1,000-year-old wild ginseng gifted by Lin Yuan did help Grandpa's health, but it was far from as important as Yilinga said. It was just that he needed a legitimate reason to find an excuse for having a separate dinner with Lin Yuan. If it's just thank you, then Miss Yi can say it now and leave immediately after saying it, Gu Qingyi said calmly. If she had not entered this room before, she might have agreed to Yilinga's request, but now, she and Lin Yuan had entered this room. If Lin Yuan suddenly left at this time, she could not predict whether the system mission would fail. She didn't want to take this risk. Just a verbal thank you cannot express my gratitude to Lin Yuan, so I must let him have a meal alone with me. Don't be nervous, Mr. Gu. It's just a meal. I won't compete with you for Lin Yuan. After the meal, I will help you bring Lin Yuan back. How about that? Gu Qingyi glanced at Yilinga and snorted softly. Miss Yi, what if I say no? Then I won't leave until you agree, Yilinga said, and walked directly into the room. She sat opposite Gu Qingyi, and the two women stared at each other angrily. The two women refused to give in to the other. At this moment, they had only one thought in their hearts. I don't believe you can stay here forever and never leave. I don't believe you can endure your disagreement. Time passes little by little, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the evening. For several hours, none of the three people in the room spoke. Whenever Lin Yuan wanted to speak, the two girls would stare back at him at the same time. In the end, he simply lay on the bed and played with his mobile phone. Seeing that it was almost 12 o'clock, Gu Qingyi and Yilinga were extremely anxious. It was almost the time specified by the system, but their task was not completed yet. Mr. Gu, are you so unhappy about letting Lin Yuan and I have a meal alone? Yilinga asked with a frown. Since when did Gu Qingyi protect Lin Yuan so much? So possessive? No one else is allowed to have a meal with Lin Yuan. Miss Yi, I have made it very clear, not today. You. Yilinga clenched her fists. Another day meant nothing to her. 1 second, 1 minute, 1 hour, as the 12 o'clock bell rang, the system also announced the result of this mission. Unfortunately, the host has not completed the system task, and the reward land number 1 in the suburbs of Beijing has expired. Unfortunately, the host has not completed the system task, and the reward Tai Divine Needle Technique has expired. Gu Qingyi and Yilinga heard the strange voice coming from their minds, and they both glared at each other at the same time. It was all because of the woman in front of him that he did not get the reward for the system task. Today, the relationship was finally settled. Mr. Gu, it's getting late. I won't disturb you and Lin Yuan's good things. Goodbye. Yilinga stood up directly and said. Gu Qingyi also stood up at this time and said, Miss Yi, thanks to you, I am no longer interested. Now you can go have a meal alone with Lin Yuan to express your gratitude. Both of them were very angry, but neither showed it. They glared at each other again and walked out of the room together. When Lin Yuan saw this, he quickly changed his clothes and walked out of the room. The three of them walked out of Highway Restaurant together. This scene fell into the eyes of the staff of Highway Restaurant, and their desire to gossip was overwhelming. Lin Yuan, come to my office tomorrow. Gu Qingyi spoke directly. Ah? Me? Mr. Gu, it's not appropriate for me to go to your office. Lin Yuan smiled and said that he really didn't want to have anything to do with the two women in front of him. This is not a discussion with you, but a notification. Do you understand? If I don't see you in my office tomorrow, you will be dead. After Gu Qingyi finished speaking, she drove away directly. Yilinga glanced at Lin Yuan and didn't say much. She was still a little surprised at the relationship between Lin Yuan and Gu Qingyi had become so good. She also drove away, leaving Lin Yuan alone in the wind. Master! Lin Yuan's driver came to him at this time. The driver followed Gu Qingyi when he came out of Ye's house. After Lin Yuan and Gu Qingyi entered the hotel, he waited here without leaving. He only appeared when he saw Lin Yuan coming out. You have been waiting here, but did you see Gu Qingyi's bodyguard come out of the restaurant? After the two troublesome women left, Lin Yuan completely relaxed. With a gust of night wind, his head regained some clarity. I saw it, young master. Even if the bodyguard turns into ashes, I can still recognize it. Which direction did he go? Going north. North. After hearing the driver's report, Lin Yuan frowned, because if he wanted to go home, he would have to go north. It seemed that Long Haochen was planning to attack him on the way. Regardless of whether this possibility exists, Lin Yuan does not intend to put himself in a dangerous situation. Go to Tianhua Mansion today! Okay, master. Tianhua Mansion is located on the south side of Beijing. It is an area of high-end villas specially built by wealthy people. Lin Yuan has a house there. The car drove on the road very smoothly. There were few vehicles on the road in the middle of the night, so the speed naturally increased a bit. When passing a viaduct, the driver suddenly braked hard. The inertia caused Lin Yuan's whole body to tilt forward, and his forehead hit the front seat directly. What's going on? Lin Yuan rubbed his forehead and looked up, only to see Long Haochen standing in front of the car. He had one foot on the hood of the car and his hands in his pockets, showing off to the extreme. Master, are you okay? The driver asked. I'm fine. It's Gu Qingyi's bodyguard. He's really not afraid of death. He actually stood in front of our car and watched me hit him to death. After the driver finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator without any hesitation, because he knew that even if someone died, the young master could take care of it for him. However, although he had stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, the car did not move at all. The friction between the tires and the ground was very harsh, a thick smoke billowed up, and the smell of burnt tires filled the air. Long Haochen stood in front of the car with a smile on his face. Just putting one foot on the hood of the car made it difficult for the car to move. That's enough, stop. Lin Yuan frowned, knowing that this method was of no use to Long Haochen, so he asked the driver to stop. Is he still a human being? The driver's eyes widened in fright, and his eyes were full of disbelief. How could someone stop a car from moving at full speed with just 1 foot? Shouldn't he be knocked away? The shocking fact made the driver think he was dreaming. Lin Yuan knew that he could not escape this disaster, so he took the initiative to get out of the car, looked at Long Haochen, showed a kind smile, and said, Brother Long, I didn't expect that we would meet on this viaduct late at night. What a fate! Long Haochen looked at Lin Yuan. It was strange that this guy could still laugh at this moment. He didn't believe that Lin Yuan didn't know his purpose. What's more, normal people would have been shocked into incoherence after seeing what he had just shown, just like this driver, but Lin Yuan seemed to be fine. Could it be that he is a hidden master? Or does he know his own abilities? Long Haochen was very cautious, thinking about such a possibility in his mind. Experts should be excluded, because based on his strength, it can be seen that Lin Yuan is a real weakling. His physical fitness is so poor that he may be out of breath even if he runs a few meters. Then there is only one possibility left, that the other party knows your information. Long Haochen frowned. He didn't like this feeling. It seemed that Lin Yuan had to be killed. It is indeed fate, but you may not be able to catch this fate. Long Haochen walked towards Lin Yuan and was ready to take action. Brother Long, you and I have no grievances. I don't understand why you insist on attacking me. I'm still speaking for you in the Yi family. Lin Yuan pretended to be calm, but in fact he was extremely flustered inside. Every time Long Haochen took a step towards him, his heart would twitch. Because Gu Qingyi, she is the woman I like, and you defiled her, so you must die. Defiled? I rely on you, you are really good at thinking. You like to cuckold yourself so much? Could it be that you are a cuckold? Lin Yuan complained in his heart that he would never dare to say these words in front of Long Haochen. Brother Long must have misunderstood, Lin Yuan continued to say with a gentle smile. As the saying goes, if you don't hit the smiling person, as long as your attitude is correct enough, you should always talk to me. But looking at Long Haochen's posture, it seems that he doesn't intend to talk to you too much. Mr. Gu and I are innocent and have no relationship at all. Yilinger, the young lady of the Yi family, can testify to this. Not long after you left, Yilinger came over. She and Mr. Gu looked at each other eye to eye. It's not over until 12 o'clock. Lin Yuan immediately told Long Haochen what happened at Highway Restaurant today, hoping to get him some conscience, because in the original work, a child of destiny needs a legitimate reason to kill someone. Now that the reason is gone, you can't still kill me, right? Really? In this case. After Long Haochen spoke for a while, Lin Yuan thought that the other party had changed his mind and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly, Long Haochen suddenly changed the subject. Then I will avoid future troubles. Brother Long, there is no need for us to reach this point. If you like Gu Qingyi, you can pursue her. I will never stop you. I can also help you provide convenience so that you can pursue Gu Qingyi faster. How about it? Mahler Gobi, Long Haochen is determined to kill him. Since there is no way to make sense, let's talk about interests. Sure enough, after saying this, Long Haochen stopped and seemed to be thinking about the possibility of this matter. I, Long Haochen, need your help to facilitate my pursuit of a woman? Do you look down on me? Long Haochen frowned and walked towards Lin Yuan again. Damn it, this doesn't work either? Isn't this guy willing to take the hard way? Lin Yuan was extremely nervous, and he suddenly shouted. Wait a moment. Oh? Do you have any last words? Long Haochen looked at Lin Yuan playfully. He would kill Lin Yuan tonight anyway. Even if the King of Heaven came, he wouldn't be able to stop him. What did he say? It doesn't matter if it's a minute more or a minute less. He gave Lin Yuan time to say his last words. I just have a question. After you left Highway Restaurant, you clearly went north, but I was going south. Why were you able to stop me? Lin Yuan asked. He knew the answer to the question very clearly, but at the moment he just wanted to delay it for 1 second. Even if it was just 1 more second, he could think about the countermeasures for 1 more second, which would give him 1 more second of hope to survive. Haha. I'm surprised you can ask such a stupid question. After listening to Lin Yuan's question, Long Haochen couldn't help but chuckle. He really overestimated the guy in front of him. I left the Highway Restaurant and headed north, but I didn't go far away. I stayed nearby and waited for you to come out. Although you were smart enough to drive south, unfortunately the speed of the car was too slow. In my eyes, they are no different from snails. You only need to spend a little effort to catch up easily. Do you understand now? The corners of Long Haochen's mouth curled up, as if he really enjoyed the feeling of being superior to others. In his eyes, ordinary people were nothing more than ants that he could crush to death with just a flick of his finger. Lin Yuan also smiled, but his smile was a bitter one. Ancient warriors are really outrageous. Their physical speed alone can match the speed of a vehicle, and they can hold up the full speed of a vehicle with just 1 foot. When he read the original novel, he didn't have any impression of this ability. Now, after experiencing it personally, he only wanted to say 2 words, pervert. In the later stage, a sword splits the mountain and a knife breaks the sky. What kind of scene will that be? It's a pity that there's a high probability that I won't live to the later stages. Seeing Long Haochen approaching, beads of sweat appeared on Lin Yuan's forehead. Is it possible that I really have to explain it here? Master, please leave quickly. At this moment, Lin Yuan's driver got out of the car at some point. He pounced on Long Haochen like a tiger and hugged Long Haochen tightly to buy time for Lin Yuan to leave. Court death! Long Haochen was angry. He exerted force with his arms slightly, and a huge force immediately spread throughout his limbs. He reached out and grabbed the driver and threw him directly at Lin Yuan. With a thud, the driver's body fell heavily on Lin Yuan, and they both flew out, a full 2 or 3 meters away, before falling to the ground. Lin Yuan didn't have time to think about the pain in his body. He stood up tremblingly. F***K, this body is too weak. He couldn't help but complain. The driver next to him also stood up, because Lin Yuan had just acted as a cushion for him, so he was not seriously injured. Master, I'm sorry, are you okay? Not dead yet. Lin Yuan wiped the corner of his mouth and fixed his eyes on Long Haochen again. Master, I'll hold him back. You leave quickly and call for more help. It's no use. Lin Yuan answered directly. This guy is not an ordinary person. No matter how many people we have, they can't hurt him. Besides, you can't stop him alone. His target is me. Go away and don't give your life away in vain. Master! The driver never expected to hear such words from his own young master. The young master was actually worried about me. The young master actually cared about me. And in order to keep me alive, the young master was willing to stay and let me go first. The driver was so moved that he almost cried. Haha, you two have a deep relationship as master and servant. Lin Yuan, I heard that you are a bad boy in North City, doing all kinds of evil. How could someone like you worry about the safety of a driver? I have a new respect for you. Long Haochen clenched his fist, ready to give Lin Yuan the final blow. Since you still have some backbone, I will give you a quick death. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Haochen suddenly exerted force on his feet, and his figure was like a gust of wind and lightning. The next second, he appeared in front of Lin Yuan, and his fist went straight to Lin Yuan's face. It's over. My second life is about to end like this. Lin Yuan knew that there was no way to avoid it, so he closed his eyes and accepted this reality. But in the end I still complained in my heart. Damn it, God, if you can give me a system, I will crush this child of destiny to the ground. Stop! An angry shout echoed on the viaduct at night. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. At this moment, Long Haochen's fist was only 0.01 centimeter away from his face. The two of them looked in the direction where the sound came from at the same time. Two sheriffs in police uniforms were seen running towards them quickly, shining strong flashlights in their hands so brightly that the two men could not open their eyes. Seeing this, Long Haochen snorted coldly, grabbed Lin Yuan's clothes and pulled him in front of him. You're lucky today, but I don't believe you'll be this lucky every time. Just run around like a rat in the gutter and see how long you can survive in my hands. Killing someone in front of the North City sheriff is not a wise move, especially since the person killed is the eldest son of the Lin family, one of the 4 major families in North City. The Lin family will surely attack with all their strength, and it will become a major case that will shock North City, which will be disadvantageous to him. Life in the North City. You can tell the sheriff that I am the one who wants to kill you, but then you won't be the only one to die. Your parents, yes, and your daughter will also die. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. After Long Haochen finished speaking, he threw Lin Yuan to the ground, then walked away and soon disappeared into the night. Long Haochen! Lin Yuan clenched his fists. Every man has his own dignity, and his own bottom line. If someone bullies you, you may be able to endure it, but if someone threatens your family, you can still swallow your anger. You are not a man. Child of destiny, I love your mother. If you don't kill me today, I will make you regret it tomorrow. Lin Yuan swore secretly. Hey, are you two okay? You are Lin Yuan? The two sheriffs quickly came to Lin Yuan's side, and after seeing Lin Yuan, they were both shocked. Just because Lin Yuan was too famous, he had to go to their police station every few days. The police station was almost like his home. He even had a separate detention room in the police station. What just happened? A sheriff asked, also confused. If he saw it correctly, Lin Yuan seemed to have been beaten. In North City, there were actually people who dared to touch Lin Yuan. They really thought they wanted to die. It's okay, I just encountered a highway robbery. Lin Yuan dusted himself off and spoke to the two sheriffs. The two sheriffs looked at each other, and a question popped up in their minds at the same time. Is this still Lin Yuan? In the past, he would have scolded them, saying that the sheriffs were good for nothings and why they didn't chase the criminals. Mr. Lin, does this matter need to be handed over to us? No need, I didn't lose anything, I just fell down after being pushed by him. It was dark at night, and I didn't see him clearly, so forget it. Just keep patrolling, and remember to be on high alert. Lin Yuan called the driver and left the place directly. The two sheriffs looked at each other again. Was Lin Yuan instructing them just now? Is it night now? Are they daydreaming? The vehicle continued to drive towards Tianhua Mansion. Master, I failed to protect you just now. The driver preached to Lin Yuan while driving. He was very ashamed. Not only had he failed to protect the young master, but he had also been protected by the young master. In order for him to leave, the young master was even willing to stay alone. As the young master's driver and bodyguard, he was simply derelict in his duties. Haha, there is no need to apologize. Long Haochen is not an ordinary person. You are not his opponent. This is normal. Lin Yuan leaned back on his seat and closed his eyes to rest. He could not forget what Long Haochen said to him when he left. At that time, Lin Yuan really wanted to ask, "Are you the villain and am I?" Master, do you want to find more people to protect you personally? Even if we are not that guy's opponent, we can at least delay the time and let you leave safely. The driver spoke again. How many more people? Delay time? Lin Yuan just smiled bitterly. This driver had no idea how terrifying Long Haochen was. Ordinary Lin Jiazi was nothing more than a fly shaking a tree when facing Long Haochen. Even the king of special forces could only be killed instantly in front of Long Haochen. This guy is an ancient warrior. This kind of person has transcended the common sense of the world. If there are just a few more people, there is no way he can be his opponent. May I have your name? Lin Yuan looked at the driver who was still driving and asked suddenly. Because he searched through the memories in his mind and couldn't remember the driver's name, he could only ask. Such a loyal subordinate deserves to be remembered by his name. Master, my name is Yang Gang. Yang Gang said his name, and when he introduced himself, his voice was slightly excited. The young master had never asked for his name before. If I ask now, there is no doubt that the young master has remembered me. Does this mean that I have become the young master's confidant? Yang Gang was thinking wildly in his mind. Lin Yuan nodded, and he remembered the name. The car quickly drove to Tianhua Mansion. Lin Yuan led Yang Gang into his villa and rummaged for a while before finding some ointment for treating bruises. After simply applying it, Lin Yuan said to Yang Gang, "You go find a guest room to sleep in." Master, I'm not sleepy. I can keep watch for you. Lin Yuan glanced at Yang Gang and smiled. This is Tianhua Mansion. There are security guards specially patrolling. I don't need you. You have to drive for me tomorrow. Go to sleep. Okay, I will listen to the young master. Hearing what Lin Yuan said, Yang Gang compromised, found a guest room, and slept. Lin Yuan went to the master bedroom. He lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling, not sleepy at all. Long Haochen was going to attack him tonight. If the patrolling police officer hadn't suddenly appeared, his life would have been at stake. After experiencing something like this, he couldn't sleep. The son of destiny, the protagonist Long Haochen, if you attack me, I may be able to tolerate it, but if you threaten my family, then don't blame me for being rude to you. Lin Yuan got up from the bed and came to the table to sort out the information in his mind. In the original novel, Long Haochen occasionally encountered adventures after he came down the mountain. It was because of these adventures that Long Haochen's strength steadily improved step by step and became more and more powerful. What he had to do now was to get ahead of Long Haochen and seize these adventures for himself so as to improve his own strength. He had thought of this idea before, but the risk was too great. I wanted to make more preparations before taking action, but it was obvious that Long Haochen would not give me such time. If you want to kill me, don't blame me for taking away your opportunity. Lin Yuan wrote and drew on the paper. There are really too many adventures belonging to Long Haochen in the original novel, and he wants to pick out a few simple ones that can quickly improve his own strength. In the original book, there are only 3 ways to improve your strength. The first is to practice martial arts, the second is magic weapons, and the third is elixirs. After sorting for a long time, Lin Yuan drew 3 circles on the paper. There is a circle of opportunities here that belongs to your future self. As Long Haochen became more and more powerful, he no longer felt refreshed by crushing his ordinary self, so the author arranged an opportunity for his villain self to improve his abilities. After improving his strength, he felt that he was invincible and did even more evil things, but he still fell into Long Haochen's hands and gave him a lot of experience. The next day, Lin Yuan got up in a daze. He stretched his body, washed up simply, and left the room. Yang Gang, go and help me purchase these things. Lin Yuan handed Yang Gang a note with some items he would need for going out written on it. Looking at the items on the note, Yang Gang asked, Master, are we going on a long journey? Yes, you come with me, so we can buy more supplies. Okay, Master, I'll do it right away. Yang Gang didn't ask where he was going. He immediately went to the largest shopping mall in North City and bought everything Lin Yuan needed. Lin Yuan opened the refrigerator, looked at the ingredients inside, and prepared some simple food for himself. I fried a few eggs, toasted 2 slices of bread, and had some cherry tomatoes, lettuce, and salad dressing and had a simple bite. Yang Gang was very fast and returned to Tianhua Mansion in no time. Master, everything has been purchased. Okay, let's go. Young master, didn't Mr. Gu make an appointment with you today? Yang Gang looked at Lin Yuan and spoke carefully. He didn't finish his words, but he got the point across. Lin Yuan also remembered that Gu Qingyi did ask him to go to her office today. But his life was almost in danger, so how could he have the time to go to her place? Besides, Long Haochen was Gu Qingyi's personal bodyguard, so wouldn't it be suicide for him to go there? No, let's go straight away, Lin Yuan said immediately. Yes, master. Yang Gang did not ask why. Since the young master decided not to go, then he would not go. He only needed to obey the young master's orders. Soon, the car drove out of Tianhua Mansion and headed into the distance. On the way, Lin Yuan sent a message to his parents. I'm going on a long trip. It will take me 2 or 3 days to come back. Please take good care of Xiaobao. He turned off his phone as soon as he was done. During this period, he didn't want anyone to disturb him. Lin Yuan looked out the window with a serious expression. This trip might be risky, but he had to go through it anyway. The first stop Lin Yuan wants to go to is Savage Peak. Savage Peak is located at the junction of Beijing and Mountain City. It is a no-man's land and is very mysterious. According to rumors, there are savages there, so it is named Savage Peak. Savage Peak is a continuous mountain peak with dense jungle and many wild animals. It is a good place for those who like adventure. The drive takes 5 or 6 hours. When Lin Yuan arrived at Savage Peak, it was almost afternoon. There are several small villages near Savage Peak. They say they are nearby, but in fact they are still several kilometers away from Savage Peak. Finding a simple restaurant here, Lin Yuan and Yang Gang ate some food to fill their stomachs. Lin Yuan and Yang Gang were not the only 2 people in the restaurant. Besides them, there was also a group of 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. It was obvious at a glance that they were from out of town. He probably wanted to explore Savage Peak, otherwise it would be impossible to come to this corner of the country. You too, are you also here to explore Savage Peak? Just when Lin Yuan and Yang Gang were about to leave, one of the 4 people came to them and asked in a friendly manner. This man has a very handsome face, wears casual sportswear, and has a bright and cheerful smile, giving him a gentle and gentlemanly temperament. Yes, could it be that you are too? Lin Yuan responded with a smile. Naturally, it was impossible for him to reveal his true purpose of coming here, so he used the excuse of adventure to cover it up. Yes, the 4 of us are from the capital. Capital? Lin Yuan was a little surprised. The capital is the capital, and those who can live in the capital regard themselves as superior to outsiders. Lin Yuan took one more look at the 4 people in front of him, and judged them based on their clothes and their temperament. They could not be the children of ordinary families in the capital. They were probably young masters or young ladies from big businessmen. Because in them, Lin Yuan felt a magnetic field that was very similar to his own. It was not something that children from ordinary families could have. It must be a kind of pride cultivated from a lack of money since childhood. Since you are also going to explore the Savage Peak, we might as well go together. After all, one more person will give you more strength. If you encounter any danger along the way, everyone will have someone to take care of you. What do you think? The gentle young master asked again. Forget it, Zhou Feng, these two guys are incompetent at first glance. If we take them with us, they might become a burden to us. At this time, another boy spoke. His words were a bit harsh, and he was not as gentle as the man in front of him. Instead, he looked like a playboy. In him, Lin Yuan seemed to see the shadow of his former self. Lin Yuan didn't pay attention to this person's remarks, and just replied lightly. If you don't mind, we can go together for a while. Lin Yuan's goal was the depths of Savage Peak. He knew that these 4 young masters and ladies were just here to have fun and would leave after wandering around the perimeter of Savage Peak. It doesn't matter if we go together for a while. That's a good relationship. My name is Zhou Feng, the name of the person who made the rude remarks just now is Zhang Long, and the names of these two are He Yue and Wang Qianwei. Zhou Feng introduced the names of 4 people respectively. Hey, who do you think was rude? Zhang Long said with a very unhappy frown. Lin Yuan ignored it and looked at the girl named He Yue in front of him. She had an extremely outstanding appearance. She was wearing a casual shirt, trousers, and mountaineering sneakers. She was obviously preparing for an expedition to Savage Peak. Her long hair was tied back and tied into a ball, and her exquisite face made people fall in love with her just by looking at it. When he heard this name, the memory in Lin Yuan's mind was awakened. In the original work, He Yue is also the harem of Long Haochen, the destined son, but she appears very far back, and she has a misogyny when she appears and cannot have close contact with boys. And our destined son, Long Haochen, is just an exception. Strange, why did she show up now? And didn't she say she had misogyny? Now she went out on an adventure with boys, didn't she? Lin Yuan was filled with doubts. But he soon remembered. It is mentioned later in the original book that He Yue's misogyny was not born with her, but she accompanied her friends on an adventure a few years ago. During the expedition, 2 boys who were traveling with her harmed them and wanted to do something inappropriate. Fortunately, her friend who was traveling with her helped her delay time and allowed her to escape. However, after that, her friend completely lost sight of her, and the 2 boys who were traveling with her returned to the capital unharmed. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan looked at Wang Qianwei who was sitting with He Yue. She was the girl who tried her best to stop the 2 beasts, and bought time for her good sisters to escape. In terms of appearance, she is a bit inferior to He Yue, but her figure is much plumper than He Yue, which is a bonus. I see, then it seems that this is the node where this happened. I didn't expect that I would encounter it. No wonder I felt familiar when I heard the name Zhou Feng. Isn't this the biggest opponent Long Haochen will encounter later when he goes to the capital? He is a smiling tiger and a hypocrite. He looks kind and gentle on the surface, but in fact it is just to cover up his dirty and perverted psychology. Lin Yuan's thoughts were surging in his heart, and now he was considering whether to agree to their request to go together. Hey, have you seen enough? Zhang Long's voice sounded, and he came to Lin Yuan impatiently. From just now, this guy has been staring at He Yue and Wang Qianwei, and he simply doesn't take him seriously. You want to be a toad eating swan meat? Just take a piss and take a good photo. Zhang Long's words were very unpleasant. Yang Gang was very angry when he saw someone dared to insult his young master like this. He clenched his fists and was about to attack. He couldn't beat Long Haochen, but these 2 bastards in front of him were also his opponents. Lin Yuan reached out to stop Yang Gang and told him not to act rashly. My brother is a little impulsive, please don't mind. It doesn't matter, my brother's words are indeed unpleasant. My name is Lin Yuan, and this is my brother Yang Gang. Brother Lin, nice to meet you. Brother Zhou, nice to meet you. The 2 of them smiled and stretched out their hands and shook hands, as if they were good friends who fell in love at first sight and wanted to hug each other immediately. Okay, you grown men, if you're done talking, let's get going. At this time, Wang Qianwei stood up. There is no description of Wang Qianwei in the original book, but looking at it now, Lin Yuan felt that she might be a bit of a tomboy. In comparison, He Yue next to her looked pitiful, making people want to protect her. After settling the bill, Lin Yuan and his group left the restaurant and came to the car parked on the roadside. There are 4 people in Zhou Feng driving a car. Wang Qianwei and He Yue don't need to drive, they only need to sit in the back seat. Zhou Feng and Zhang Long take turns to do the driving. For their own purposes, the 2 of them had no complaints. Just when He Yue was about to get in the car, a very strange electronic sound sounded in her mind. System binding successful, host name, He Yue. Complete the tasks released by the system to obtain task rewards. The system releases a mission. Take your good friend Wang Qianwei and take Lin Yuan's car to Savage Peak. The reward for completing the mission is a Bing skill card for help. The strange electronic sound in her mind made He Yue stop in her tracks. She looked at Lin Yuan not far away with curious eyes. What's going on? What the hell is the system? Why does it want me and Ye to take Lin Yuan's car? Can't figure it out. Yue, what's wrong with you? Wang Qianwei looked at her good friend and found that she was standing there with no intention of getting in the car, so she asked. It's nothing, Ye, will you accompany me on Lin Yuan's car? Wang Qianwei looked at He Yue in disbelief, never expecting to hear such words from her good friend. Lin Yuan, they just met each other once. Why did they want to take each other's car? Yue, what did you say? Zhou Feng and Zhang Long were also nearby, so they naturally heard He Yue's request. After hearing this request, Zhou Feng frowned. He did not expect that He Yue would make such a request. Is there any purpose for this? Could it be that He Yue knew about his and Zhang Long's plan? So he wanted to ask for help and wanted to escape. No, this is impossible. If he is really discovered, with He Yue's temperament, he will definitely take Wang Qianwei away directly instead of turning around to the car of a person he just met. Such behavior is not safe. I want to take Lin Yuan's car with Ye. He Yue looked at Zhou Feng and spoke again. Although she didn't know what this system was or why the system wanted her and Wang Qianwei to take Lin Yuan's car, she felt it was magical and wanted to give it a try. She did what the system said to see if it really worked. Get mission rewards. Why? Zhou Feng asked puzzledly. Because your car is uncomfortable to sit in. He Yue made up a very lame reason on the spot. Zhou Feng's car is more expensive and more comfortable than Lin Yuan's car. Zhou Feng cannot believe such lame reasons. However, since He Yue lied and found such a lame excuse, no matter how much I asked, the other party would never be able to tell me the true situation. Therefore, Zhou Feng was very sensible and did not continue to ask further questions. Zhang Long on the side wanted to speak, but Zhou Feng stopped him without giving him a chance to speak. Lin Yuan's car parked a little further away. At this time, Yang Gang drove him to a few people. Lin Yuan was unaware of the exchange between them just now. He lowered the window and asked, Why are you still standing there? Aren't you going? Lin Yuan, can Ye and I take your car? He Yue walked up to Lin Yuan and asked directly. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on. Would a girl take the initiative to ask to ride in the car of a boy she just met? Perhaps there are some materialistic women who, when they see a nice car, would be willing to get in it even if they just met the person. But He Yue is definitely not that kind of person. She is a young lady in Beijing and has high standards. She is not like those vulgar women. If so, what is it for? Can I? He Yue blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Yuan with a gentle and weak look, which was very lovable. After meeting He Yue's eyes, you would not have the heart to reject her. But do your friends agree? Lin Yuan looked at Zhou Feng and Zhang Long, and as expected, they had resentful expressions on their faces. They agree. He Yue said directly, What's more, even if they don't agree, what can they do? Can they still control themselves? Okay, right. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Although he was very curious about He Yue's purpose, he did not reject her. Anyway, Long Haochen was not here, and the two people in front of him were not the children of destiny, so there was no need to fear. Thank you. He Yue's sweet smile is captivating. Lin Yuan got out of the car and sat in the passenger seat, leaving the back seats to He Yue and Wang Qianwei. Brother Zhou, let's go. Well, let's go. Shou Feng smiled. He still looked like a gentleman, unlike Zhang Long next to him. He was already furious, and wanted to rush up and tear Lin Yuan to pieces. Zhou Feng and Zhang Long got in the car and followed behind Lin Yuan's car. System task completed. The reward SOS Bing skill card has been distributed to the prop box. The car started to move toward Savage Peak, and a strange electronic sound rang out in He Yue's mind, along with another explanation. The prop box can store the task rewards issued by the system. If the host needs it, he can get it directly from the prop box. Note: the prop box is a virtual space. When the host obtains items from the prop box, they will appear out of thin air. Please be careful not to show it in front of outsiders. Use skill card for rescue. When you are in danger, use this card to get rescue immediately. Listening to the strange electronic sound in her mind, He Yue felt that she could reach into a virtual backpack by just stretching out her hand, which was very magical. She reached into her pocket and tried to take out the SOS Bing skill card, which went very smoothly. It's actually true. There are such magical things in this world. If I tell others about it, no one will dare to believe it. He Yue was surprised. Because she lives in the capital, she knows many secrets that others don't know. For example, she knows about the ancient warriors, a minority of people who are beyond ordinary people. But even so, I never dared to think that the current situation was actually true. He Yue looked at Lin Yuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. This so-called system appeared after she met Lin Yuan. Moreover, the tasks given by the system were also related to Lin Yuan. Could it be that? Zhou Feng's car followed Lin Yuan's car. The two people in the car were silent, and no one spoke. After a long time, Zhang Long couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at Zhou Feng, who was driving, and asked in confusion, "Why did you stop me just now? If I didn't stop you, wouldn't you have started fighting with that man named Lin Yuan?" Zhou Feng glanced at Zhang Long and knew that the other person was impatient. He also knew that the other person had a bad temper and would take action whenever he disagreed. At this point, please be patient. If He Yue and Wang Qianwei become dissatisfied with us because of you and that person named Lin Yuan, our plan will fall short. Do you understand? But you just watched He Yue and Wang Qianwei get into that guy's car? Zhang Long still couldn't bear it. It was like the most beautiful and fun toy in your hand was suddenly taken away by someone else. Although you know very well in your heart that that person will not do anything to your toys, you feel very uncomfortable. A little impatience will ruin a big plan, Shou Feng said coldly. Zhang Long didn't speak again. From Zhou Feng's tone, he could already hear the other party's dissatisfaction with him. If he continued, he might be in trouble as well. When he returns to the capital, he may face revenge from the other party, which is not cost-effective. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhou Feng is a very talkative character, but only he knows that Zhou Feng is just good at disguising himself. At the same time, in Lin Yuan's car, Wang Qianwei was asking some questions about Lin Yuan himself. "Lin Yuan, where are you from?" Wang Qianwei asked. "I'm from Beijing." Lin Yuan also answered truthfully, and had nothing to hide. "Beijing is not far from our capital. If you have time, you can come to the capital to play with us. Then I will do my best as a landlord and take you to see all the fun things in the capital. How about it?" "Really? If Miss Wang said that, I'm looking forward to it. When I return from the Savage Peak adventure, I will go to the capital to visit." "Miss Wang, don't be afraid of spending money," Lin Yuan agreed with a smile. "Are you kidding? Am I afraid? Even if I don't have enough funds alone, there is still Yue. Let me tell you, Yue is a well-known little rich woman in our capital, and her family is rich. Woo! Before Wang Qianhua could finish her sentence, He Yue covered her mouth and could only let out a dull whine. Stop talking nonsense! He Yue was a little angry. This is the case with my good friend. She is not a bad person, but often she is too familiar with herself, and she doesn't know what to say. She often tells you what should be said and what should not be said. If he hadn't stopped him quickly, this girl named Wang wouldn't have known what shocking words she was going to say. Yue, you interrupted me again. Are we still good friends? Wang Qianhua finally broke free from He Yue's hand. Even though He Yue looked weak, she was very strong. In terms of strength alone, no girl of the same age could rival her. In addition, I have trained some sanda, judo and other self-defense techniques since I was a child. If judged by ordinary people's standards, I have a little bit of skill. So what if I interrupt you? Okay, show me your moves! Wang Qianhua said and launched a direct attack on He Yue. He Yue did have skills, but she couldn't fully display them in the small space in the back seat of the car. At this time, Wang Qianhua had the advantage. She laid hands on He Yue. As a good friend of He Yue, she knew He Yue's weakness, which was that her body was extremely sensitive. Just touching her sensitive area a little would make her body tremble, as if an electric current spread throughout her body instantly. Up and down. Don't don't touch anything. Wang Qianhua, you are like this, I am angry. Lin Yuan listened to the sounds of play and slapstick coming from the back row. He took a look in the rearview mirror and saw how beautiful it was. Then he closed his eyes, but the gasps of the two girls were still echoing in his ears. After being noisy for a while, Wang Qianhua stopped and looked at the embarrassed He Yue. At this time, she was leaning against the back seat, breathing heavily, and her towering breasts rose and fell rhythmically. He Yue glanced at Wang Qianhua complainingly. It was simply too much to let herself be so embarrassed in front of a man she had just met. Wang Qianhua turned her head away and whistled softly, as if she hadn't done it herself just now. Master, ahead is Savage Peak. Yang Gang spoke to Lin Yuan at this time. These words naturally fell into the ears of He Yue and Wang Qianhua, and they immediately looked at Lin Yuan curiously. Yang Gang just called Lin Yuan young master, so these two are not friends or brothers, but have a master-servant relationship. Lin Yuan, you are still a young master. Could it be that you are the son of a big family in Beijing? Wang Qianhua couldn't restrain her curiosity and immediately asked. So be it. Lin Yuan did not elaborate. Then what kind of business does your family do? Maybe we can have business cooperation? They are all small businesses, not worth mentioning. Lin Yuan responded with a smile. He knows very well that the businessmen in the capital look down on all places except the capital. Even if they do business with each other, they will still look down on you if they look down on you. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, Lin Yuan did not want to have anything to do with people in the capital, especially businessmen. He was satisfied with guarding the Lin family's 3-acre land in Beijing. After all, based on the current property of the Lin family, if I don't do anything for the rest of my life, I won't have to worry about food and clothing. Wang Qianhua was not a fool. Of course she could see what Lin Yuan was thinking. She just didn't want to get too involved with her side, so she simply didn't ask any more questions. After all, no one would be willing to do such a thing, except licking a dog. The vehicle was traveling very fast, and it didn't take long to reach the foot of Savage Peak. There was no road for the vehicle to travel further, so we had to park the vehicle here and go in on foot. After parking the car, Lin Yuan and others got out of the car and took out the equipment they needed from the trunk. Zhou Feng also followed closely behind, and the 6 people gathered together and looked at the Savage Peak in front of them. The jungle is extremely dense, and you can hear the chirping of some birds and animals from a distance, adding a bit of mystery to the entire Savage Peak. Let's go. Good. None of the 6 people had any objections and immediately started walking towards the interior of Savage Peak. Yang Gang took the lead and walked ahead. He held a woodcutter in his hand and cut off all the weeds and dead branches blocking the road, successfully clearing a road. Following Yang Gang was Lin Yuan, followed by Zhang Long and Zhou Feng, and He Yue and Wang Qianwei were at the end of the team. The mountain road on Savage Peak is rugged and extremely difficult to walk on. You need to be very careful, so the 6 people moved forward very slowly. As they moved forward, they talked. Brother Lin, how long do you plan to stay at Savage Peak? Zhou Feng followed Lin Yuan and asked. It can take as long as 3 to 5 days, or as little as 1 or 2 days. How about you? Lin Yuan replied. The purpose of coming here is to get the adventure that belongs to himself in the future. Although he knows where it is, it always takes some time to find it. According to Lin Yuan's guess, it will only take 4 or 5 days at most to get it, and then you can leave directly. Brother Lin, why do you want to stay here for so long? We are different from Brother Lin. We just come here for a fresh start, stay here for 1 night, and then go back. Zhou Feng replied. Lin Yuan was not surprised by Zhou Feng's answer. He knew what these 2 people had planned, but now he was a little curious. His appearance should not be part of their plan. Then wouldn't he have disrupted their plans? Why would they ask him to accompany them even though he knew that he would disrupt their plans? Lin Yuan thought about this point all the way, but still didn't come up with an answer. At this time, he simply gave up thinking and just took it 1 step at a time. It was getting late, and they quickly found a relatively flat terrain. After clearing away some weeds, they began to set up their tent. Yang Gang, Lin Yuan, Zhou Feng, and Zhang Long were responsible for supporting the tent, while the 2 girls, He Yue and Wang Qianwei, were responsible for preparing food. Soon, the tent was propped up and the food was ready. I also have some drinks here, specially prepared before coming here. Let's drink together. Zhou Feng took out several drinks at this time and distributed them to everyone present. After Lin Yuan took it, he checked it carefully and found no clues. He unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip before putting it aside. He Yue, Wang Qianwei, Yang Gang, Zhou Feng, and Zhang Long all drank heavily. They had been busy setting up tents and preparing food just now, which was quite hard. Now that there was something to drink in front of them, no one hesitated. Have some fun first. Afterwards, everyone began to eat food to replenish their physical strength. At the same time, in the distant North City, the president's office of Tingyuan building. The little secretary looked at Gu Qingyi in front of her and found that Mr. Gu was staring at the red roses on the table. It's obviously already time to get off work. Why doesn't Mr. Gu go back? This makes him, the secretary, a little embarrassed to get off work. Isn't Lin Yuan here yet? Gu Qingyi looked at her secretary and asked. Mr. Gu, you have asked me more than 50 times today. It is already off work time. If Mr. Lin wanted to come, he would have come a long time ago. If he hasn't come yet, it means he will not come today. The little secretary replied helplessly. God, what is going on in this world? Mr. Gu, who used to hate Lin Yuan the most, who wanted to hide away when he saw Lin Yuan, is so looking forward to his arrival today? Okay, you can get off work first. You don't have to stay with me here. Then I'm leaving first, Mr. Gu. The little secretary left the president's office as if she had received an amnesty, packed up her things, and went off to get off work happily. Gu Qingyi looked at the mobile phone on the table. She had called Lin Yuan more than 100 times, but the other party's phone was turned off and could not be reached at all. This guy actually dares to let me go. Gu Qingyi felt angry for no reason and felt very unhappy. However, she quickly suppressed her anger, and then thinking about it, she felt extremely ridiculous. Lin Yuan had been licking her for 3 years, and she was afraid of avoiding him. Now that the other person finally stopped coming to her, she was very eager for him to come. Perhaps she knew very well in her heart that what she was looking forward to might not be Lin Yuan, but the benefits he could bring to her. Qingyi, aren't you going home yet? At this moment, the office door was pushed open, and Long Haochen walked in directly. Gu Qingyi frowned, not liking Long Haochen's behavior very much. Even if Lin Yuan came, he would know to knock on his office door first, but Long Haochen pushed the door directly in, which was too rude. I'm waiting for someone, Gu Qingyi said coldly. Waiting for someone? Who is it? Lin Yuan? Long Haochen asked. His eyes fell on the red roses on the table. He still remembered that Lin Yuan gave them to Gu Qingyi. Unexpectedly, Gu Qingyi did not throw them away. She even found a vase and put the bouquet of roses in it. Did she like Lin Yuan so much? Long Haochen clenched his fists. Regardless of whether Gu Qingyi did it sincerely or for acting, he felt very unhappy. Yes, that's right, I'm just waiting for Lin Yuan. Gu Qingyi said this deliberately. He's not coming. What do you mean? After hearing what Long Haochen said, Gu Qingyi stood up directly. She looked at Long Haochen and realized that Lin Yuan did not show up today and must be related to Long Haochen. I'm just telling the truth. It doesn't mean anything. Didn't you see that he hasn't shown up yet? Did you do something to him? Gu Qingyi asked. She clearly remembered that Lin Yuan was very afraid of Long Haochen. Although she didn't know why, if anyone could threaten Lin Yuan, then Long Haochen must be one. Are you doubting me? Long Haochen, I'm warning you, you'd better not have done this. If you delay my important event, I will definitely not let you go. Even if Grandpa protects you, I will not let you go. Gu Qingyi lectured directly to Long Haochen. Now, please get out of my office immediately. You are not allowed to enter my office casually in the future. Do you hear me? Long Haochen's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at Gu Qingyi and without saying anything, he turned and left Gu Qingyi's office, closing the door behind him. After leaving the door of Gu Qingyi's office, Long Haochen showed a ferocious and terrifying expression. It seems that the plan to kill Lin Yuan must be completed as soon as possible. All this was not what he wanted, but he was just worried that something unexpected might happen to Gu Qingyi around Lin Yuan, and took precautions in advance. At Savage Peak, 3 hanging lights were hung in front of 3 tents, illuminating this small open space. Lin Yuan didn't eat much. He simply cleaned up, put on his headlamp and said to a few people, I'm going to take a look deep into Savage Peak. Do any of you want to come with me? He Yue was very surprised. She looked at Lin Yuan, somewhat confused, because the sky was completely dark now. Under such circumstances, going deep into the Savage Peak was a very dangerous thing. Do we have to go at this time? It's very dangerous. Why not wait until dawn? He Yue asked, with a hint of concern in her voice. Because it's more exciting at night. Lin Yuan casually made up a reason. It was impossible for him to tell his true purpose to the few people present. We won't go. It's too dangerous at night. We are just here for an outing. There is no need to risk our lives. If you want to seek excitement, then go alone, Zhang Long said directly. He didn't want anything to happen to him because he was exploring the depths of Savage Peak at night. He hadn't had enough of his prime youth yet. Looking for excitement? Only fools do this. Okay, then I'll go alone. I'll go with you. Yang Gang stood up immediately. He couldn't watch his young master take risks alone. You stay, I'll go alone, Lin Yuan said. Then he came close to Yang Gang's ear and said in a small voice that only 2 people could hear. These 2 grandsons don't look like good people. Keep an eye on them for me. If they dare to do anything outrageous, you have to stop them in time. Do you understand? Lin Yuan knew what would happen next, so keeping Yang Gang here was a kind of insurance. Although he didn't want to be involved with the heroines in the original work, when he knew that someone might be killed, and this person was still in front of him, if he didn't stop him and turned a blind eye, Lin Yuan would regard himself as the murderer. Accomplice, he can't do such a thing. But I am only responsible for your safety, young master. Although Yang Gang understood what Lin Yuan meant, he didn't want to care. For him, the young master's safety was more important than anything else. He couldn't ignore the young master's safety to protect others. Don't be ridiculous. I'm attracted to those 2 women. You should understand that the women I'm attracted to are not allowed to be touched by others. They have 1 hair missing. I'm asking you, do you understand this time? Lin Yuan was speechless. He took on the posture of a bad boy and ordered to Yang Gang. Then I understand. Yang Gang nodded. No wonder the young master wanted to stay by himself. It turned out to be to keep an eye on the 2 grandsons, fearing that they would do something to the woman that the young master liked. Okay, I'll leave this to you. Lin Yuan nodded and said. Yang Gang is a very loyal person. He is only responsible for himself. He doesn't care about people who have nothing to do with him. He is a very qualified loser. And he will try his best to handle everything that has anything to do with him, even if it is something heinous. In the original book, there is not much elaboration about Yang Gang, the driver. It is only said that he is his loyal subordinate who helps him do evil. In the end, he died in the hands of Long Haochen to protect himself. Lin Yuan was quite curious as to what was the reason that made Yang Gang so loyal to him. If I have a chance later, I will definitely ask about it. Let's put it aside for now. After explaining everything here, Lin Yuan turned on his headlamp and headed towards the depths of Savage Peak alone. This buddy of yours really isn't afraid of death. Seeing that Lin Yuan was actually heading towards the depths of Savage Peak alone, Zhang Long looked at Yang Gang and said with a hint of sneer. He doesn't understand this kind of people. Isn't it good to be alive? But if they have to go on adventures, they must be crazy. Seeing that Yang Gang ignored him, Zhang Long suddenly felt bored and stopped paying attention to Yang Gang. He turned around and started chatting with Wang Qianwei, while Zhou Feng was talking to He Wei. Yang Gang just watched silently. He still remembered what Lin Yuan had told him before he left. Lin Yuan was moving very fast. He held a machete in one hand and chopped at the weeds growing on the road while moving forward. On the mountain road, he could hear the chirping of many insects around him. From time to time, some insects flew past him, or were attracted by the headlights and landed on his forehead. This mountain road is really hard to walk on. Enduring the harassment of mosquitoes, Lin Yuan continued to move forward. He needed to find the cave recorded in the original book as soon as possible. He wanted to compete with Long Haochen. Without any external plugins, this was his only chance. However, after walking for a while, Lin Yuan discovered sadly that he was lost. Visibility in the forest at night is already very low, and relying solely on the light from the headlights is not enough to take in the surrounding environment. He tried to take the flatter road as much as possible, but he had no idea how far he had walked. Continuing to move forward with your head down will not do any good, but will only make you lose the path you came from. Lin Yuan wondered whether he should return temporarily and continue exploring when daybreak comes. Just as he was about to turn back, he suddenly saw a faint light not far ahead, about 100 meters away from him. Damn, besides us, is there anyone else coming to explore this savage peak? Lin Yuan thought in his heart. But now I finally have a goal. If the other party is also here to explore, I can ask him about the situation nearby, which will help me find the cave in the original book better. So Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all and immediately walked towards the light not far away. At this time, Lin Yuan did not realize a serious problem, that is, when they drove to the foot of Savage Peak, there were no other vehicles nearby. As the distance gets closer, the lights become more and more obvious, and faint sounds can be heard. Don't stop it, don't you dare! It was a faint female voice. After hearing the voice, Lin Yuan stopped and frowned slightly. Could it be that the other party was having sex? If he suddenly rushed over, wouldn't it ruin the other party's happiness? Lin Yuan slowed down his pace. After all, it would be very embarrassing if such a thing was seen by a third party. Just as he was hesitating, he heard another angry shout, as if it was a roar with all his might. Zhou Feng, Zhang Long, you two will not have a good death. Lin Yuan came back to his senses instantly, and heard it immediately. This is He Yue's voice. I suddenly realized that the light in front was the tent I had set up. I had gone around in circles and returned to the original place. But he was in no mood to think about these things now. He quickly quickened his pace, swinging the machete in his hand left and right to clear a path. After Lin Yuan went to the depths of Savage Peak alone, Zhang Long, Zhou Feng, He Yue, and Wang Qianwei started their own chat mode. They were pretty engaged in chatting at first, telling some interesting stories about their lives and their family. The two women laughed happily. However, as time passed, Zhang Long began to tell some dirty jokes. Wang Qianwei didn't care at first, but Zhang Long's stories became more and more exaggerated. Later, instead of just telling the story, he gradually started to take action against Wang Qianwei. Finally, Wang Qianwei couldn't bear it anymore and frowned. Said to Zhanglong, "Zhanglong, please speak politely. Are your hands sick? Why are you always looking into me?" How could Wang Qianwei not know what Zhanglong was thinking? If she wanted to eat my mother's tofu, there was no way. When Wang Qianwei said this, Zhanglong felt a little embarrassed. He looked at Wang Qianwei and said calmly, "Qianwei, you know that I like you, why can't you give me a chance?" "Why should I give you a chance?" Wang Qianwei asked disdainfully. Who in the capital doesn't know what kind of virtue Zhanglong is? It's normal to hang out in bars every day, take beauties for rides in luxury cars, and stay up all night. This time out, if it weren't for Zhou Feng's guarantee, she wouldn't have accompanied her good sisters to this remote mountain and forest to relax. I didn't expect that Zhanglong would go too far with his talk and even take action. It was simply shameless. Haha, you are so shameless. Girls don't like you. Why are you licking your face? Isn't this humiliating yourself? When Yang Gang saw this, he laughed directly next to him. Zhou Feng and Zhanglong, what bothered him the most was Zhanglong, because he had collided with his young master. In Yang Gang, anyone who could not deal with his young master was his enemy. "What did you say?" Zhanglong was so angry that he stood up and looked at Yang Gang. "Are you deaf? What did I say that you didn't hear?" Yang Gang also stood up directly, showing no mercy to the opponent. If he wanted to take action, he could hit 10 of them by himself, just like Zhanglong. But I don't know if it was because he stood up too hard. Yang Gang felt his eyes blurred, his limbs suddenly lost strength, and he knelt down on one knee for an instant. Seeing Yang Gang suddenly kneel down on one knee, Zhanglong laughed wildly. He came to Yang Gang step by step with a joking look on his face. "I have long disliked you. Did you still want to hit me when we were in the restaurant?" After Zhanglong said that, he kicked Yang Gang in the face. Yang Gang instinctively tried to stop him, but found that his arms couldn't lift any strength at all. The kick hit him hard, and nosebleeds suddenly poured out. "What? Weren't you very capable before? Why are you like a dog now, lying here and not moving?" Zhanglong was very arrogant. When he came in front of Yang Gang, he kept kicking Yang Gang's chest, one kick after another. "Don't fight." Yue stopped her and wanted to stand up, but found that she couldn't muster any strength and sat down again. "Yue, don't get involved in this kind of thing. Whoever made Yang Gang speak rudely first, Zhanglong should teach him a lesson," Zhou Feng said with a smile. Yue wanted to break free, but found that she couldn't muster the strength no matter what. At this time, how could she not understand that there was definitely something wrong with this? Faced with Zhanglong's beating, it was impossible for Yang Gang not to resist. Since he didn't resist, it could only mean that he, like himself, couldn't muster the strength. But why are Zhou Feng and Zhanglong okay? The facts are so obvious. If you still can't figure it out, then you can really throw away your brain. Wang Qianwei on the side also discovered the problem, because she couldn't muster the strength and wanted to get up, but couldn't. "You two bastards, have you drugged us?" Yang Gang understood immediately. The current situation was definitely caused by Zhou Feng and Zhanglong, and I had drank a bottle of drink they handed me before, so there was definitely something wrong with that drink. "Ha ha ha, have you finally come to your senses? It's a pity that it's too late." When Zhanglong heard this, he laughed even more unscrupulously, because the situation was now completely under their control, and Yang Gang had no ability to resist and could only let himself be slaughtered. Wang Qianwei looked at Zhanglong and cursed loudly. "You bastard, how dare you drug us? I won't let you go when you return to the capital." "Pfft! Ha ha!" Zhanglong laughed again. He turned back to look at Wang Qianwei, and then said very proudly, "No, no, do you think you can return to the capital alive? Please, Zhou Feng and I brought you two to a remote place like Savage Peak, and we never thought about letting you go back alive. Now you are just meat on our chopping board and can only be slaughtered by us. Wang Qianwei, you are also a bitch. I'm pursuing you. It's okay if you don't agree." You still humiliate me everywhere. I'll let you ride under my crotch later. You shameless! Wang Qianwei cursed. At this moment, she felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. Looking at Zhang Long approaching her step by step, fear also arose in her heart. He Yue looked at Zhou Feng beside her. She wanted to struggle to get up, but was unable to do anything. Zhou Feng looked at He Yue and smiled. No need to struggle. This kind of medicine will make people unable to struggle, but can clearly retain all consciousness. But I spent a lot of money to get it. Why do you do this? He Yue couldn't believe it. Zhou Feng is known as a gentleman in the capital. He is handsome and has a kind heart. It is difficult for you to associate him with evil words. Of course it's to possess you. Zhou Feng stretched out a hand and gently lifted He Yue's chin. It's so beautiful. Don't worry, I'll let you enjoy it later. Let's watch a good show first. At this time, Zhang Long had already arrived in front of Wang Qianwei, and reached out to take off Wang Qianyue's clothes. He pushed Wang Qianwei down. He wanted to make this arrogant woman naked in front of him, and he wanted to make this arrogant woman succumb to him. Don't stop, you dare! Wang Qianwei wanted to struggle, but was powerless. Why don't I dare, Wang Qianwei? I want you to watch how I possess you. Stop it, Zhou Feng, Zhang Long, you two will die badly. He Yue regretted deeply. Why did she agree to Zhou Feng, a beast? She was so stupid that she was deceived by Zhou Feng, causing her good friend to fall into such a dangerous situation. How can they ask for help in this wilderness? No one will come to save them even if they scream at the top of their lungs. Help, yes, help Bing's skill card. He Yue instantly thought of the reward for completing her mission, the Bing skill card for help. So she didn't hesitate, took out the SOS skill card directly from the prop box and used it. Bing skill card for help. When you are in danger, use this card to get rescue immediately. He Yue did not forget the system's instructions. Now she just hoped that the system did not trick her. The effect of the Help Bing skill card was as effective as the system said. Wang Qianwei, no matter how much you curse me now, it won't help. I will soon make you want to die. Don't worry, before you die, I will let you enjoy it enough to make your visit to this world worthwhile. Zhang Long laughed and said he was very excited and had no plan at all. Wang Qianyue's coat had been torn by him, leaving only the underwear inside. And just when the last line of defense was about to be breached, Zhang Long stopped what he was doing when a sudden movement came from the jungle. As the rustling sound got closer and closer, Zhang Long and Zhou Feng became alert, watching the looming light approaching. Damn it, isn't it a beast? Zhang Long cursed, seeing that he was about to have a beautiful woman, but was ruined by a beast, and he felt very depressed. Lin Yuan slashed left and right with the machete in his hand, quickly clearing a path and speeding towards the direction of the camp. The angry female voice calling for help in his ears became weaker and weaker, replaced by choking and sobbing. He thought to himself, it's over, could it be that he came too late? After approaching the camp, through the jungle, he saw Zhang Long riding on Wang Qianwei. Although Wang Qianyue's clothes were partially torn, they had not completely faded away. It was not too late for him to come back. You bastard, what's the point of bullying a girl? Lin Yuan shouted loudly and chopped open the last weeds with the machete in his hand. He rushed directly in front of Zhang Long, raised his leg and kicked him directly in the door. This kick was very powerful and filled Lin Yuan with anger. When Zhang Long came to his senses, he felt like the world was spinning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Lin Yuan angrily. Lin Yuan! Zhang Long stood up, picked up a wooden stick on the ground and confronted Lin Yuan. Zhou Feng also let go of He Yue. Lin Yuan's appearance was a bit unexpected. He pulled out 2 machetes from the tent and threw one to Zhang Long. Unexpectedly, you turned back again. I thought you would faint on the way and become a delicacy for the wild beasts in the jungle. Zhou Feng said with a smile, still looking like a handsome gentleman, as if those dirty things just now had nothing to do with him. Lin Yuan glanced at Wang Qianwei, who was lying helpless on the ground, then looked at He Yue, who was sitting aside with tears in her eyes, and finally looked at Yang Gang. Yang Gang was miserable, with nosebleeds, his body covered in dust, and his face even more bruised and bruised. With Yang Gang's skills, dealing with these two young masters is not a problem at all, but now he has ended up like this. Needless to say, he must have been drugged. Did you spike the drink? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Fortunately, he kept an eye on it, and just took a small taste. Otherwise, he would probably be like Zhou Feng said. Brother Lin is really smart. Let's do this. It's better to dissolve enemies than to make friends. Brother Lin, look at the two beauties over there. You, me, and Zhang Long can share it with each other. How about we make friends? Zhou Feng smiled and spoke. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Zhou Feng in front of him. In the original book, this guy was not a good person. He was gentle on the surface, but in fact he was like a snake and a scorpion on the inside. He still remembered that Zhou Feng had a very perverted bad taste in the original work, that is, he liked torturing and abusing others. He had no purpose whatsoever, and was just a pervert who enjoyed this kind of behavior. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan suddenly understood that this might be the reason why Zhou Feng asked him to accompany him. Just taking down He Yue would not satisfy him. He also wanted to get psychological pleasure from killing himself here. Haha, Zhou Feng, you can just lie to yourself with such words. Do you really think I will believe it? Besides, others may not know you well and may be easily deceived by you, but I won't. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Oh? Do you know me well? Zhou Feng smiled when he heard this. Even his parents and brothers didn't know his true face. How dare a boy who had only met him for less than a day dare to tell him clearly what kind of person he was? Are you kidding me? Looking at you, it seems like you don't believe it. If that's the case, I'll chat with you. When you were in college, there was a girl named Yao Xian. You lured her to your house, raped and killed her. You pulled out her hands and toenails, pulled out all her teeth, and cut her arteries caused her to bleed to death. Am I wrong? Lin Yuan spoke very slowly and clearly. He Yue and Wang Qianwei heard it very clearly. They looked at Zhou Feng in disbelief. They saw that Zhou Feng had a dark face and a slightly frightened expression. He stared at Lin Yuan and asked, How do you know this? Zhou Feng himself couldn't believe it. Lin Yuan couldn't be lying, otherwise he couldn't have said it in such detail. But he did these things very covertly, and those who dealt with the consequences were all his confidants. It was impossible for him to betray him, so outsiders could not may know. However, what Lin Yuan said was indeed true. He couldn't help but wonder if there was a mole around him. When Wang Qianwei and He Yue heard Zhou Feng ask this, they knew that what Lin Yuan said was true. Zhou Feng, people are doing it, and God is watching. If you don't want others to know, you have to do nothing yourself. I know more than this, far more than you think. The proprietress of Baiwa Building in Beijing, you used family power as bait, and also deceived her into your house, skinned her, and cut her body into pieces. You arrested the deputy director of the Beijing Public Security Bureau, blinded his eyes and smashed his kneecaps. You tied sandbags around his body and sank him into the sea alive. There is also the top lady of Yongye KTV. You drank her to death with wine and dissected her body afterwards. You scattered her body in every corner of the capital. As well as several school beauties from Beijing University, they all disappeared innocently. In fact, they were all poisoned by you. You tortured them to death in extremely perverted ways. Besides, that's enough. Shut up. Lin Yuan wanted to continue talking, but Zhou Feng couldn't help it anymore. His body was shaking and his expression was extremely frightened. It was indeed him who did these things, but why? Lin Yuan, who had never met him before, would know this. Clear? Even the various details are not bad at all. You must know that when doing those things, you are the only one in the process. It is impossible for anyone to know the details except yourself. Lin Yuan said it as if he was watching from the side when he was doing these things. At this moment, Zhou Feng felt a chill running down his spine. He looked at Lin Yuan in front of him and asked viciously, word by word. Who are you? Seeing Zhou Feng showing such a frightened expression, Lin Yuan was very satisfied. Of course, it was impossible for him to install a camera on Zhou Feng. All of these were plots mentioned in the original work. Zhou Feng liked to record these things he did in the form of videos or diaries. Later, in order to bring down Zhou Feng, Long Haochen sneaked into Zhou Feng's mansion to collect evidence and discover these contents. He still remembered some things, but judging from the current time, those things had not happened yet. What he told was what Zhou Feng had already done. You ask who I am? Well, I will tell you who I am now. I, Lin Yuan, am the messenger of justice descended from heaven. No evil can escape my eyes. I don't care how you know this. Since you already know it, I can't let you live. I will pull out your tongue, blind your eyes, pierce your ears, and then kill you. Cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts. Zhou Feng said fiercely. Lin Yuan knew too much and could not stay under any circumstances. Zhang Long, do it. Good. Zhang Long immediately raised his knife and struck Lin Yuan. He was also stunned by what Lin Yuan said just now. Although he knew that Zhou Feng was not as kind as he appeared on the surface, he never thought that the other party was so perverted. Even more outrageous than the evil young man who did evil things like himself. Compared with Zhou Feng, Zhang Long felt that he was still a human being. However, he won't say anything now. If he wants to survive, he can only pretend that he didn't hear anything and do as Zhou Feng said. Otherwise, he will be the next victim if he can't protect himself. Seeing the two men attacking him, Lin Yuan shouted loudly. Fuck, I'm not even afraid of Long Haochen. I'm afraid of you two grandsons. Come on, whoever is afraid of whom? Lin Yuan also raised a knife and went forward. Even though he was extremely afraid in his heart, he was now forgotten. No matter whether he was captured or escaped, there was no possibility of survival. Only by giving up could he have a chance. Master, be careful. Yan Gang was still unable to move at this time. He was extremely anxious, but he could only tell the young master to be careful. I am such an incompetent bitch. I put the young master in danger every time, but I can only watch from the side. What a waste. Lin Yuan was holding a machete, fighting each other left and right, without any rules at all. Zhou Feng and Zhang Long were also afraid that the knife in Lin Yuan's hand would hurt themselves, so the three of them just made random gestures, ping 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 pong pong pang ping 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 ping. Zhou Feng knew that continuing was not an option. He suddenly took a step back, came behind Zhang Long, raised his leg and kicked Zhang Long on the butt. The huge force made Zhang Long stagger and rushed towards Lin Yuan. Zhang Long lost his balance, and in panic, he held the knife with both hands and slashed at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan dodged to one side, but Zhou Feng would not let go of this opportunity, and slashed at Lin Yuan's neck with the machete in his hand. Seeing that he could not avoid it, Lin Yuan felt a sudden move and grabbed the blade that Zhou Feng had struck with his hand. Blood dripped down his palm. Lin Yuan was in pain, but knew that he could not hesitate at this time. He held the knife that Zhou Feng was swinging with one hand, and with the other hand, he slashed at Zhou Feng's arm holding the knife. Seeing this, Zhou Feng hurriedly pulled out his hand to avoid being slashed, but the moment he pulled out his hand, the outcome was already decided, because as Zhou Feng pulled out his hand and let go of the machete, he already had no blade in his hand. State. Then Lin Yuan no longer needs to be afraid. Lin Yuan hurriedly took 2 steps forward, raised his knife and slashed Zhou Feng's chest. The long and narrow wound suddenly appeared, and blood surged out, soaking Zhou Feng's clothes. Ah! Zhou Feng screamed miserably and gritted his teeth. The severe pain made him almost lose his mind, and he stared at Lin Yuan in front of him fiercely. Lin Yuan's left hand was also in pain. The blood had dyed the entire palm red, and the blood was still dripping. His left arm could not stop shaking. But he couldn't fall down yet. Zhang Long had already gotten up. When he saw Zhou Feng being slashed by Lin Yuan, he was stunned on the spot. Lin Yuan would not miss this opportunity. He picked up a knife on the ground and threw it at Zhang Long. Zhang Long hurriedly dodged when he saw this, but at the same time, Lin Yuan had already come to him and fired with his right hand. With great force, he stabbed the machete directly into Jianlong's belly. Jianlong was in pain and curled up into a shrimp, lying on the ground. Special code, you still want to kill me? Lin Yuan turned around and came to Zhou Feng again, giving him a few harsh kicks. Weren't you crazy just now? Didn't you want to kill me? Keep going, you idiot! Zhou Feng, I know a lot of secrets about you, and I want to kill me to silence them. Do you think you are Long Haochen? Where are you pretending to be stupid? Damn! Lin Yuan said, scolded, and kicked. Lin Yuan was intercepted and killed by Long Haochen before and almost lost his life, so Lin Yuan had been holding back a resentment in his heart, but now he finally found a place to release it. After kicking for a full 5 or 6 minutes, he stopped moving until he felt a little weak, and Zhou Feng fell into a coma under his beating. Jianlong, on the other hand, was stabbed in the abdomen by a knife and screamed in pain, just like being killed a pig, and had no ability to resist at all. Lin Yuan, are you okay? He Yue asked with concern. Due to the effect of the medicine, she couldn't move yet and could only ask. At least he is better than these 2 grandsons, and he is still alive. Lin Yuan spoke a little weakly, and the wound on his left hand was still bleeding. Because of this, he felt that his consciousness was in a trance, and now he was completely holding on for breath. Lin Yuan, we have a medical kit in the tent. You need to treat the wound first. Wang Qianwei also expressed concern. Good. Lin Yuancheng pushed himself up and went to He Yue and Wang Qianyue's tent. He got the medical kit. He opened it and wrapped gauze around the wound to stop the bleeding. Then, he took out another coat, covered Wang Qianwei, found a tree stump, and sat down against it, but he did not close his eyes, but kept staring at Zhou Feng and Jianlong. As long as if they dare to stand up again, they will fight to the death to beat them down again. This situation lasted for more than 2 hours, and the effects of the medicine were relieved. Yang Gang, He Yue, and Wang Qianwei were able to move with force, and they immediately came to Lin Yuan's side. Master, are you okay? They are not dead yet, Yang Gang. These 2 people cannot be left behind. We must deal with them. We must kill them. I must patch up all the fatal spots on their bodies, and then throw their bodies to the depths of Savage Peak. Yes, Master. Yang Gang immediately responded that he would do whatever the young master asked him to do, and he immediately executed it. Are you okay? He Yue and Wang Qianwei also asked with concern. Ha, didn't I say that? Isn't it time to die? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan's consciousness completely dissipated, his head tilted, he leaned into He Yue's arms, and passed out. Lin Yuan! Lin Yuan! He Yue and Wang Qianwei exclaimed, and then they breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Lin Yuan was just unconscious and not dead. He Yue looked at Lin Yuan in her arms. There were many small wounds on his face. He must have been scratched by branches and weeds on the way back in a hurry. He looked so cool when he rushed out of the jungle to save them. He Yue gently stroked Lin Yuan's cheek, with concern in her eyes. When Lin Yuan woke up again, the sky was completely bright. He stretched out his left hand. The bandage had been rebandaged, much more carefully than wrapping it around randomly. He took a deep breath, stood up, and walked out of the tent. His body still felt a little weak and his steps were a little light. After leaving the tent, they saw He Yue and Wang Qianwei sitting there without knowing what to say, while Yang Gang sat silently on the other side. Seeing Lin Yuan coming out, He Yue and Wang Qianwei immediately stood up and came to Lin Yuan's side. They both asked with concern at the same time. How are you feeling physically? I'm fine, Lin Yuan said. That except for a dull pain in his left hand and a little hunger, he felt everything was fine. Yang Gang also came to Lin Yuan and said, Master. Well, have you finished the things I asked you to handle yesterday? Don't worry, young master. I did exactly what you said. I gave them a touch-up on all the fatal parts. Even if the gods come, they won't be able to save them. Lin Yuan nodded, but he always felt that it was not a good thing to say too much. After all, whether it is a movie, TV series or novel, there will be similar fragments. The villain does everything confidently, thinking that no accident will happen, but if there is no accident, accidents will often happen. Lin Yuan, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? At this moment, He Yue brought over food and water. The food was some bread, compressed biscuits, ham sausages and the like that were easy to carry and store, and the water was ordinary mineral water. Thanks. Lin Yuan was not restrained. He was really hungry, but his left hand was injured and he could not open the package. He Yue smiled when she saw this, helped Lin Yuan tear open the package, and handed it to him. Wang Qianwei also helped Lin Yuan unscrew the water cap and placed it next to Lin Yuan. What's next for you two? Lin Yuan asked while eating. Zhou Feng was killed. This matter could be concealed for a while, but it could not be concealed forever. The Zhou family where Zhou Feng belonged was one of the few big families in the capital. After discovering that Zhou Feng is missing, he will definitely investigate vigorously, and he will definitely be able to find Savage Peak, He Yue and Wang Qianwei, and of course, himself. I never expected that Zhou Feng, who looks like a gentleman, could be such a perverted person behind his back. Wang Qianwei said angrily. Last night, Lin Yuan exposed Zhou Feng's background, allowing her and He Yue to get to know Zhou Feng again. Looking at Wang Qianwei who was fuming, Lin Yuan smiled. It's useless to say this now. Zhou Feng is dead, and you are from the capital. You know the power of the family behind Zhou Feng better than I do. If Zhou Feng doesn't come home for a long time, it will definitely attract the attention of the family, and then people will be sent to search for it. In the end, they will definitely find you. I have a method here. If the Zhou family really finds you by then, you can directly surrender me. With my existence, the Zhou family will not embarrass you, Lin Yuan said. He Yue's family is also everyone in the capital. If the Zhou family wants to embarrass He Yue because of Zhou Feng's matter, they have to weigh the severity. No. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking his mind, He Yue and Wang Qianwei rejected the proposal in unison. You did it to Zhou Feng and Zhang Long to save us. How could we do such an ungrateful thing? That's right, don't worry. Even if the Zhou family finds out about us, they won't dare to do anything to us. If they want to do anything to us, they have to be prepared to become enemies of our family, He Yue and Wang Qianwei said respectively. Hearing these words, Lin Yuan was still very moved, but he immediately shook his head and lectured to the two of them. Miss He's family can indeed fight against the Zhou family, but Miss Wang's family should be weaker, right? If the Zhou family is determined to retaliate and stumbling upon your family will be very uncomfortable, even if it is able to cope. And if this disaster comes from heaven, how will the elders in the family view you too? This is not good for your status in the family. And if the Zhou family can find you, they can find me, so the Zhou family will not let me go no matter what, and you only need to tell the Zhou family that I killed Zhou when they find you. Feng, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'm not from the capital. If the Zhou family wants to deal with me, they have to come to Beijing. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress local snakes. Beijing is my territory. If they want to deal with me in Beijing, it won't be that easy, Lin Yuan said to the two girls. Another thing he didn't say was that when he got his share of opportunities in the future, the Zhou family would no longer pose a threat to him. He Yue and Wang Qianwei looked at Lin Yuan, with tears faintly appearing in their eyes. This man not only saved them from danger, but also protected their innocence. He also thought so much about them afterwards. He's really, really handsome. This matter has been decided. Seeing the silence of the two women, Lin Yuan said directly. Thanks. He Yue looked at Lin Yuan and did not refuse his proposal. The big family not only had to compete with outsiders, but also had fierce internal competition. Just like what Lin Yuan said just now, if the Zhou family really makes trouble for the He family and the Wang family because of Zhou Feng's incident, even if the family can deal with it, the elders in the family will have objections to them. After all, they are the ones who caused this trouble. And according to what Lin Yuan said, he alone attracted all the hatred of the Zhou family, so they would be safe and sound. Since the matter has been decided, I will ask Yang Gang to drive you back to the capital later. What about you? Hiyue looked at Lin Yuan and asked. I still have some things to deal with here. Once I'm done, I'll go back to Beijing directly. Oh. After eating, Lin Yuan felt much better again, except that his left hand was still aching. By the way, did you bandage this wound for me? It's yeah. She understands these things, but I don't. Thank you, Miss Wang. Lin Yuan thanked him sincerely. You're welcome, it's me who should thank you. Wang Qianhua waved her hands quickly. She looked at Lin Yuan and blushed on her cheeks. Yesterday she really thought she was going to be doomed, but at the most dangerous moment, it was Lin Yuan who saved her. Since ancient times, beauties love heroes, let alone the heroes who save themselves in danger? Wang Qianhua's little heart was beating fast, and she didn't dare to look at Lin Yuan. There is no need to pack up the things here, just throw them away. Then, under Lin Yuan's instructions, Yang Gang took Hiyue and Wang Qianhua out of Savage Peak and sent them back to the capital. After seeing off Hiyue and Wang Qianhua, Lin Yuan simply sorted out the supplies and put them into his backpack. He wanted to continue to move deeper into the Savage Peak. He looked around. Last night, he just kept moving forward. He thought he was walking in a straight line, but ended up making a circle and returning to the camp. But fortunately, we have gone around in a circle, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. When he was ready, he regrouped and set off. Not far into the depths, Lin Yuan saw two corpses, Zhou Feng and Zhang Long. Yang Gang did a good job indeed. All the fatal parts were repaired, including the throat, heart, aorta of the arm, temple. If you do unrighteousness, you will die. Don't be reincarnated as a human being in your next life. Lin Yuan muttered something and continued to move deeper. It was daytime now, and Lin Yuan had not lost his direction. According to the description in the original book, there is a cave deep in Savage Peak. The entrance of the cave is shaped like a skeleton, and what Lin Yuan wants is in that cave. The sun is about to set, dyeing the clouds in the west red. Lin Yuan cleared a clearing, set up a tent, and was a little tired after running around for a day. With night approaching, he decided to continue moving forward tomorrow. The Savage Peak at night was a bit scary. The roar of wild beasts made Lin Yuan have to tense up. If a wolf, wild boar or something suddenly jumped out, Lin Yuan couldn't resist it now. Fortunately, the night was uneventful. In the early morning of the next day, Lin Yuan ate some food and continued to set off. Finally, at noon that day, I found the cave that looked like a skeleton. It's really quite hidden. Lin Yuan looked at the cave in front of him. It was indeed shaped like a skull. It was covered by weeds and dead trees. It was a layer of camouflage. If he hadn't accidentally discovered that a snake got into it and disappeared, he couldn't have imagined that there was actually a cave entrance hidden here. Thanks to the weeds and dead trees, from a short distance, it was just an ordinary mountain wall, nothing unusual. Lin Yuan put on his headlamp, took out the machete in his right hand, and walked towards the depths of the cave. According to the description in the original work, Lin Yuan quickly found the hidden secret room. In the secret room, there was a shelf of human bones, which had long since decayed. In the hands of the human bones, he was holding a book with yellowed paper. I found it. The magic power has no form. Lin Yuan couldn't wait to take the book from the withered hand. He flipped through it for a long time to make sure that all the contents were memorized in his mind. Then he took out the lighter and burned the book to ashes. This is a practice book called Shadowless. In the original book, this practice is called a magic practice because this practice has a great feature, that is, after practice, it can absorb the energy of others. Use the essence, blood, and spiritual energy for your own use and become the nutrients for your own growth. In the original book, this skill was obtained much later. According to Lin Yuan's conjecture, it was probably because Long Haochen's strength was already approaching invincibility in the later period and it no longer felt satisfying to crush an ordinary self, so he arranged such an opportunity for himself to improve his strength and let Long Haochen continue to crush him. Squeeze your grown-up self to enhance your sense of refreshment. But the way of ancient martial arts can never be so easy to practice. let alone one who is exhausted by drinking and sex, so he has set up such a magic skill. He does not need to work hard to practice by himself. He only needs to continuously absorb the essence, blood and spiritual energy of others to improve himself. Own strength. Thanks to this technique, I later used it to kill people and strengthen myself. However, whether it is a magic skill or a magical skill, in Lin Yuan's opinion, it still depends on how the person who learns it uses it. After burning the Wuxian Gong, Lin Yuan's eyes fell on the withered bones. It was a mahogany box, which contained a pill that could help him cleanse his muscles and cut his marrow, allowing him to enter the path of ancient martial arts. Although I don't know who you are, since you have this phaseless skill in your hands, you must be the master of this skill. Today I learned your phaseless skill and took your elixir, so I will call you Senior. Senior, Junior Lin Yuan, I am grateful for the gift from my senior today. It is a pity that my senior left too early and I am unable to repay you. I hereby promise that I will never use this technique to do anything harmful to nature. Lin Yuan bowed slightly and saluted. As if he heard Lin Yuan's promise and guarantee, the withered bones sitting cross-legged instantly fell apart and shattered on the ground. This was the first time Lin Yuan had seen this situation. He couldn't help but touch his nose. What did it mean? Is it because you are satisfied with your commitment, or are you dissatisfied? Regardless, once the things are in hand, it's time to leave. Lin Yuan turned his head and was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he turned back. Senior, this junior took your things, so I should do something for you, so I'll collect your bones for you. Lin Yuan took out the folding shovel from his backpack, dug a hole in the ground, then put the dead bones into the hole and filled it with soil. After doing all this, he turned around and left the cave. By the time we officially left Savage Peak, it was already the 3rd day. Yang Gang was waiting for Lin Yuan at the foot of Savage Peak. When he saw his young master appear, he hurriedly walked over and took the young master's backpack. Master, are you okay? Looking at the gray-headed and unkempt Lin Yuan, Yang Gang immediately asked. I'm fine. Lin Yuan shook his head. He just looked embarrassed. He simply couldn't wash up in the Savage Peak. Other than that, there was nothing else. The backpack was handed to Yang Gang, and he held the mahogany box with his own hands. Hiyue, Wang Qianwei, have you sent them to the capital? Yes, master. Well, let's go and find the nearest hotel first. I need to wash up. I smell too bad. Yes, master. The two got in the car and left Savage Peak. In the car, Lin Yuan looked at the mahogany box. He always felt something was strange, but he couldn't place it. When leaving the skeleton cave, he checked that there was only one blood-red pill in the mahogany box, and there was nothing special about it other than that. He looked at the mahogany box, which was very simple in style. After looking at it repeatedly for a long time, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He finally understood what was so strange about it. This mahogany box is about the size of a palm and about 5 inches high. When you open the mahogany box, you will see that the depth inside is only about 3 inches. If the mahogany box is not a solid bottom, then it means that there is a hollow interlayer at the bottom. Lin Yuan immediately groped at the bottom of the mahogany box, and sure enough, he found the switch on the mezzanine. So that's it. There's such a mystery hidden there. However, the original book doesn't seem to mention that the mahogany box has a mezzanine. Lin Yuan thought in his mind and shook his head slightly. Perhaps he was too stupid in the original work and did not notice the existence of this mezzanine. Interesting, I want to see what's hidden inside. Lin Yuan opened the bottom of the mahogany box and took out a folded piece of cloth. He opened it and saw a passage written on it. The words on the strip of cloth were not written with a pen. They were dark red in color and should have been written with blood. The destined person who saw this message, my name is Bai Hexiang, and I am the creator of this Wuxian Gong. Now, I am being chased and I have escaped into this cave. I am not going to die soon. I have refined all my cultivation with phaseless skills, condensed a blood pill, and put it in a red wooden box. When you swallow this blood pill and run the phaseless technique in your body, you can completely refine the blood pill and inherit all my cultivation. Destined person, if you see my last words, I hope you can help me fulfill my last wish and kill a man named Nye Dao for me. That's all what's on the strip. Lin Yuan folded the strip of cloth and stuffed it into the sandwich again. This elixir is actually the result of Bai Hexian using the phaseless technique to refine all of his own cultivation. After eating it and using the phaseless technique at the same time, he can inherit all of the opponent's cultivation. This is really a big surprise. Lin Yuan did not expect that this blood pill would have such a huge effect. In the original work, he did not discover the interlayer of the mahogany box, and naturally did not see the content on the cloth, but directly took the blood pill. Then he did nothing. Under the influence of the blood pill, he successfully completed the muscle cleansing and marrow cutting and entered the martial arts. Now, after seeing the content on this banner, he found that he in the original work was really stupid and wasted everything. But now that I have discovered it, it is not too late. But who is this Nye Dao? Lin Yuan frowned and began to think. In the original plot, he did not remember such a number one character. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'm not sure this Bai Hexian was from hundreds of years ago. Nye Dao might have been buried long ago. Lin Yuan shook his head and threw away the messy thoughts. The car soon arrived at a hotel, and Lin Yuan couldn't wait to get out of the car. He wanted to get a room quickly, take a shower, change clothes, and digest the blood pill. Unexpectedly, before I could enter the hotel gate, I was stopped by the hotel security. Stop, where did this beggar come from? Do you know where this place is? Just go in. Is this a place where you can come? Get out of here and don't force us to do anything. Two security guards directly blocked Lin Yuan's way. The two of them looked at the dirty Lin Yuan with disgust, and the smell on their bodies made them avoid him. Because he was traveling in Savage Peak, Lin Yuan was in a very messy state. His hair was unkempt, his clothes were all torn, and he really looked no different from a beggar. He looked at the two security guards in front of him and smiled, his dirty face showing white teeth. Of course I know where this place is, and I'm not blind. This is a hotel, and I'm here to book a room. Is there any problem? Lin Yuan was emotionally stable. Faced with the ridicule of the two security guards in front of him, he was not angry, but explained very kindly. At this moment, a sharp voice sounded behind Lin Yuan. Hey, what's going on at your brilliant hotel? Why do you have a stinky beggar blocking the door? Are you still doing business? Get this stinky beggar away quickly. The voice was harsh, arrogant, and domineering. Lin Yuan turned around and saw a woman with heavy makeup, wearing a red tight-fitting short skirt that set off her curvy figure. She was wearing black silk suspenders, red high heels, and a white coat. Wearing a bag and sunglasses. The most important thing is that she has her arms wrapped around a very greasy middle-aged fat uncle. Lin Yuan has seen many women like this. He has also played with a lot of sugar daddy money-worshipping girls, so he doesn't take her seriously. To put it bluntly, as long as you have money, they will all rush to be yours. Toy. What's that look in your eyes? Lin Yuan's contemptuous eyes fell on the woman's eyes. The woman was very angry. What right did a stinky beggar have to look down on her? She acted coquettishly towards the middle-aged fat uncle beside her. Mr. Zhou, what do you think of him? He's dirty and smelly. Let him leave quickly. He's blocking our way. Baby, you're right. The fat uncle who was called Mr. Zhou touched the hand of the woman next to him with one hand and said to the security guard of the brilliant hotel, Why are you still standing there? Why don't you let this stinky beggar get out of here? Can cats and dogs come to your brilliant hotel? If so, I think I should consider changing to another hotel. Mr. Zhou, don't be angry. I will tell this beggar to get out now. When the two security guards saw this, they immediately took action and tried to push Lin Yuan aside. Stop, let me see if any of you dare to touch my young master. Yang Gang shouted, and he immediately rushed to Lin Yuan, reached out and pushing the two security guards staggering and almost falling to the ground. Master, are you okay? Yang Gang immediately asked with concern. He just parked the car, but when he came back, he saw these two security guards bullying his young master. They were desperate, so he immediately ran closer. It's okay. They're just a few guys who look down on others. They're not worth fussing over, Lin Yuan said lightly. The dispute here has attracted the hotel manager. She immediately came to the door and asked what happened here. What's going on? Manager, this beggar is blocking the entrance of our hotel, preventing other guests from entering. We want him to leave, but they even beat him. The two security guards came directly to complain first, placing the blame on Lin Yuan. The hotel manager was a woman. After hearing what the security guards said, she looked at Lin Yuan, who was unkempt and his clothes were in tatters. He does look like a beggar. I came to book a room, but when they saw me like this, they called me a beggar and refused to let me in. I would like to ask, is this the service attitude of your hotel? Even the famous Highway restaurant dares not to say that it turns away guests. Is your Brilliance Hotel even more powerful than Highway restaurant? In Beijing, Highway restaurant is the most upscale hotel, crushing all other hotels. If Lin Yuan hadn't wanted to take a shower quickly, change clothes, and find the nearest hotel, he wouldn't have been able to step foot into this hotel in his life, and he would have gone to Highway restaurant. Swipe your card and open a room for me. Lin Yuan was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly handed the card to the hotel manager. The hotel manager took a look at the card and was immediately shocked beyond words, because it was a black card. The identity and status of the guests who could take out the black card were naturally self-evident. These two bastards actually turned away such a distinguished guest? She glared at the two security guards fiercely, saying that she could not keep these two security guards and told them to get out. At the same time, he asked Lin Yuan very politely. Guests, please welcome me to our brilliant hotel. That's a black card? The gold digger girl also saw the card and was equally shocked. She actually opened her mouth just now and called a person who could take out a black card a beggar. If the other person is a beggar, then who is she? This time, I really made a fool of myself. Lin Yuan didn't care much about the two security guards, the money-worshipping girl, or the so-called Mr. Zhou. When you stand high enough, you can't hear the voices of the people below. It's a waste of time to fuss with such people. With the help of the hotel manager, Lin Yuan quickly moved into a luxurious suite, and he also opened a room next door for Yang Gang. Guests, if you need anything, just ask. Well, I'll come to you if I need anything. Lin Yuan lectured to the hotel manager, and then sent the hotel manager away. After closing the door and locking it, Lin Yuan took off all his clothes, and then took out the blood pill from the mahogany box. Okay, let's see how much this blood pill can improve yourself. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged and went through the Wuxiang Gong technique in his mind. After making sure that there were no problems, he swallowed the blood pill in one gulp. The blood pill melted in his mouth, turning into a stream of liquid that flowed into his abdomen, and then rushed into his limbs and bones. A warm current filled Lin Yuan's body, and then gradually became hot. Lin Yuan felt a fire burning in his body. The terrifying temperature burned his skin red, and sweat continued to ooze out. Lin Yuan did not dare to neglect and immediately started to operate the Wuxiang Gong, even though he was still very unfamiliar with it. He started to run according to the records in the book, once, twice, 3 times. As the number of runs gradually increased, the operation of Wuxiang Gong became more and more proficient. A stream of energy in the body was condensing, and then it was running through his muscles and veins. The burning sensation continued to intensify, and Lin Yuan felt like he was in a high-temperature sauna, and also felt like he was in an oven, as if his whole body would be completely cooked and turned into a roasted person in the next second. He gritted his teeth and persisted, not knowing what time was. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he felt that his whole body was extremely sticky and smelled so bad that he couldn't bear it. He rushed to the bathroom without hesitation and washed all the mud off his body. After taking a bath, he walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. He suddenly felt that his whole body was clear and relaxed. Comfortable and cool. Lin Yuan simply moved his body and felt that his whole body was full of strength. He still didn't know what level of strength he had. According to the level classification in the original work, The realm before reaching the small heaven realm is divided into 5 levels. Among the Xianhuan people in the world, the human level is the lowest and the heaven level is the highest. Each level is divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. It is the most common level classification. The current Long Haochen is at the mid-level Earth level. If I want to compete with him, I must at least reach this level. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As the son of destiny, Long Haochen was only at the intermediate level of the Earth level when he appeared, but with his current strength, he can still fight against the lower levels of the heaven level. As expected of the protagonist, leapfrogging challenges are commonplace. Lin Yuan was in the room, trying to punch a few times randomly. The punches created wind, and he felt very satisfied. Lin Yuan checked his body again and found that there was no discomfort, because after the blood cleansing and marrow removal, his body was now perfect, with clear muscle lines, and the previous weakness had completely disappeared. Lin Yuan looked at the time and saw that it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. He decided to rest in this hotel for one night, and then go to 2 other places to take the opportunity that belonged to Long Haochen into his own hands. The next day, Lin Yuan, who had had enough rest, woke up Yang Gang and prepared to set off. "Master, I feel that you are a little different from before." "Oh? What's different?" Lin Yuan asked with a smile. "The young master has become more handsome than before." "Haha, is that all?" "I'm sorry, young master, you really feel different to me, but apart from becoming more handsome, I can't say anything else." Yang Gang scratched the back of his head somewhat innocently. When he saw Lin Yuan for the first time today, he felt that the young master was different from before. He didn't know how to describe this difference. Is it temperament or magnetic field? In the end, there was only one sentence: he became more handsome than before. "Okay, let's go, we have to go to 2 more places," Lin Yuan said. "Okay, master." There is an antique street in Beijing. People who come here on weekdays are those with some small assets. Most workers can't afford it. The price of any item is hundreds of thousands. After Yang Gang drove them, they quickly arrived at the antique street. Lin Yuan didn't stop and went straight to the innermost store called Time-Honored Brand. After entering the time-honored store, there is a counter inside, which is filled with various rare things. In addition to these, there are also some exquisite ancient jades. As for whether this ancient jade is real or fake, you need to have a pair of discerning eyes to tell the difference. Maybe it's a real ancient jade, or maybe it was carved just 2 days ago. Antiques are just a scam. If you know what you're doing, it's okay, but if you don't know how to travel, you'll be deceived. Guests, take a look around. If you find something you like, I can give you a discount. The owner of the shop is a delicate little old man, about 50 years old, and he is dressed in a relatively old-fashioned style. There is a birdcage in front of him with a parrot in it. "I'll give you a discount, I'll give you a discount," the parrot imitated. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded in response, looking around the store without going directly towards the goal he wanted. Finally, he came to the ancient jade display cabinet. He glanced at the exquisite ancient jade piece after piece, and quickly found the target he wanted. It was a round ancient jade. The ancient jade was engraved with the mythical beast Xuanwu. This jade was called Heart-Protecting Jade. Although it was a jade, it was also a magic weapon. According to Lin Yuan's memory, the description of this heart-protecting jade in the original work is that it can withstand a full blow from a high-ranking heaven-level master, but there is a limit to the number of times. It can only be resisted 3 times. After 3 times, the heart-protecting jade will be broken. In the original work, Long Haochen saved many dangers by relying on this thing. "Boss, show me this ancient jade." Lin Yuan pointed to the heart-protecting jade and said to the shop owner, "The guest has good taste. This ancient jade is the best-selling piece here. It is said that this ancient jade can protect people from disasters. It is a sacred jade. If the guest likes it, you can take it for 200,000 yuan. 200,000? Didn't you just say you would give me a discount?" Lin Yuan said with a smile. "Guest, 200,000 is already the price after the discount I gave you." "I didn't hear you say give me a discount, so be it." How about you give me another discount? This ancient jade is quite good. If you make it cheaper, I'll take it. Hey. Hearing Lin Yuan's intention to buy, the store owner smiled happily and said, In that case, I will give you a discount on the basis of 200,000 yuan. How about 180,000 yuan? It can't be cheaper. 200,000, this ancient jade belongs to me. Before Lin Yuan could speak, someone spoke first. 200,000, this ancient jade belongs to me. A gentle voice sounded behind Lin Yuan, revealing an indisputable dominance in its gentleness, as if no one was allowed to refute what he said. Lin Yuan turned to look at the person who came. It was a young man of the same age as himself, wearing a neat suit, handsome face, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and a gentle and refined appearance, which seemed a bit aloof. My friend, don't you understand the principle of first come, first served? Lin Yuan preached with a smile. He doesn't like to argue with others unless it is absolutely necessary. The best outcome is that everyone can reach an agreement in an amicable manner. First come, first served? My friend, there is no such principle in buying things. The one who pays the highest price always wins. I think the boss still wants to make a little more money, right? The young man also preached with a smile on his face. Although his tone was kind, it was obvious that he did not take Lin Yuan seriously. Boss, what do you think? Lin Yuan looked at the shop owner again and asked. Merchants are for profit. All merchants pay attention to profit. Who wouldn't want to make an extra 20,000 yuan? As expected, Lin Yuan saw the shop owner preaching with a forbidding smile. Guess this new guest is right. The one who offers the highest price wins. I am just running a small business. It is a good thing to earn a little more money to support my family. You see, do you want to take a look at other ancient jades? The other ancient jades I have here are not bad either, and the prices are very affordable. The shop owner rubbed his hands and said, Would you like to tell me your name, friend? Lin Yuan turned around and looked at the young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and asked. In the original novel, the time for Long Haochen to obtain the heart-protecting jade was delayed by several months, and the heart-protecting jade had remained in this store and had not been bought by others in advance. The reason I came to buy it in advance was because I knew the script and the value of the heart-protecting jade, but this person suddenly appeared to compete with me. Then there are only a few possibilities. First, he was deliberately disgusting me, but I didn't know him in my memory, and we had no grudges against him, so why did he suddenly appear to disgust me? Secondly, he wanted to bid because he saw me holding the heart-protecting jade. If the heart-protecting jade was still on the counter instead of in my hands, there might not be this trouble. This is a butterfly effect caused by interfering with the timeline. Third, this person is the shop owner's agent, who deliberately competes with customers who like the items so that the shop owner can make more money. This possibility is actually quite low, and Lin Yuan is unwilling to believe it. After all, in the original book, when Long Haochen came to buy the heart-protecting jade, he did not encounter this situation. So excluding the first and third possibilities, the only possibility left is the second one, which is that he came here early to take away the opportunity that belonged to Long Haochen, disrupting the timeline of the original work, thus triggering the butterfly effect. My name is Gao Ming. You probably haven't heard of my name. It doesn't matter. You should have heard of the name of Huaxin Group. It is the property of my Gao family. Gao Ming raised his head slightly, very arrogantly, and looked at Lin Yuan as if he were an ant, with contempt and disdain. Gao Ming, Gao family, Huaxin Group. Lin Yuan muttered silently in his heart, and a string of information emerged in his mind. The Gao family and the Huaxin Group appeared in the original novel. The Gao family is not a family from Beijing, but a large family from Jiangcheng, just like the Lin, Yi, Chu, and Gu families in Beijing. So you are the young master of the Gao family. I have heard of your great name for a long time. I wonder what it means that you must compete with me for this ancient jade. Do you have a reason to take it? Lin Yuan asked. Presumptuous. The burly man following behind Gao Ming immediately shouted at Lin Yuan. Who are you? You dare to call us brothers and sisters, and you dare to ask us why? You don't know life and death. Just put the ancient jade down obediently, so as not to break your arms and legs later. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This little follower had a serious tone, but Gao Ming did not stop this little follower from being unrestrained, which meant that he also thought so in his heart. What are you barking at? How dare you talk to my young master like this? What Gao family, young master Gao? Do you believe that our young master wants you to live without Beiqing? Yan Gang took a step forward at this time and said arrogantly to the clever little follower. Don't go out and ask around, who is the god in Beiqing? Gao Ming frowned. Although this is Beiqing, people here should have heard of the Gao family, Huashan group, and the person in front of him was so disrespectful to himself. Could it be that his identity was not simple? May I have your name? Gao Ming looked at Lin Yuan. Prick up your ears and listen carefully. Our young master's surname is Lin and his given name is Yuan. Lin Yuan, the young master of the Lin family in Beiqing. Gao Ming was stunned. When he came to Beiqing, he investigated the details of the big families in Beiqing. Naturally, he knew that Lin Yuan, a playboy, was not called the villain of Beiqing for nothing. From the bottom of his heart, he looked down on a playboy like Lin Yuan who did all kinds of evil. He had no abilities and relied on his family background to do evil. He was just a waste. However, now that he is in Beiqing, it is better not to quarrel with the other party. After all, Lin Yuan is a bastard and can do anything. If he suffers a loss in Beiqing, it will not be easy to regain his position. It turns out to be Mr. Lin. I was blind just now and couldn't recognize Mr. Lin, Gao Ming said with a smile. His smile is like a poisonous snake, pretending to be friendly, and then bite you hard when you are not prepared. Lin Yuan didn't like this type of person who was smiling but not smiling. He looked like a sinister villain at first glance. At this time, the store owner was already panicking. There was a young master from the Gao family in Jiangqing and a young master from the Lin family in Beiqing. Both were big shots. He was just a small antiques owner. He couldn't afford to offend both parties. Should this ancient jade be sold to who? Now that you know my identity, Brother Gao, do you still want to compete with me for this piece of ancient jade? To be honest, Brother Lin, in a few days it will be my grandpa's birthday. My grandpa has always liked ancient jade, so I want to find a good piece of ancient jade and give it to him as a gift, and I ask Brother Lin to do it. Lin Yuan looked at Gao Ming, feeling very unhappy. If you want a good ancient jade, you can go look for it, but this is the only piece of heart-protecting jade, so why are you trying to steal it from yourself? What if I don't let you? What will happen to Brother Gao? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. He was not afraid of the Gao family. The Gao family is about the same size as his Lin family, not to mention that this is Beiqing and is his territory. If Brother Lin makes it happen, I, Gao Ming, can promise that our two families can reach a cooperative relationship in business, achieve mutual benefit, and become bigger and stronger. How about that? Gao Ming preached. He has already begun to take charge of part of the family's work. If he can reach cooperation with the Beiqing Lin family, for him, it will be a credit to the family, so why not do it? But now he is worried that Lin Yuan, a dandy and evil young man, does not understand the interests involved. According to the information he obtained, Lin Yuan was just a fool waiting to die. He knew nothing about the family business. If he directly rejected his proposal, there would be no solution. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He was a little tempted by the conditions proposed by Gao Ming. It is indeed very tempting for the Lin family and the Gao family to join forces to achieve cooperation, mutual benefit, and becoming bigger and stronger. No matter how big the Lin family's business is, it is limited to Beiqing. By cooperating with the Gao family, the business can be expanded to Jiangqing. Of course, the Gao family can also expand to Beiqing. As long as there is no direct conflict of interest between the two of them, such cooperation can indeed bring huge benefits to both parties. I have to say that this is very tempting. However, even though such a huge benefit is very tempting, it is nothing compared to the magic weapon that can protect one's life, the heart-protecting jade. Lin Yuan kept thinking in his mind whether there was any way to have the best of both worlds, so that he could get the Heart Protect jade without having to antagonize Gao Ming. After all, one more enemy is never as good as one more friend, even if it is just a friend due to a relationship of interest. This is reality. How are you thinking about it, Brother Lin? Seeing that Lin Yuan remained silent, Gao Ming urged him. After all, he didn't have time to spend time with Lin Yuan here. Brother Gao's suggestion is very good. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve enemies than to make enemies. Naturally, I don't want to offend Brother Gao because of a piece of ancient jade, but… When Lin Yuan said this, he paused. He saw Gao Ming's expression change from joy to serious, smiled, and continued. But I also like this ancient jade. I can't give it to Brother Gao, but Brother Gao doesn't have to worry. I can promise Brother Gao that I will take him to pick out a better piece of ancient jade, which will definitely satisfy Brother Gao. How? Really? Gao Ming frowned. The ancient jade in Lin Yuan's hand was in very good condition, and it was engraved with the mythical beast Xuanwu. The meaning was also very good, so it was just right to give it to Grandpa. But now Lin Yuan said that he can also take him to find a better piece of ancient jade. If this is really the case, it is not impossible for him to give up this piece. He was afraid that Lin Yuan would just deceive him. Of course, I will take you there after you get out of this time-honored store. That piece of ancient jade is also in my purchase plan, but Brother Gao wants to give Grandpa a gift, and I am also willing to give him a favor. Okay, then I believe Brother Lin. If Brother Lin can really find a piece of high-quality ancient jade for me, what I said before will still be valid. After the agreement was reached, Lin Yuan looked at the shop owner, paid the amount of 180,000, and accepted the heart-protecting jade. After exiting the time-honored store, Lin Yuan took Gao Ming to another store on Antique Street. This store is called Jade City. In Lin Yuan's memory, in the original work, Long Haochen came to the Antique Street and bought 2 items in total, one of which was this heart-protecting jade, and the other was a top-quality ancient jade. That ancient jade is not a magic weapon. It does not have the power to protect the heart, but it is still a rare treasure. It can also be placed in the house to control the house and exorcise evil spirits. It also has the meaning of longevity. It can be given as a gift to the elderly. Just right. In the original work, Long Haochen bought this ancient jade as a gift to Gu Qingyi's grandfather. This ancient jade is not on Lin Yuan's purchase list, but now that he can give Gao Ming a favor, why bother? The two entered Jade City and walked around. Gao Ming didn't see the ancient jade that satisfied him, so he looked at Lin Yuan. Brother Lin, is there really an ancient jade here that can satisfy me? Of course, but the price is also very expensive, as long as Brother Gao can accept it. Brother Lin, you know, the price is meaningless to us. Good, Lin Yuan said with a smile. The top-quality ancient jade is the treasure of this Jade City and is not displayed on the counter. In the original work, Long Haochen was able to discover the top-quality ancient jade because he felt the aura emitted by the top-quality ancient jade. He closed his eyes and felt it. He could indeed feel that there was a warm air condensing on the second floor of the ancient city. I see. No wonder Long Haochen's grandson is always able to discover good things. The ancient warrior is really incredible, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He went straight to the counter. The shopkeeper was a beautiful girl. She was in her early 20s, the age of Shui hibiscus. She was wearing a cheongsam and her figure was perfectly outlined. Her hair is pulled back and fixed with an emerald hairpin, giving her an elegant and beautiful look. If she holds an embroidered fan in her hand, it will be even more charming. What do you two guests want? Whatever jade you want, my little lady has it here. Although the shopkeeper is young, his conversation and behavior reveal maturity and stability. This woman also has a lot of scenes in the original work. Although she is not the heroine, she is still ambiguous with Long Haochen, the destined son. Her name is Yaoing. Shopkeeper Yao, these jades can't catch our eyes. Take out your treasure and show it to us, Lin Yuan said directly. The treasure of the store, the guests are joking. How can a little girl have such a thing here? Shopkeeper Yao, let me introduce you. This is Gao Ming, the young master of the Gao family in Jiangqing. You don't have to worry about him not being able to pay the price. Yao Ying's eyes lit up slightly. When Lin Yuan and Gao Ming entered the store, she clearly felt that these two people were different from ordinary people and must be distinguished guests, but she did not expect that one of them would be so prominent. Although this is Beijing, everyone has heard more or less about the Gao family in Jiangqing. It is better to say that everyone has heard about the big families in various cities. After all, a family is a huge presence in the local area that controls the economic lifeline. My little girl's eyesight is too slow to recognize that it's the young master of the Gao family in Jiangqing. Please wait a moment. The little girl will go get it now. Yao Ying smiled slightly. She could be described as a charming lady. She walked up the stairs slowly, her steps moving and her waist twisting, making her weak-minded second brother raise his head boldly. Brother Lin, I really didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful woman hidden in this small antique street. What? Brother Gao has taken a liking to this Yuqing shopkeeper? Men have zero resistance to beautiful women, even if they are in a high and powerful position. Otherwise, why would there be that saying that a hero has a hard time with a beautiful woman? Merely having a good-looking skin will not attract men like Gao Ming. Men of Lin Yuan's level must have good-looking skin, as well as unique temperament and characteristics to attract old perverts like them who have seen countless women. Isn't Brother Lin not interested? A little. Ha 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 ha. The two of them laughed loudly. Naturally, Yao Ying couldn't let Yao Ying hear these dirty words, otherwise it would be too rude. If someone didn't sell the goods to you, the gain would outweigh the loss. When Yao Ying came down, the two of them had already closed their mouths. Yao Ying was holding an exquisite wooden box. The wooden box was shiny and engraved with complex patterns. It looked very simple. The wooden box was opened, revealing the top-quality ancient jade inside. The moment he saw the ancient jade, Gao Ming was directly attracted. His eyes stared at the ancient jade for a long time without blinking. Underneath this ancient jade is a square platform with 4 squares. On the platform is a lifelike sculpture of 2 dragons. They are circling and intertwined, holding a bright pearl together. This is truly the best ancient jade, both in shape and color. Under the influence of his grandfather, Gao Ming also knew something about ancient jade. He understood that his grandfather would be happy if he gave this ancient jade to his grandfather. This ancient jade is called Shuanglong Gongyang. It is not only exquisite in shape, but also has the ability to control the house and ward off evil spirits. The most important thing is that it symbolizes longevity and boundless longevity. Okay. After listening to Yao Ying's introduction, Gao Ming said several good words in a row. He was now extremely glad that he had not competed with Lin Yuan for the piece of ancient jade, otherwise he would have suffered a great loss. Shopkeeper Yao, please set a price for this ancient jade, and I will never counteroffer. Gao Ming said to Yao Ying that with this top-quality ancient jade, his status in his grandfather's mind could be raised to another level. This cannot be measured by price. Young Master Gao is really brave, so the little girl just said a number, 1 million. Good. Without any hesitation, Gao Ming took out his card and handed it to Yao Ying. Shopkeeper Yao, swipe your card. Yao Ying nodded and took Gao Ming's card. Brother Lin, thank you very much this time. I hope we can reach cooperation in the future. Of course, I'm looking forward to cooperating with Brother Gao. The two looked at each other and smiled. After paying the money, Yao Ying packaged the top-quality ancient jade for Gao Ming and handed it over to Gao Ming's hands. Brother Lin, see you later. See you later. Gao Ming got in the car. He looked at the top-quality ancient jade in his hand and was very satisfied. At the same time, he began to think about things in his mind. Through the conversation he had just had with Lin Yuan, Gao Ming was certain that the information he had collected was wrong. Lin Yuan's communication with him was as smooth as he could advance and retreat, unlike Beijing's rumored dandy. After returning to Jiangqing, find someone to come to Beijing to explore the reality of this Lin Yuan. He is completely different from the information we collected. Yes, Master Gao. Gao Ming left Beijing. For Lin Yuan, this was nothing worth paying attention to. As for the cooperation between the two companies, he only regarded it as a passing thing. Cooperation is not something that can be achieved easily. At the same time, Yaoing, who sent away Lin Yuan and the clever shopkeeper Yuqing, discovered something belatedly, which felt incredible. I didn't seem to have told the two of them that my surname was Yao, right? Why did they call me shopkeeper Yao as soon as they came in? Yaoing looked at the cars going away, curious in her heart, but she no longer knew the answer. If she had the chance to meet again in the future, she could ask. After Lin Yuan got the Heart Protect Jade, he couldn't wait to go to the next place. The next thing to go to is a temple outside Beijing. There are two things that Lin Yuan wants there. One is Buddhist exercises, a golden bell cover, an iron cloth shirt, and a diamond finger. The second is a magic weapon. Demon-slaying knife. Lin Yuan's choice is actually very simple. The first is a defensive method that can save his life. Having the heart-protecting jade is not enough, because the heart-protecting jade can only be used 3 times, and the Buddhist techniques, the golden bell cover, and the iron cloth shirt that I am about to get are all excellent defensive techniques. After practicing it, you can become invulnerable. After having defensive means, you need attack means that can hurt the enemy. The magic power has no form and can absorb other people's essence, blood and spiritual energy to enhance one's own strength, allowing one to grow and become stronger. The Buddhist Vajra finger is also an excellent attack skill, similar to the golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt. It is also known as the strongest shield and spear in Buddhism. Coupled with the magic weapon Demon Slayer knife, it can greatly increase one's combat effectiveness. This is why, after struggling for a long time, Lin Yuan chose to get these 3 opportunities first. Yang Gang drove and soon arrived at the temple outside Beijing, Qinglong Temple. Although the location of Qinglong Temple is located outside Beijing, it is still within the boundaries of Beijing, so it is under the jurisdiction of Beijing. Qinglong Temple is an extremely famous tourist attraction across the country. It is popular all year round and has an endless stream of tourists visiting it every day. There is a parking lot 1,000 meters away from Qinglong Temple. All vehicles must be parked here. If you want to enter Qinglong Temple, you must walk a kilometer away. In the words of the monks of Qinglong Temple, the Buddha likes to be clean and does not like to be disturbed, so vehicles are not allowed to come within a kilometer of Qinglong Temple. Lin Yuan didn't care much about this. It was just 1,000 meters and a few extra steps. After getting off the bus, he saw many travelers heading towards Qinglong Temple. There are men and women, old and young, fat and thin, handsome and ugly, healthy and alive. It can be said that I have witnessed all kinds of things in the world. Master, do you want me to carry you there? Yang Gang parked the car, came to Lin Yuan, and asked aloud. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes at this guy. What nonsense was he talking about? Rolling, it's only 1,000 meters. I have legs and feet, and I can walk on my own. Yes, master. Seeing that the young master did not need to be carried on his back, Yang Gang followed the young master obediently. The road leading to Qinglong Temple is paved with bluestone bricks, with weeping willow trees planted on both sides. The breeze blows and you can hear the rustling of the leaves. This handsome young man. Lin Yuan was walking forward when suddenly a hand stretched out from behind and grabbed his clothes. Old man, what's the matter? When Lin Yuan saw this, he was very kind and asked politely. The person holding him in front of him was an old lady in her 70s. She was leaning on a cane and her body was stooped. Lin Yuan didn't understand why he still came to Qinglong Temple with such a physical condition. Isn't it good to sit at the door of his house and gossip about gossip? However, he did not show any impatience, but asked the old lady very patiently if she had encountered any difficulties. I can't walk anymore. I wonder if you can carry me to Qinglong Temple? Our young master. Shut up. Lin Yuan glared at Yang Gang. He knew what this kid was going to fart, so he spoke first to interrupt what Yang Gang was about to say. Grandma, why are you going to Qinglong Temple? Are you not accompanied by your family? It is rare for an old lady of this age to come to Qinglong Temple alone. She should at least be accompanied by family members, right? My wife has passed away, and my only son also had a car accident. He is now lying in the hospital for first aid, and my daughter-in-law is taking care of me in the hospital. I can't do anything at my age, so I want to come to Qinglong Temple to help my son. Pray for peace and hope that he can get through this difficulty smoothly. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. Old lady, let me carry you to Qinglong Temple. When you finish praying, I will carry you back. Is that really okay? Thank you so much, young man. When the old lady heard this, she was naturally very happy. She asked many people for help along the way, but no one was willing to help her. However, the young man in front of her agreed without saying a word. She was very touched. You're welcome, come on, I'll carry you. Master, let me do it? No, I'll do it myself, Lin Yuan said. The old lady was looking for him. Of course he could let Yang Gang carry it, but he didn't want to. Yang Gang knew that there was no way to change the decision made by his young master, so he didn't say anything more and just continued to follow the young master. If the young master is tired, he can rush over to help. Gu Qingyi was sitting in her office. In the past 2 days she had called Lin Yuan several times, but all of them were told that the other party's phone had been turned off. Did this guy block me? Gu Qingyi thought in her mind and thought that this was extremely likely to happen. If it were Lin Yuan before, she thought this would be impossible, but Lin Yuan in the past 2 days has been a little strange, as if he has changed. Damn it, what on earth is he doing? Gu Qingyi was angry, and she didn't know why she was so concerned about Lin Yuan. The system issues a task, asking the host to go to Qinglong Temple and follow Lin Yuan silently without being discovered. The reward for completing the mission is a mind-reading skill card. Gu Qingyi raised her eyebrows, and the system sound in her mind made her feel better. It turned out that Lin Yuan ran to Qinglong Temple. Follow Lin Yuan without being discovered. What is this system doing? And this mission reward, what does the mind-reading skill card mean? No matter, let's go first. Gu Qingyi got up immediately. There was a lounge in her office, which contained some of her changes of clothes. She put on casual clothes, a sun hat and a mask, and left the office. I have something to do. I'll leave the company for a while. If you need anything, call me. Oh, okay. The little secretary looked at Gu Qingyi, who was leaving in casual clothes, a sun hat and a mask, and couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Who is Mr. Gu going to follow? It can't be Lin Yuan, right? As Gu Qingyi's secretary, I can see Gu Qingyi every day. It seems that because Lin Yuan has not come to see Mr. Gu in the past 2 days, Mr. Gu has a sad face every day. The little secretary immediately shook his head and threw away all these thoughts, because these thoughts were too dangerous. When Gu Qingyi left the company, Long Haochen naturally saw it. He followed Gu Qingyi. As Gu Qingyi's personal bodyguard, he must be responsible for Gu Qingyi's safety. So wherever Gu Qingyi wanted to go, he had to follow her. Soon, the 2 people arrived at the parking lot of Qinglong Temple. When Gu Qingyi got off the car, she saw Lin Yuan and Yang Gang walking towards Qinglong Temple, so she hurriedly followed them, not too close but not too far, so she could hear the content of their conversation. Long Haochen naturally saw this scene, and he was angry. Damn Lin Yuan, after just 2 days of peace, he started to seduce Gu Qingyi again. It seems that this Lin Yuan can no longer be kept and must be killed as soon as possible. Long Haochen clenched his fists, and his joints turned white. Let this Qinglong Temple be your burial place, he thought to himself and followed quickly. Gu Qingyi followed and saw an old woman in her 70s. She reached out and grabbed Lin Yuan's clothes and asked Lin Yuan to carry her to Qinglong Temple. Gu Qingyi originally thought that Lin Yuan would refuse directly, or even kick the old lady down. After all, he had done similar things before. But to Gu Qingyi's surprise, Lin Yuan very patiently asked the old lady why, and after listening, he actually picked up the old lady and carried her all the way to Qinglong Temple. Lin Yuan, this guy. Gu Qingyi felt like she was dreaming. She pinched her palm and it hurt a little. It was not a dream. Has he really changed? Gu Qingyi followed Lin Yuan and continued to watch. Old lady, we're here. Lin Yuan carried the old lady to the gate of Qinglong Temple. When she got here, the old lady also asked herself to come down. It was already very bad for her to be carried up by Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan carried her through the door again, she was afraid that the Buddha would dislike her. She is not sincere and does not protect her son. Lin Yuan put the old lady down, then supported her and entered the Qinglong Temple. Qinglong Temple is very big, and there are many Buddhas and gods in it. Many people come here to pray. Even if they are just for fun at first, after seeing the incense of Qinglong Temple, they are willing to make offerings and pray for themselves. This is not a bad thing after all. Lin Yuan helped the old lady to the Buddha statue, helped her get sandalwood, and gave it to the old lady to light. He also took a piece of sandalwood, lit it, knelt down with the old lady, and helped the old lady pray for her son. "Thank you, young man, you are such a good person." The old lady was very touched. The young man in front of her didn't care about carrying her up, but he actually prayed for her son with her. She really didn't know how to thank him. "You're welcome, old lady. Do you want to go back? I can take you to the parking lot. Is it really okay?" "Of course, the so-called sending Buddha to the west, come on." Lin Yuan didn't mind the trouble. Anyway, he was not in a hurry to get Buddhist techniques and magic weapons. He carried the old lady to the parking lot again, sent the old lady into the car and left. This was the end. "Master, why should we help such an old lady? It's a waste of time," Yang Gang said with some confusion. "Yang Gang, remember, I used to be a bastard who did all kinds of evil. Although I have changed now, the evil things I did before will not disappear because of this, so if I can help others now, I should naturally reach out. It can be regarded as repaying the previous sins," Lin Yuan said. These words were naturally heard by Gu Qingyi, who was following Lin Yuan. She was very surprised that Lin Yuan could say such words. "Okay, let's go." Lin Yuan returned to Qinglong Temple again. Gu Qingyi was speechless. She followed Lin Yuan and walked back and forth. Now she was going back to Qinglong Temple. The total distance was 3,000 meters. She already felt a little tired. "This guy is sick, so he comes here to exercise?" Gu Qingyi complained in her heart. But the system's task has not been completed yet, so she can only continue. After returning to Qinglong Temple, Lin Yuan started sightseeing mode, just like an ordinary tourist, strolling here and looking there. After wandering around, I came to a courtyard of Qinglong Temple. There are no tourists here, just a few monks wearing monk robes. "Donor, this is our resting place and is not open to the public. Please stop here." A young monk very politely stretched out his hand to stop Lin Yuan from moving forward. "This young master, I want to find Master Nian Kong from Qilong Temple. I wonder if you can pass the message for me and say that the Ren disciples are here to visit. Please, benefactor, please wait here for a moment. Master Nian Kong is chanting sutras and reciting Buddha's name, so please don't disturb me. I can wait." Lin Yuan nodded, and then found a shady place to sit down. The little monk stood there, looking at Lin Yuan, motionless like a tall pine tree. Time passes quietly, like fine sand between fingers, which cannot be grasped no matter what. It was getting late. The young monk went and came back. He said to Lin Yuan, "Donor, please come with me. Master Nian Kong agrees to see you." "Good." Lin Yuan nodded and followed the young monk directly, preparing to go in. However, at this moment, the young monk reached out and stopped Yang Gang. "Donor, Master Nian Kong only agrees to see you alone. Please ask the entourage to stop." "Okay, Yang Gang, just wait here." "Yes, Master." Of course, Yang Gang had no problem. He obeyed the young master's orders unconditionally. He was not in a hurry, but someone was. Gu Qingyi was very anxious. Lin Yuan was about to go in, but outsiders were not allowed to enter at will. Doesn't this mean that she would follow Lin Yuan? In this case, wouldn't the system task fail? She had to think of a way. It would be best to follow Lin Yuan and without Lin Yuan discovering her identity. While she was thinking hard, the voice of the system sounded in her mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The mission reward mind reading skill card has been distributed to the prop box. Mind reading skill card. Using this card, you can read the inner true thoughts of the designated object. Gu Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the mission was completed, but what is the use of the props rewarded by the mission, the mind-reading skill card? Gu Qingyi frowned. At least now she couldn't think of any use for this skill card. Seeing Lin Yuan follow the young monk into the small courtyard, Gu Qingyi also turned and left, looking for a place to rest. The young monk led Lin Yuan into a small room. In the small room, there were 2 rows of red candles lit. Right in front was a golden statue of Buddha, with some tributes placed in front. An old monk sits cross-legged in front of the golden body of Buddha. Master Nian Kong, I have brought the benefactor who wants to visit you. Well, you go down first. Yes. The little monk turned and left. After the young monk left, the old monk stood up and turned to look at Lin Yuan. Master Nian Kong had a kind face, and his eyebrows and beard were as white as snow, making him even more kind. Are you a disciple of Junior Brother Rand? Yes. Amitabha, donor, don't tell lies in front of the Buddha. Are you really a disciple of Junior Brother Rand? Nian Kong recited the Buddha's name, and then looked at Lin Yuan again. Although he is old, his eyes are still bright, and his eyes seem to have burning flames. As expected of Master Nian Kong, he can see through my lies at a glance. Yes, I am indeed not a disciple of Master Rand, I just know him. Lin Yuan smiled and said, not at all embarrassed because he had lied just now. Please don't blame Master Nian Kong, because I know that if I don't say this, Master Nian Kong will definitely not see me. Since you are acquainted with Junior Brother Rende, do you know where Junior Brother Rende is? Nian Kong's voice is very kind, and makes people feel drowsy after listening to it. Lin Yuan thought that if this old monk became a hypnotist, he would definitely make a lot of money. Then he immediately threw the thought out of his mind and chanted several Buddhist mantras in his mind to punish his disrespect just now. Of course, I came here to inform Master Nian Kong, and I also want to get a few things from him. What does the donor want? Buddhist skills, golden bell cover, iron shirt, Vajra finger, and the magic weapon demon-slaying knife. Lin Yuan spoke directly. Nian Kong frowned, because these things that Lin Yuan mentioned were all the treasures of Qinglong Temple, and they could not be handed over easily. Moreover, these things were the secrets of their Qinglong Temple, and even the monks in the temple knew very few of them. Not to mention that Lin Yuan, an outsider, actually knew all this? Seeing Nian Kong frown, Lin Yuan said with a smile, I know that these are all very important to Qinglong Temple, but I want Master Kong to listen to what I have to say next. Maybe after listening to these words, you will change your mind. Okay, please speak, benefactor. Nian Kong nodded and let Lin Yuan speak. He also wanted to see what Lin Yuan wanted to say. It could actually make him change his mind and hand over these treasures to him. First of all, I must tell you a sad fact, that is, Master Rende is dead. Lin Yuan preached. After saying this, Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on Master Nian Kong, staring at him without blinking, wanting to see the changes in Master Nian Kong's expression. However, the Master's expression was very calm, as if he had expected and accepted this fact long ago. Master Nian Kong was so calm after hearing the news? Lin Yuan asked with some confusion. Amitabha, Junior Brother Rinde has been missing for many years. He left with hatred in his heart. I have already expected this result since there has been no news for so many years. Nian Kong clasped his hands together, turned around and bowed to the golden body of the Buddha. Master Rinde was a good man who cared about the world, but it was a pity that he lost his life at the hands of a villain. Lin Yuan looked at Nian Kong's back and continued talking to himself. Master Rinde died in the capital, on the road to revenge. His enemy was the Hu family in the capital, which is not considered a first-class family in the capital. Before Master Rinde entered Qilong Temple, he was the young master of a noble family in the capital. However, his family was wiped out overnight, and all the members of the family were killed. Only he escaped. The culprit who wiped out Master Rende's family was Hu Hong. Master Nian Kong should know that Master Ren learned the skills in Qilong Temple, and then left the mountains several years ago and went to the capital to seek revenge. What a shame, what a shame! Although the Hu family is not a first-class family in the capital, it has the support of an ancient martial arts sect, and there are masters of the ancient martial arts sect in the family. They knew that Master Rinda was the remnant of their enemies, so they deliberately set up a trap to lure Master Rinda into it, and then captured him alive and tortured him in every way. In the end, Master Rinda couldn't bear it and died. Master Rinda's body was ground into pulp and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. I know that Master Nyenkong cares about the world and has compassion for the world. Even if he is saddened by the tragic experience of his junior brother, he will definitely not seek revenge for him. After all, the Master is also responsible for everyone in Qinglong Temple. Master Nyenkong, give me the golden bell cover, iron shirt, Vajra finger, and demon-slaying knife. I swear before the Buddha that I will avenge Master Rend. How do you think? After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he stood where he was, looking at Master Nyenkong quietly. Master Nyenkong had his back to him, with his hands clasped together, praying to the Buddha. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry and just waited quietly. He knew that Nyenkong would definitely agree to his request, because in the original novel, Master Nyenkong gave these treasures to Long Haochen just because he mentioned helping Master Rinda to avenge his actions. And now I have spoken, so Master Nyenkong has no reason not to give it to me. If you must say there is any difference. That was probably because in the original novel, Long Haochen did not mention the treasures of Qinglong Temple, but instead relayed to Master Nyenkong what he had learned about Master Rinda in the capital. He also promised Master Nyenkong that he would help Master Ren to take revenge. Afterwards, Master Nyenkong, on the grounds of worrying about Long Haochen's safety, took the initiative to give Long Haochen the golden bell cover, iron shirt, Vajra finger, and demon-slaying sword. And now, he directly mentioned these treasures, using them as a condition to help Master Ren to take revenge. But it doesn't matter, because the original book mentions that the relationship between Master Nyenkong and Master Ren is higher than the sky and wider than the sea. After listening to what Master Nyenkong had said, even though the four elements of Buddhism are empty, his heart could not be calm. As long as he wanted to avenge his junior brother Rinda, he would definitely compromise. Since I can't do it myself, what's the harm in using someone else's knife to kill someone? Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. He just stood quietly behind Master Nyenkong, waiting. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, Master Nyenkong turned around. Please wait a moment, benefactor. After Master Nyenkong finished speaking, he walked toward the back of the golden statue of Buddha. When he came out, he was holding a long wooden box in his hand. Everything you want is in here. Please keep your promise and avenge my foolish junior brother. Master Nyenkong, rest assured. I swear in front of the Buddha. Amitabha, please go back, I am tired. Master Nyenkong, please take more rest. Health is the most important thing. I will take my leave now. Lin Yuan took the long wooden box with both hands, bowed to Nyenkong, and turned to leave. After Lin Yuan left, Nyenkong sat cross-legged again, facing the Buddha, and chanted scriptures softly. He would sit here for 3 full days, chanting scriptures and reciting Buddha's name, without eating or drinking, as a punishment. Lin Yuan was of course very happy to have gotten what he wanted. Now he finally had the ability to compete with Long Haochen, and was no longer being crushed by Long Haochen. As soon as I walked out of the courtyard, Yang Gang came to meet me. Master, are you okay? What could possibly happen to me? Don't worry about it. Yes, Master. Yang Gang nodded, his eyes lingering on the long wooden box held in Lin Yuan's hands for a moment. Although he was curious about why his young master went in and came out with such a long wooden box in his hand, he did not ask because of his curiosity, because he knew the priorities. Go back, Lin Yuan said. Yes, Master. The two left Qinglong Temple. Seeing this, Gu Qingyi hurriedly followed them. Although the system's mission had ended, she seemed to like this feeling. The car left the parking lot of Qinglong Temple. By this time, night had fallen for a long time and there were few vehicles on the roads near Qinglong Temple. When he was about to enter the city, several vans suddenly stopped in the middle of the road, blocking Lin Yuan's way. Get off, get off, get off! More than a dozen thugs armed with sticks got off the van. They were dressed in strange clothes, their hair was dyed in various colors, tattoos were printed on the exposed skin of their bodies, and they had cheap cigarettes hanging from their lips. "Master, don't get out of the car. I'll go and take care of them," Yang Gang said immediately. These people came with ill intentions, and he couldn't let the young master get hurt. "Don't worry, it's okay," Lin Yuan said lightly, and then opened the car door directly. After getting out of the car, he discovered that there was another car following behind his car. At this time, he was also forced to stop, and a girl got out of the car. The girl was wearing a sun hat and a mask, so her face could not be seen clearly. Several gangsters ignored Lin Yuan and Yang Gang and came to Gu Qingyi. "Take off your hat and mask," one of them said to Gu Qingyi, but Gu Qingyi did not move. She was not afraid, but because Lin Yuan was right next to her. If she took off her hat and mask, wouldn't she be recognized by Lin Yuan? Seeing that the girl in front of him didn't speak to him, the gangster was very angry. He hit the ground with the stick in his hand and shouted to Gu Qingyi again. "I asked you to take off your mask and hat. Are you deaf? Or do you want me to do it myself?" The gangster let out an evil laugh and approached Gu Qingyi step by step. "Wait a minute, I'll do it myself." Seeing that the gangster was about to take action, Gu Qingyi hurriedly said that she didn't like being touched by these disgusting guys. Gu Qingyi took off her hat and mask. It was better to be exposed than to be touched by these disgusting guys. When Gu Qingyi took off her hat and mask, she was really shocked. Those gangsters all widened their eyes. When had they ever seen such a stunning beauty? Lin Yuan and Yang Gang were also stunned. They didn't expect that this person turned out to be Gu Qingyi. "Master, Mr. Gu, this is Mr. Gu. Your young master is not blind." Lin Yuan now, he was curious, how could Gu Qingyi appear here? This road leads directly to Qinglong Temple, so Gu Qingyi also went to Qinglong Temple? What was she doing at Qinglong Temple? One question after another appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. Before he could think of an answer, he heard one of the gangsters say, "Boss, yes, she is the woman in the photo." "Well, arrest the women and leave the men alone." "Yes." 4 or 5 gangsters immediately surrounded Gu Qingyi and were ready to take action. Gu Qingyi was panicked. There were people around her, and she had nowhere to escape. Just as she was about to ask Lin Yuan for help, she saw Lin Yuan coming directly to her side and throwing away all the gangsters surrounding her. "Are you ashamed of a group of grown men attacking a girl?" Lin Yuan despised these people in front of him. "Damn it, when did the young master become so fierce?" Yang Gang was surprised at the sight. Lin Yuan had thrown away all the gangsters surrounding Mr. Gu with just a few random movements of his hands. It was so impressive that even he couldn't do it. At this time, Lin Yuan was extremely angry inside. Bid's Long Haochen is also called Destiny's Child. Where is the heroine's personal bodyguard? Where is the person? Gu Qingyi is in danger, but no one comes to save her. She only knows how to act cool. Lin Yuan cursed in his heart. The leader of the gangsters stood up immediately when he saw that his little brother was taken care of. "Boy, we originally wanted to let you go, but if you are seeking death yourself, then you can't blame us. Boys, give me a good beating." "Stop, do you know who is standing in front of you? Beijing young Master Lin, do you dare to attack young Master Lin?" Yang Gang immediately stood up and pointed at the gangsters in front of him. After hearing Yang Gang's words, several gangsters looked at each other, and then burst into laughter. "Boy, are you pretending to be crazy? Do you know who ordered us to kidnap the girl over there? I'm not afraid to tell you, it's Mr. Lin from Beijing, and you're still pretending in front of us? What are you pretending to be?" The gangster opened his mouth. Lin Yuan's head was filled with questions. "What the hell am I doing? Did I ask you to do it?